we're putting the band back together.
Hello, everybody. I am so excited. In fact, my name is Excited Utterance, and it's also Hella. And today is the day. It's Becky in the Box Day. Oh my God, I can't believe the day is finally here. I can't believe the day is finally here. Okay, I need to calm down. Hyperventilating. Yes, Becky in the corner. Calm down, Becky. Calm down, guys. Up there. Yep. Okay. It is Murdaugh Evidentiary Hearing Day. Yo. Yeah. We've been waiting a long time for this. Mr. Murdaugh, I'm sure, has been waiting a long time for this. Mr. Dick in the Box. Mr. Harpootlian's been waiting a long time for this. He's driven all along all the dirt roads in South Carolina, Walterboro. Yep. Knocking on jurors' doors. I'm sure Ms. Becky hasn't been looking forward to this day very much, although she's been tweeting that she's not scared. She's not scared. She's put it into her GPS, and she's got it claimed for the IRS. Not sure which GPS though, because she's been through a few phones lately. I love her Twitter account so much. Hello, hi Stray. Where are you, Stray? Good morning. Yes, it's kind of morning for me. It's 12:15 a.m. and I woke up too. I just woke up after a few hours of nap. And hey, Darlie, hello. You're so wonderful, Darlie. You're so wonderful. Christine, you've got a Zoom meeting at 9:15. You'll watch it later on. I'm sure you'll be back after your meeting. That's cool. And hello, everyone else that's here. Like Chandler Holderson saying hi, did you get tampered with? I am looking for my mom. I see my mom. Oh, goodness me. Okay, so I have, thanks to Dali for finding me, the feed on Law and Bad Crim. It's just sitting there. I'm just waiting for something to happen over there. We've got Liz in court. Apparently she's there. Don't forget to smush the like, subscribe. Hello, the Sock Snatcher. Haven't met you yet. Welcome to chat. It's great to have you here. People are just filing in. So welcome. I'd love to have your opinion throughout the day. Not sure where you stand on this, but everyone's lovely and friendly. And we will be watching it as soon as it gets going. There we are. As you can see, the court, we just have the South Carolina seal, which is quite a pretty one. By the way, South Carolina, animus opibus K parity dum spiro. Yeah, spice, something. I've seen worse ones. Yes, good morning. And we should have some guests throughout the day as well. Generally what happens here is we're lucky enough to be graced with some lovely guests on this channel. We are not a huge channel, only about 1,500 subscribers, and we are fortunate enough to have a really cozy chat generally. We have a lot of people streaming today, though. So we have a very busy trial watching day, lots of other things going on. We really appreciate every single person who is tuning in to us today. Even if people aren't in chat, they're just watching along quietly. I know we've got Murph's Turf, who's a great supporter of ours, who's just listening in. Hi, Murph. She can't possibly be chatting today, but she's just listening. There are a few other people who are watching several things at a time, and I say hello to you as well. Hello, Anthony Lewis. I know you are a new member. It's great to have you here. Hello, good afternoon, Hella. It's actually 12:15 in the morning for me, so it's midnight. And yeah, I know it's hard to work out. Hello to your little puppy there. Oh, Murph, yes, you are. You're here and listening. See, I knew. I saw you and I knew. I just knew. I knew you'd be here. You said you would be, and you are. Yes, as I said, we do tend to have guests popping in and out here. And I believe Mo from Mo in the Deep End is going to be here after her newsy news. So she runs a news show 3 times a day. I know that this lady, she is amazing. She streams more than anybody I know. She runs an amazing news show, and she is running that, I think, probably now-ish. And she said that she'll come over here and watch this with us after she's done. And we have some lovely lawyers who have links as well, and they tend to pop in throughout the day as well. Who knows when? They have jobs and they are streaming other things as well. So never know. We may get a sighting from. Not sure if we'll see David from Making Law Simple. David's very busy streaming the Crumbly trial. Those of you who have been watching the Crumbly trial, it is crazy. It's nuts. And it's David from Making Law Simple, my great friend. You can see his logo in the corner there. That's his baby. He's wonderful with that. Thank you, David, for giving me shout outs also throughout the day, because obviously we're great friends and he knows I'm covering this, and he knows that I'm a small channel covering this one and there are some big channels covering this. And you know, the thing about this is that you can watch this on a big channel and have the big channel experience, and you could watch it on a small channel and have the small channel experience. Small channel experience is very different. You get a cozy chat, you get to see your friends, and like this. Hello, enough of that. It's so great to see you. It's so great to see you. Enough of that. Hey, guess what? Enough of that. Heard back from Crime and Cask. He said, I love enough of that, and I love Rosie. So he's just lovely. He's in court today, by the way, enough of that. Sorry, went off on a tangent. And hello, Liza Beck. I've never met you, and welcome. See, this is great. We've got new people coming in and old friends as well. I'll just finish my what I was just saying. So yes, there are bigger channels who are covering this today. As you can imagine, this is a big event today. And there are smaller channels like myself. I really don't consider it competition. It's not really a competition at all. We're all friends, and people make their decisions as to whether they prefer to watch things in a larger group or in a smaller group. It's just different experiences. It's just really, really different experiences. Some things I like to watch on the big channels. Some things I prefer to watch on smaller channels, because I prefer to be able to have my chats seen and interact with the host more. Just prefer it. It just depends who the host is, and what the chat's like. And sometimes I don't even like to chat. Sometimes I just want to listen to the host. It's just nuanced depending on what the content is. So anyway, back to my original point. I want to give a big shout out to David today for offering to give shout outs back to me whilst he is covering his really important trial that to him, which is the Crumblies trial. He has been doing amazingly. He has let's just make sure there's nothing going on in the court. Double check there's nothing going on in the court. He has incredible numbers watching him. He has fantastic viewership. People really are coming to him in droves, and I'm just so happy for him. It makes me super happy to see that the trial that he's been following, the case he's been following, that's so important to him for so long, the thing that actually got him interested in streaming in the first place. People are really recognizing that his channel is the place to go to watch that. So, without further ado, love your channel name. Hello, Counter Signal. Wow, all these new people are coming in today. This is fantastic. Thank you. I'd love to know where everyone's coming from. Is it have you guys been out putting your feelers out and sending out links, guys? That'd be really nice of you if you've been doing that. What's this? Same, enough of that, even though I'm trying to become a larger one. Yeah, love to support smaller channel. Thank you, enough of that. Oh, look, we have a court feed. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Look, it's so crowded. Lorax sent you here a while back, really? Oh, that's nice. Cool. Good to see you. Welcome, Counter Signal. Well, I hope you enjoyed today. We've been covering this quite a while. And by the way, Salvador Dali Talk in chat there. He's my co-host. And he's at work at the moment, but he'll be back later. So when he gets back from work, he'll be here with me. So he's my YouTube hubby. Oh, don't go to the ceiling. No, not the ceiling. Not the seal. We want to watch the people side-eyeing each other. Meh. Meh. You saw Laurie? Damn you, Lauren Kime. Damn you, Court TV. Damn you, camera people. No, what's with what? Has he been guilting you, Nuffy? He's not giving you more love. No. He gets lots of love. No, he doesn't really, but we need to give him more love. Dali is actually going to be starting a new trial coverage. A new rewatch trial coverage very soon. As in next week, this week, pretty soon. It's actually one from Texas. Texas versus Darren Lopez. And it's hilarious. When I say hilarious, not hilarious for the unaliving victim, obviously. But, can't do much about that now. It has to do with some former high school lovers who got reunited and started to get very steamy with each other over text message. And let's just say there will be dramatic readings by Dali and Vilhammer. And you know what happens when Dali and Vilhammer start doing dramatic readings. It's going to be not just spicy, but awkward, everybody. It's going to get awkward and it's going to get spicy. And I mean really spicy. So get ready for that. That's going to be on Salvador Dali Talks channel. And it's going to be, just to make it even more spicy, it's going to be called the Daddy Dom trial, because they called him Daddy Dom. He wanted to be called Daddy Dom. Yeah. You're going to need to be tagged. Don't worry. You're going to get tagged. Hey, Nikki, and hey, Lil Pill. I just saw you two there. Hi. I love seeing you guys come up and chat. And I have a little gift for Lil Pill. Hang on a minute. Lil Pill, where are you? I bestow thee. Good morning, Nikki. Good morning. Oh, yeah, yay. Do we have audio? Please, no, there won't be audio just yet. They're just going to be chilling about. What's Lil Pill got to say? A bathroom break to make sure I will be here at the beginning of the live. And then I went live early. I did not go live early, did I? My countdown said I was due to go. I wasn't sure because it said over on that screen that I wasn't due to go, but then on this screen it said I was due to go. So I was like, should I go? Let's go. Look at that cute smile. Hey, Rosie. Welcome, Rosie. Lovely to see you. Oh, isn't he pretty? He looks good in orange. It suits his skin. Lil Pill, you look good in blue. Poor Big Red. Oh, Big Red. You see Neil? There's Neil. Where's Neil? Where is he? Oh, there's Neil. He's picking his nose. Did you see that, guys? Neil's picking his nose. He's still picking his nose. And I've got it on two screens here. I'm like, wait. Neil's picking his nose. You can't believe Neil's there. Of course Neil's there, I suppose. I wasn't really thinking about whether he'd be there, but I suppose, of course, he's there. Hey, David. David, we just saw Neil picking his nose. Nose picking is not a crime. Nose picking is not a crime. It's not a crime. Becky wouldn't tell a lie. What color shirt is he wearing? Orange. It matches his skin. I just said, Murph. Yeah, watch out, David. Little Pill's got a wrench. She'll come smack you. Where's Snark? Who's Snark? Snarkarama. Liz got a pic with Neil. Which Liz? Who Liz? What are you talking about? Did I miss something? Lisa Beck. I am not ready to hear what these jurors say and what Becky says. Oh, you're so ready. I'm so ready. Come on, bring it. Hello, Clive and Megden. And Jess Rubery. Good to see you. Oh, audio. Come on, audio. I know I can't have audio yet, but I so want it. Where's he be? You mean the Eric Bland? The Eric Bland? Not the Eric Bland. Oh, you have a feeling? Where'd you get that idea from? Counter signal? Gee, shock. Who's Sandy Smith? Am I missing something there? Enough of that. That's a name I don't know. That is a name I don't know. Evie is getting pegged by Nancy Gray. I love you, John. You are a find, John. Please don't leave. Please stay. You're hilarious. Oh, Stephen Smith's mom. Whoa, okay. Sorry. She's there. I don't even know. Oh, hang on. Is that the lady in blue behind Laurie? Yeah, that's fair enough, John. Could you keep tab open if you've got computer on? I understand if you don't. Be sweet of you. You're subscribed for life to this channel. You're so great. Oh, you're on your phone. Fair enough. Fair enough. No better place to be bouncing between than here and MLS. Maybe Nick. Nick's on today too. Everyone's streaming today. It's a big old day. Oh, keeping it up there, Big Red. Hey, keeping it up. I feel like, yeah, you're right, John. I feel like though, there's always been lots of court cases, but the whole streaming court cases has gone nuts. Not just streaming court cases, but viewership of court cases has gone nuts, and like Court TV know it. Like Court TV know that the appetite for it, mainstream appetite for it, is growing. Like, look what just happened with the Treehouse thing. It just went berserk. If you have a look at Google Trends, like it went almost mainstream. And they can't wait, obviously, for March 9th or whatever it is. Like Gypsy Rose, look at what's happened with Gypsy Rose. She's a felon, and she's gotten out, and like people are watching her trial, her ex's trial, actually picking up Court TV archives, Law and Crime archives, which is their footage, and watching it. So yeah, it's really interesting that it started with Depp and Heard. Obviously started with O.J. Simpson, but it got really, really big again with Depp and Heard, and now it is really taking off again in a huge way. All right, Fire D, yeah, Fire D. Sandy Smith, right there. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Can you describe her? Enough of that. Oh, you've been a member for 1 month. Oh, so cute. Murdoch, Crichton, Dick F, and who? Marry, kill. Fuck, marry, kill. You're hilarious. How do you do the 1 month thing? You do it as if you're going to do a super chat. You'll see it in there. Short blonde hair, green shirt, I believe. Is she on screen right now? Joe! Oh, Joe's back. That was fast. Okay, so anyone who doesn't know, Joe McCullough, Silver Fox, there in the background with the grey suit and the purple tie. He had a heart attack last week. And thank you for being a member for 1 month, little pill. I'd be doing all the fancy things today. Yes, you do. You are fancy schmancy and you are our newest mod. Thank you so much. I have big plans for you, my dear. You are fantastic and wonderful supporter. Love you, love you, love you. My West Australian girl, even though you're a Westralian. No, she's behind Crichton's side. Oh, okay. I'll look again when we do a wide shot. Yes, straight. Welcome your newest mod sister. This is really good that Joe is back. Look, he's looking okay. He's looking a bit drawn. Mercedes doesn't look as well as he did on the 16th. That's fair enough, though. I mean, the man just had a heart attack, for goodness sake. But yeah, wow. He was in hospital in a poor way, and he's back just like that. That's excellent news. Hello, Justice Toal. Kun. Nice to see you. Lovely to see you. Lee Wise is also streaming. Yeah, I know that. I'm well aware of that. No pressure, counter single. You want to go there? That's cool. That's cool. Up to you. Totally cool. Tell you what, I'll give you a dare. Go over there and say, hey, Excited Utterance is also streaming. Hey, Stray. That would be an amusing thing. See if he reacts as well as I just did. Let's say hi for me. Hey, Jeff. Love, Jeff. Okay, so something interesting was mentioned last time we were here. So on the 16th. And interesting, yes, Stray has a little experience with that. When we're here on the 16th, and it was about the way a few things that were said by Dick Harpootlian, but also about the way the assistants were speaking, like just now. This is one of the co-counsels, but one of the assistants was speaking with Mr. Murdaugh. Someone on Twitter mentioned that it's very clear that Mr. Murdaugh is still running the show as far as his defense is concerned. So he's still lawyering. I don't know if you can really tell that for sure, and I don't know if that's necessarily wrong. Like, yes, he is a lawyer. He is a very seasoned lawyer. Why wouldn't he be very involved in his own defense? I guess. But I mean, someone was writing something about him calling the shots, I guess, in this whole thing. Like, he's basically writing all the documents and doing the work. And that maybe the reason why he can sort of afford also to keep Dick and Jim on board is because they're kind of not really doing all the work. He's doing the work from his jail cell, prison cell, and also there was some discussion about releasing these documents for him to have, and Justice Toal just wouldn't have it because it couldn't be in the prison. That's kind of normal, Lil Pill. I think like EDB tends to have. She's been running it more consistently, I think, Lil Pill. She's been very consistent with the Murdaugh coverage. Very different chat over there. They're very anti-Murdaugh, I think, aren't they? When I say anti-Murdaugh, very pro-state, very like, how dare he even think about wanting a retrial? He's so guilty. I don't know. I haven't been into EDB's chat since Amber Heard. I haven't even looked at her channel since then. Is she neutral? I more care about, like, because as far as I'm concerned, from what I can tell, her chat is like so overarchingly like all powerful that it's just impossible. Like, if you are in there, you can't say anything without being pushed in one direction. It's what I believe to be true. That was what happened when I was there, and left so fast. And I've heard people say that since. So, and nothing against her at all, like as a person or as a streamer or as a lawyer or anything like that. Just chat, because chats really can put you off going and being anywhere. That's all. The chat is unbearable. That's what I keep hearing, and that's what I had the experience myself, and that's why I haven't come back. There she is. Okay, why can't I hear? Hello? Why can't I hear? Come on, we need audio. Let's go. Come on. Court TV. Let's go. Why? Why? Can someone please confirm to me it's not just me? Dali, would you please check? Okay.
But I don't want any photographs.
What?
I don't want any photographs taken of the jurors by the media. With respect to the rest of the audience, if you have devices, cell phones, iPads, or anything of that nature, please silence them.
Same
do
came.
not use them.
The sound
press
came on the
is,
feed
allowed
with a
to use
screech.
their devices in order to make notes, but the press is not making any photographs either. I have a pool photographer.
Thank you, Little Bill, for trying to warn me.
Arrangement, and that's what will be used to photograph, and that those materials will of course be fed and available to the press. I think if there's anything else. All right. All right. The jurors are in place in the jury room, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Bring me the jurors.
Bring me the jurors.
Sure. Hold for a minute. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, you have a list of questions you distributed to us, and
yes, sir.
of course you went through those with juror
Z or X.
X. I knew it was one of those last letters.
Juror X.
Juror X. The third question, you say, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comments about the merits of this case before your verdict?
Yes, sir.
And clearly the juror didn't understand what the word merits meant.
I disagree with that, but you may make your record about that. I think the juror understood what was being asked. And frankly, in some of the materials that we've exchanged back and forth about questions, you yourself have used the word merit. So I don't think she was confused.
Well, Your Honor, occasionally I make a mistake. I think in this case, perhaps you made a mistake. And if you would just respectfully use the words, did make any comment about the case before your verdict, just leaves out their judgment about merits. They don't know if merits is a legal word.
I will take what you say that term confused the juror. You have that on the record, and certainly would be able to argue that to any of the appellate courts that review what I do here. But my intention is to use the language that I used with the juror I've already interviewed.
But Your Honor, you went and did a follow-up question, our request, which elaborated on what that meant. And certainly after you asked that question, we think that clarified it, and you could use merits or anything else about the case and deal with both issues. I just think it's going to require us, based on statements that these jurors have given to SWED, to ask very specific questions.
Okay, I understand what you're asking. Let me ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian. Do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's proceedings?
I don't think so.
State, do you all happen to have a transcript of Friday's proceedings?
Your Honor, we're looking right now.
All right, belay that. I've got a copy. Let me look at it for a minute to see what I did in clarification. And so just pause for a minute. Let me look at that.
Oh, God, the tension already. Oh, this is hardcore. Oh, this is going to be great. There's pee everywhere. Darling, you need to get home now. You need to get here now. tell your dad, your boss, whoever, you need to go home and you need to get on screen now. Fake a leg amputation. Who's rating us? Is someone rating us?
Yes, Your Honor.
I look at this transcript and the only thing I note.
Wait, there's
Yeah.
Okay. These
Oh,
were the
okay, hang on.
follow-up questions.
Okay, all right. I said this. I asked the attorneys for any further commentary about the questions I asked, and I have been asked to ask one more question, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you a memorandum by the state to counsel for the defense and then ask you about it, all right?
Oh, all right. Ah! Hey! Thank you, Murray.
And then here's what I read. Per Chief Attorney Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an epic day, close quote. And that there was some statement that it was rare for a defendant to testify. And then I said, Juror X, can you verify that what I've read is something you heard and told your attorney? And she says, yes, ma'am. Very good. Do these statements have any impact on your verdict? No, ma'am. Very good. I will ask that question.
Well,
I didn't change well, I've read you what I asked. I will be glad to do that again.
Your Honor, different jurors say different things based on the memorandums we've received.
I won't say you told your attorney or anything like that, but I will ask about that statement having been made.
Your Honor, just for the record, we believe the term merits is a term of art, just as if you asked them, was there probable cause? Again, or anything else, we're not asking you to open Pandora's box.
I hear what you say, and I will take it into account.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters, anything on your behalf?
I do not have anything further, Your Honor. We believe the term is self-explanatory.
Thank you, sir.
How are you, distant? He's like, this is not going well already.
Just so you know, Mr. Harpootman, I'll have to go to my screen to do this other, but the third question will read, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I like. All right.
Hello. Hi.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me the jury.
The jury? Did she say bring the jury? It's not a jury.
She said Brian in the jury.
Brian on jury? Okay. She means a witness, right? It's a witness who happens to be a juror.
Would it be okay to pause and tell me what's going on, or
Okay,
I don't want to break the flow.
No, it's fine. All right, so it's already a shit show.
Okay, well that's good. As long as I came in right on time.
It's already a massive shit show, and Oh, hey, Tilly, how's it going? It's only just started. Don't worry, you haven't missed much, except that Dick Harpootlian went in and said some stuff to Justice Toal about the way she questioned Juror X on Friday, and said that maybe the way that she questioned the juror wasn't complete enough, or something to that degree, and that Justice Toal just said basically back to him, too bad, suck it up. And she said, do you have a transcript from Friday? And he was like, no. And she goes, well, I do. And yeah, it was a bit of technically, was it? Technically, the jury is probably easier to call them jury. Yeah. Anyway, we can go back later, but they're about to start the first witness / juror. Harputlian's already pissed her off, basically. And
so wonderful. So he doesn't have. Why didn't he have the transcript? If you're going to accuse a judge of not doing something correctly, you should have it in black and white.
But neither did Crichton either, to be fair. So neither of them had a transcript.
All right.
So I have no clue. That mustn't have been a transcript released. She had a transcript. No one else had a transcript. So I don't know what's going on. It's, as I said, a bit of a shit show. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she won't be, it seems to me, she won't be questioned. She's just like, no, this is how it's going to be. And he said to her, you are, I'm incorrect sometimes, but I'll put it to you, Your Honor, that you are incorrect in this instance. And she's like, do you have a transcript? I have a transcript.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I'm on ESPN, the Ocho right now.
Yeah, it's full on. Well, good. Thank you for the raid, too.
Thank you for the breakdown.
I'm trying. It's full on. You can see all like the expressions of people in the background. They're all just like, oh my God, what's going on? This is full on.
Okay, is it okay for me to ask the person behind him with the nice-ish blonde hair and very pronounced cheekbones? Are we thinking
who she is?
Yeah.
I don't know. But look, can you see Joe McCullough's back? Look. It's the same thing, except
oh. Yeah. I'm thinking, like, who are all the YouTubers? That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the State versus Murdaugh jury.
You like it?
I wanted to make a few opening remarks to you before I question each of you about the matter. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. None of you, not any of you. You didn't ask to serve, but you served and did your duty. This was an unusually difficult trial because of its length. 6 weeks is almost unheard of in South Carolina as the length of a case. It was difficult because of the intense publicity and public interest in the case. It was difficult because of the complexity of testimony and exhibits in the case. And you acquitted yourself honorably. So this question today is not about anything you did wrong. Please be assured of that. I respect you and I respect your service. Today, I'm going to ask you to do something that's difficult. This case is unique. Most of the time, if there's some issue about improper conduct or contact with a juror, it comes up immediately. The judge puts questions to the juror and perhaps to the person who may have made an improper comment, and then you go on to verdict. Or sometimes it's very shortly after the verdict is rendered. And again, the judge questions the affected jurors and the supposed interference and makes a ruling right then and there on either a new trial or a mistrial. Now here, we are almost a year after your beginning of service on this case. And that makes it mighty difficult for you to do something I'm going to ask you to do, and it's this. Today, I ask you to focus your attention. What is that?
Someone peeing.
Mr. Bailiff, what is that noise?
Someone's blending their protein shake.
Is that the sound system doing that?
I believe it's the court sound system.
This is the funkiest sound system in the world, so you just have to keep up with it. I've had trouble in every case I've ever tried with the sound system. So, jurors, if something happens and the sound system goes haywire, we'll stop for a minute until it stops. Now, as I was saying, I want you to focus your attention as you answer the questions I'm going to ask you on your 6 weeks of experience as a juror in this case, and on the point in the trial where the judge charged you, and on your verdict as you rendered it on March the 2nd, 2023. That's what I want the focus to be. And then I know I'm asking a lot to have you cast yourself back into that time, but that's what the questions I'm asking are about that time and not about this time. There has been so much drama about this matter since the verdict was rendered. And my heart goes out to everyone, the lawyers and you who are in this trial, that I can't help. But I've been asked by the Supreme Court to take a look at this issue. The appeal is on pause until I do, and I've got to do my duty as I see it. And you do yours as I know you see it. So I thank you very much in advance for, again, the terrible inconvenience of calling you all back together now. But it's very essential to completing the record about this case and placing it before the appellate authorities as it needs to be. So in advance, I thank you. What I'm going to do now is dismiss you to the jury room, and one by one, I will call you, and I will refer to you by a letter that I have just assigned you that isn't your jury number and certainly isn't your name. These people in the media saw y'all all through the trial. They probably know who you are. But I'm trying to do my duty as I see it when I make your appearance here anonymous to the record. And only the clerk, the court reporter will have a sealed document by me indicating what the key means in terms of your juror number and your name. So I'm doing everything I can do about this matter. But it goes without saying that your business is your own business. You don't have to interview with a soul, not lawyers, not media, not anyone after this matter. That choice is purely yours. And I will respect that and protect that to the best I can if anything comes up afterwards. All right, let me go to the jury room.
They get to hang out together like they are still a jury and sort of chit chat.
All right, Mr. Bailiff,
Why not?
bring me Juror Z.
One other matter.
Yes,
one of the individuals sitting in the jury box called this, the next jury, liar publicly, and asked that that'd be Mr. Bland and his partner, cohort, not sit behind her or near her while she's testifying.
Okay.
Well,
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this. Keep your seat for a moment, Mr. Lockwood.
Yes,
Bland, you do the same. Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you?
There is.
Mr. Bland, will you go over and sit next to Mr. Bender, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You go sit in the corner, EB.
For the record, I have some
This is
people in the
great.
jury box. Two of them are SLED agents.
Oh my gosh,
one
does
of
he
them
have a
is the
hat
media
of
consultant.
shame? I
And
need
one
a
of
hat of
them
shame.
is
Hat of shame.
attorney for several
Oh,
of the jurors, Mr.
I'm just in
Bland.
the corner.
And that's
Face the
being
wall.
done at my direction.
All right. Out of conspiracy.
Out of conspiracy.
Yes, sir. That's fine. All right.
Conspira hat.
Bring me Juror Z.
Full on. Did you not see my Racco wigs? I need a bigger garment.
It's too good. Someone called him a liar, so he needs to go and sit in the corner, judge. My name is Eric Bland, and I'm obsessed with myself.
Juror Z, you may take the witness box after you are sworn. Step over here to the clerk and she will administer the oath.
You swear or affirm that the testimony about the case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for this.
Juror Z, I will ask you some questions, and there are no right or wrong answers. The truth is what I seek, and
But we want a fry baby.
that is the truth
So,
of what you experienced in relation to these questions at the State versus Murdaugh trial.
this is a better one. This is
You
my
rendered a
communist
verdict
Zodiac
on
hat.
March the 2nd, 2023. That verdict was read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, God.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
To watch him closely.
To watch him closely. Anything else you remember?
Sounds like she's editing in her head.
There it is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
Holy shit balls. I mean,
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Be at ease.
That's it. Dude. Game over.
Those are my questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions, further questions, and so forth? If there are, and you would like to voice them, I can ask the juror to return
the
to the
judge
jury.
is like, holy shit balls, holy shit balls, holy shit balls.
Just tell me what I need to do there.
That.
All right. So,
That's it. Game over.
Okay, now I really am tempted to put on my read it wig so I can react as the Redditors do.
I can't believe it.
We need to put some things on the record.
all right. Take the juror to the jury room, please.
The state is like, nuh-uh, she's lying right now. She's lying.
What just happened? What just happened? Jesus
a
H.
super chat.
Christ.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, in the affidavit that was given by this
Thank you,
particular
Bill.
juror, paragraph 10 said, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but I voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request an inquiry as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue.
All right.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. Mr. Rockwood.
Your Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory of, she said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit and ask you to have her read it before she's asked any other.
What I have here from Mr. Waters, for the record, Mr. Waters, what I've been handed for the record is something, affidavit of juror, now referred to as Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I want to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state. So we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Your Honor, also we would ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
it's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
Paragraph 10.
It's in the very affidavit.
She said she was influenced. She was influenced by other jurors.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask her about that. I'm gonna give her the affidavit and then I'm gonna question her about it.
And we would, for the record, indicate that we object to that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an
You're
issue.
the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you telling me I can't question about it? I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it. And that's
Well, you want me
inadmissible.
to admit it and have her examined
No, I
on it.
want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling,
Don't-
Mr. Harpootlian, we're quibbling about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about. My ruling is pursuant to your request,
They're
I
going
am
to go out
going
to
to
Denny's
allow
after
the juror
this.
to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is overruled.
For the record, I just want to note, Your Honor, just for the record,
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
in no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her
That's
examine.
for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I understand that, and that's why I want to make sure when they read this transcript, there's no confusion. I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to
Well,
let
I
the
don't see
jury.
how in the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpootlian. You could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given, but you have chosen to ask about this.
On the request.
Denied.
Your Honor, all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpootlian, I made my ruling. Please take your seat. All
You
right,
gotta
bring
win.
me
Why do you
juror
continue
Z.
to?
Get me another copy. of
It's
that.
in here.
Yeah.
It's in here.
Mhm. Yeah.
Look at him. He's happy. How could he not be happy?
Well, I mean, this is proof of what we said. And look, I don't think any of us believe that he isn't guilty of at least the financial fraudy stuff. The guy is slimy, and
He admitted to it.
but there are glaring holes in the actual unaliving case that need, and this is not the justice that I think anyone wants us, any normal thinking person wants to be related to.
Wow. Come on, non-crime. What you doing? Come on. My internet's perfect. What you doing? I'm good. Hey, McKinley. Did you see that? Were you there for that? Come on. Yeah, my internet's perfect. Everything else is running fine. It's got to be law and crime. You can blame me as much as you like, Bobby.
It's very possible. It's my addition to the case. I cock up every single electronic thing.
Since like before I got my new computer and all my brand new internet and cords and everything like that, I've been scared that it's me, but I know it's not now. It can't be. Everything's perfect. Oh, yeah. Look, when it gets to break, we will go back and see that mic drop moment. We will. We will. And I did tweet about it as well. Oh my God. David. A juror just said flat out that she was influenced and her verdict was influenced by Becky Hill. Like flat out. Like no pushing, no nothing. Just straight out in front of the court. Just done. Was your verdict influenced by Becky Hill's actions? Yes. Done. Mic drop. Boom. Boom. Just like, what? That's it.
Very good.
Over. Straight up. It was nuts.
The first paragraph, of course, is a statement that you are a juror in the case. Second paragraph says, toward the end of the trial after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury, quote, not to be fooled, unquote, by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testifies. Is that what your recollection is of that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the statement that, on reflection, you think is not correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Number 3, she also instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, quote, immediately before he testified, including, quote, look at his actions, quote, and, quote, look at his movements, quote, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Is that an accurate recitation of your view of the matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 4, paragraph 4. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson said Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. Is that an accurate statement of what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
5, the foreperson criticized the former foreperson for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury, we cannot interact with Mr. Murdaugh because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation. Is that
Holy shit balls.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hill and the foreperson had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson would go to another room for a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after these conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Is that still your recollection of the interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
9, when we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us this shouldn't take us long, quote. And if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning and were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but they were told they could not smoke until after the deliberations were complete. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the business about the smokers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 10, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that an accurate statement about your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show. Is that an accurate statement of what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some jurors decline to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Oh, Becky, it's gonna be a bad day for you.
Oh, Becky, where is she? I wonder.
How I almost got away with it. Your next book might not sell as much.
Well, like she's not going away forever, so she could still write another book. It's just going to be about her life in prison.
It'll probably be how the powerful Murdaugh has turned everyone against me.
Yeah, it'll be that behind the walls of the slammer.
Juror Z, I asked you previously, was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk of court? You answered that question, yes. In light of what you said in the affidavit, which is I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do stand by the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. All right. You may go to the jury room. And let me just explain to you what the procedure will be. I'm calling the rest of the jurors, of course, one by one. When I'm finished with that, I will bring you out as a group one more time, and then you're free to leave. You don't have to stay. Okay? Very good.
I hope
you may go to the
in
jury
your
room.
bulletproof vest.
Before this jury is excused, but after she steps out, I'd like to address
All
the court.
right. You may be excused.
What do you want to do? After she steps out. Right. I object. Damaging to her case. I believe she will be, especially after this guy came back then. Surely. If she's not, something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. I'll drop. I responded to you, Kelly. But yeah, I will.
If you want to make that use of the court's exhibit, please.
That's good. What I'm going to try to do is redact as I did in the as you did in the document that you sent me. The identifying thing redacted now.
He has an extra copy of the redacted.
Oh, good. That's great. That would be wonderful. Show it to Mr. Harpoon.
I see.
Very good. Thank you. That's the one I will give to the court reporter, but I think you can see that I asked off of it.
Funny that little pill.
This is a court's exhibit.
He was very animated at the conference.
Exhibit 3.
Not so much now.
To be clear, that does still have the juror numbers in it. It does not have the letters.
What I'd ask you to do, Elizabeth, is take off the juror numbers, just strike them through, and then where it says affidavit of juror and gives a number, just strike that out and you can put in pen Z. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Harpoon.
Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because this juror gave two statements under oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here today was Becky Hill influenced her verdict.
Yes.
The one she gave in an affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said, is that a more accurate statement? That presupposes and suggests to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and overrule the objection. All right. Mr. Bailiff? Yes, sir.
Huge news, future Mrs. Martin. The first juror of the day flat out dropped a bomb big time and said, on questioning from the judge, she said, was your verdicts influenced by actions of Ms. Hill? And she flat out said, yes. Was Ms. Hill influential of the jury? Did she say things to influence you? Juror said yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Every question she said yes, flat out. It was just like bang, 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 bang. Done.
And the jury talked about the case before they deliberated. It seems like the foreperson had private convos with Becky during the trial. They criticized the former foreperson for giving Alex Kleenex when he was on talking about the son and he was crying. Yep. I mean, that's from the affidavit, so.
Yeah. Watch his actions. Yeah, his tears aren't real.
Counsel, I have to report this to you, and I'm very, very unhappy about it, but there's nothing to do but put it on the record, and then I will proceed with questioning the rest of the jurors.
What? How?
The jurors' cell phones were not confiscated or taken from them.
Huh?
And they tuned this thing in on court TV and listened to all of what just went on.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, is anything gone right in this trial?
You may make whatever statement you like to make, and then I'm going to go on and question the jurors. I will tell you in advance, I am not going to stop the proceedings or do anything to interrupt them. I'm going to get the rest of this on the record. You might imagine that they no longer have their cell phones with them.
For real? Who's running this?
Discuss what we need to put on the record.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report things as they come to me. I will give you a couple of minutes, and then we're going to. They were late getting here. I didn't get to start on time like I wanted to. So I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you, don't take any long period of time. Court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
All right. I'm getting my judge wig on because this woman she's about to lose her shit. I can tell. She is like, who the hell gave them their cell phones? She went, how? I mean, I am glad I'm following this with you, but what in the actual... I mean, this is like if I, on a very drunk, very gummied day, made a trial.
Yeah.
This is not a great look for
this is terrible.
The state of South Carolina. Holy giblets. I'll be back in 1 second. I don't know if I'm going to be judge or I'm going to be re-edit.
Yeah. Oh, are you going to go and dress up?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be the judge, but she looks pissed. Not to mention, she sounds like a smoker, and I think she's more pissed off that the smokers... The smokers were not allowed to smoke until.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to just go back in the feed and see if I can't find where that happened. Just a minute. I don't know, just a sec. I'm just looking at where the moment happened. Oh no. Oh, when was it? It was about just after the dunce moment. Oh, yep. No, I found it. Okay, hang on. Okay, so I'm just keeping. Okay, there's us. Hey, there's us. Isn't this weird? Oh no, there we go. So let's have a look at us. Oh no, there we go. So let's have a look at us. Oh no, hang on. This is too weird. Oh, why is it doing that? Why is it doing a million of us? Oh. I forget it. What have I done? What am I doing? I just try to stress you all out.
This is ridiculous.
Good one. Damn. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do that instead. I'm sorry, everybody. Hey! That's mean. That's mean. Sorry, guys. What's going on? Okay, sorry. All right. So I was trying to show the previous feed. Hang on just a minute. Hello, Christine. I was trying to show what was going on. I was trying to show that moment, and unfortunately, I can't show it. I can't show it from our feed. I'd have to show it from the Law and Crim feed, because if I showed it if I shared screen from our thing, then I'd take us into Vortex land, and taking us into Vortex land is not a good idea, because then you'd end up in Australia, and Australia's not real, and that's bad. So I'm sorry about that. Yes, Christine. Apparently, Juror said, "Yup, Becky influenced me. That's what happened." Well, you might have ended the stream out of excitement. Yeah, Dali, that could have happened. But he would have actually, if I did have him here, he could share a separate screen, and that would be awesome. And I can't do that myself. So as you saw just now, when I tried to do that, it took us into Weirdo land. Okay, so breaking. Bailiff, is a toddler, was distracted by one of the jurors playing Bluey on their phone while the rest of them brought their cell phones in.
They didn't get the goddamn phones from them.
Yeah. How hard is it? Like, how many? Like, you had one job, really.
One job. You're a bailiff. This is the worst wig put on I've ever done. I couldn't find my actual skull cap that I usually use.
Oh, nice. Good.
When I have to actually do things, but no, she's on backwards. She's a little frazzled today, so she's going to wear her cap of incredulity.
Yep. Okay. I'm checking Discord, Dali. There's nothing there. What are you doing?
In the world.
Oh, here we go. Oh, apparently not Becky Hill has just posted something. Holy shit, I was wrong. New trial coming. Wow. What a dumb bitch.
How does the bailiff say, like, okay, you know what? How about, like, I feel like they should have, one of those TVs that you get rolled in the classroom that is set on like a nature special and everyone has to watch that and you're not allowed to have your cell phones.
Yeah.
This is I mean,
it's pretty bad.
when
Okay,
I am the voice of reason. Oh,
do
Brittany
something
is
about the
pissed.
audio in this place. Why does it just start like
Just a minute.
Sorry, Tilly. I keep forgetting to put my
Now,
Twitter
you're
up.
about to do
I'll
something
it in a
that I've
second.
already said I'm not going to allow to happen. And that is, you've got standing next to you a member of the team that represents the juror. I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian, I made a ruling early on that when Mr. McCullough was in court, when Mr. Bland was in court, that I was not
jurors,
going to
are you in chat?
allow the attorneys to participate in formulating the procedure for this hearing. But I have not, I indicated that I would not allow the lawyers for jurors to participate in this hearing. And so I'm not going to do that. I can just tell you that. And if what you want to do is by indirection tell me what the lawyers for the juror would say, I'm not going to accept that.
Your Honor, my understanding is she'd like to approach to ask if the juror can be excused.
No, not yet.
Your Honor, I actually approached,
Now, Mr. McCullough can be excused. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that.
Your Honor, I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach and talk about a security issue.
What's
All right,
very
well, if you come up here, Lord knows, I tell you what, Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong.
What security
Worst
issue?
possible time, and Murphy was an optimist.
Holy fazoli's.
Now what's happening?
Did someone send a glitter something or other to the holy fazoli's?
Like, is there a bomb threat? There's a bomb threat last time.
Probably after that testimony, someone done sent in a good old swatting is my guess.
It was Becky.
It's her wiretapping son.
Yeah, it was called
allegedly. Okay, this wig is not even staying on. I need my actual skull cap. This was terrible, but there you go. You get it. Grandma Judge is like, we are. She is just not having a good day.
Thank you for that, Lil Pill. Much appreciated. Lil Pill, I'll send you my list of links. Sorry, I should be sending you my list of links. My newest one.
Fazoli's, this is insane. I feel like I'm watching an M. Night Shyamalan movie and we're going to find out they were all dead on the island to begin with. Or was that J.J. Edward or J.J. Abrams?
I'm like just wow. What's the security issue? God. Wow. Okay. Just going to send something to Ms. Bill. Cool. Okay. Jim. How you feeling, Mr. Jim? Is Alex crying?
I mean,
do you need a box of tissues?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get into the case. Like I said, I've been really transparent. I even tried to watch Ricada, and it was just so boring with the financial stuff. I couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
But this has now become a nuclear volcano with Sharknado and Tara Reid right on top.
Look, I gotta say, I tuned out for a lot of the financial crime stuff. Like, I had it on in the background, and it was just, I was just like, the look in my eyes stuff. I giggled every time that came up, but most of it just blah, 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 blah. Crichton Waters' voice, I swear.
And if you are a juror in the chat, come on over after you're done with all of this. We would love to interview you.
Oh, please, 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 please.
I will not. I mean, Hella is normal. I fap around and wear with wigs and stuff and joke around. So
I'm normal.
Please be seated.
Well, in comparison to me, I mean,
I'll make a bobblehead of you.
Let me place upon the record two things. First of all, I have made certain now that a bailiff will be in the jury room with these jurors. Why that, I announced that many times, that is the way it was to run. Why there wasn't a juror in the jury room is something I don't know, but I have asked that be followed rigidly. I've also asked, I don't go into jury rooms, never have and never will, but I asked the bailiff to tell the jurors that they are not to discuss any testimony that any of them are giving. I asked Juror Z whether she was comfortable, because I would be glad to place her in a separate room so that she's not set upon by the rest of the jurors. She gave me a big smile and said she was perfectly comfortable. And I said, at any time you're not comfortable, you simply tell me, and I will have you placed in either my office or another jury room. So that's where I left it with Juror Z. I think she's fine, but I just wanted to make sure of that. And again, on the record, the conversation I had with her was outside the jury room. I don't go into the jury room for any reason. Very good. Mr. Bailey? Yes, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, we would ask, as jurors are brought in, we would ask that you ask them if they watched or heard anything this morning from their cell phone or other jurors about what occurred in here this morning with Juror Z. And if so, what was it?
I'm going to say, ask each one of them something about this. Whether it's exactly what you want, I don't know. But I will ask them something about this or make some direction to them about it. I'm not going to get into who shot John about what they said in that jury room today. I'm not going to do that. But I will try to, as best I can, deal with this question of of them hearing parts of the examination of Juror Z.
We're finding out.
This morning, I think you already instructed them not to discuss these matters among themselves. So if they have violated that, again, I think it's important for you to make that inquiry.
I'm going to make it as I see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right.
It seems like they've
bring me
done
Juror
violated
C.
it.
C.
Oh, I do want to see what Law and Crime is. I am sure they are imploding.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Juror C. You see the trial live stream just now. What did you see? See?
I will address you as Juror C because I've designated from your juror number at Colleton to letters of the alphabet. I'm trying to protect the anonymity of the jurors as best I can. I can't promise you with all the time that they spent seeing you all in the trial of the case that they won't figure out who is who. But on my record here, which is all I can control, I will address you as Juror C.
This is fantastic.
And before I begin, I understand that there may have been some cell phones activated in the jury room and the watching of the questioning of Juror Z. Did that take place?
I know people were on cell phones, but I'm not sure of what they were watching.
Were you on a telephone?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Very good. I don't think I have to go any further.
I was watching Blue Week.
Thank you, sir.
You don't think they were or they weren't?
You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2022. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. And the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicated that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am. I wasn't privy to any of that.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That completes my questions. You may retire to the jury room.
Yeah, ping on back.
Maybe she picked the one she knew she could influence, and she didn't go after the ones she knew.
Yeah. So I reckon the rest of them are going to be quick. And then we'll be up to Becky.
They're not creating the Enigma machine. They're just simply transposing letters for numbers.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that difficult to...
What, today, Jess? Did they separate them today? No. They just chucked them all in a room. They could just chitty-chat and hang about on their phones, apparently.
I mean, but I think the more kind of insidious part to me is that they discuss the case before...
Bring me Juror F.
It's a shit show. Juror F. Oh, imagine being Juror F. My name's Juror F. You won the lottery with that one.
Juror F, your notes were terrible. We all agree.
Bad draw on the number on the letter. Bad.
Well, I mean, she could have used like triple letters and then gone for really bad ones.
Yeah. Or double D.
I mean, I would have. This is why I'm not a judge.
I would have absolutely.
Juror Q. I generally don't like pink, but I like her jacket.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have designated the jurors by a letter, and that's how I will be addressing you this morning, and I will be addressing you as Juror F. Now, I realize that you folks were on the jury for a long time, over 6 weeks, and people may know who you are, despite my efforts to protect this record. But to the extent I can, I will protect this record and your anonymity as a juror in this record. So just wanted you to understand why I'm addressing you as Juror F. This morning, it was brought to my attention that some jurors were perhaps on their phones listening or looking at a broadcast of the questions to the first juror I examined, Juror Z. Is that something that you know anything about or experienced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your own phone?
Another juror did.
All right.
Well, another juror activated her phone.
Will what you saw and what you looked at in any way affect your testimony as you're about to give it?
No, ma'am.
Very good.
Sure, Jan. You also have a
You
boyfriend in
rendered a
Canada named
verdict
George
on
Glass.
March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court and signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript that indicates that the juror complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was your answer an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Absolutely.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Absolutely not.
Very good. That's all the questions I have.
Nothing to say, Your Honor. I'd like to discuss the matter with you before we finish with this.
You may go to your jury room and keep yourself ready. I don't know if I'm going to have any further questions, but as far as I'm concerned, the questions that I'm asking are at an end, but I need to consult with the attorneys before I can dismiss you. You may go to your jury room. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in interviewing the clerk of court for Barnwell County, who worked as an assistant to Ms. Hill during this trial, and interviewing the alternate juror who was not, wasn't needed, wasn't dismissed for any particular reason other than it wasn't needed. Both of them indicate they believe that Ms. Hill transported this juror by her personal vehicle or a bailiff's vehicle at least once during the trial. So I would ask you ask her during the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss?
All right, what's your position on that, Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, I have no objection to that.
Yes, all right. All right, bring the juror. This is Juror C, returning to the stand. The same juror. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Of course, you're still under oath. And I have this question for you. During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss? Do you recall that at all?
Could you please ask that again?
Ma'am?
Could you please ask the question again?
Sure.
Sorry.
During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court?
No, ma'am.
All right. Then I don't need to ask a second question. This will conclude your testimony. You are dismissed. I'm going to ask the jurors to stay with me until I've completed this process, and then you are free to go. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, sugar.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian's question, Juror F is court's exhibit number 4. All right. Bring in Juror L.
L as in Lima?
L as in Lima, yes. Mm-hmm.
L as in Lima. Does anyone know how many there are that have been questioned?
I think we
I
started
think it's
with
6.
Well, did
X.
I come in?
X was on Friday.
Place your left hand.
Then there was
Right hand up.
Z, and then there was.
That the testimony you're about to give in this case today, to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
But
truth.
then
so help you God.
they went to.
Thank you so much. I have redesignated each of the jurors in the record for this case. And so I will be referring to you as Juror L as in Lima. And, you know, y'all are all on this jury. If these people saw you for 6 weeks, they may know or be able to identify you, but I'm trying to, as best I can, protect your anonymity. You don't have to talk to anybody about this at all. It's purely your prerogative.
Good question, Justin. I think she only needs one. Okay, little Bill, have a look.
Oh, yeah. Juror L, before you came to testify and were sworn, you were in the jury room with the other jurors. I understand that some may have looked at their cell phones and looked at pictures of the proceedings as they involved the first juror who was examined. Did you see any of that?
People had their phones out, yes, ma'am.
Did you look at any of it?
No, ma'am.
All right. and I don't need to ask you anything further about that. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was then individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, Madam Justice, yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, Justice. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Very good. Juror L, thank you, and you are dismissed. I will send word back by the bailiff if there are any further questions. I always ask the lawyers that before I dismiss the juror completely and go to the next one. Please know that I will keep you in case there's anything I need to have the whole jury for at the end of this proceeding. Then you're free to go, and you don't have to speak to a soul about any of this. Thank you, sir.
Bet you will. They'll chat amongst themselves.
Yeah, I see a lot of books coming.
Yeah, books.
Anything further,
Nothing from
Mr.
the state, Your Honor.
Nothing to the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. Mr. Bailiff,
He can lead as much as he wants.
bring me Juror E.
You as in Edward?
Yes.
Juror E.
Maybe this is the one that really has their phone. It's going to be interesting when everyone says, yeah, someone had their phone out. And everyone's like, yeah, someone did. And we get to it and no one claims their phone was out.
Mm-hmm. I'm so confused after that. I can't keep track of who they are
The
now.
whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
No, Juror X was Friday, wasn't it?
Sir, I will be addressing you as Juror E this morning. I've designated the jurors by letter. I realize that you sat on this jury in Colleton County for a lengthy period of time, 6 weeks or better, and people may know who you are. But to the extent I can make this record that protects your anonymity, I am doing that. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter after you're finished, and your service will be complete, as I'm sure you thought it would be when you rendered your verdict. I have these questions. You rendered a verdict. Oh, yes. It was brought to my attention that cell phones of the jurors were accessed in the jury room for a time, and that some were able to examine the broadcast of the testimony of the first juror called Juror Z. Was your cell phone one of those activated to look at the proceedings?
No, ma'am.
Did you look at the proceedings on any other cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you rendered your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The jury then said, The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
It was.
Was your verdict based entirely upon the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. You may go to the jury room. I always consult with the lawyers to see if there are any further questions. If there are not, please stay with the jury until I dismiss all of you. I'm hoping that won't be too much longer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Old Nine. You're so good at keeping track of these
All
things.
right. Anything from the state? And from the defendant? Very good. Bring me juror P as in Paul.
Okay, now we're up to P. Oh, Paw. Not Paw. That's been insensitive, Judge. He's gonna cry. Not Paw.
So other than the one juror who has claimed that Becky did influence her, have any other jurors gone with that claim?
No.
Okay.
We only have one. Now, that's the question. Does one count? Does one count?
You swear affirm
I
the testimony
suppose.
about
I don't see why it wouldn't.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Because it would have been a mistrial. It would have been a hung jury, right?
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will be addressing you as juror P as in Paul. I've tried to redesignate the jurors without their number and, of course, without their name.
Why they said
Now, I
yes?
realize you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton, and many people may know who you are anyway. But to the extent that I can make this record such that it protects your anonymity, I'm going to do that.
Yes,
And you certainly are not obligated to
Yeah.
talk with one soul
11
about
ones,
this
yeah.
matter after your testimony is complete. Juror E, I understand that before I began to receive your testimony, that at the beginning when Juror Z was being examined,
Yeah.
that some jurors may have had cell phones and accessed the proceedings. Did you have your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you examine any cell phone broadcasts?
There was a couple people, but I have no clue what they were viewing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did any of this activity by other people in viewing this material have any impact on you in terms of your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
It was.
Did you hear Becky Hill, clerk of court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
Oh.
It was the day that Mr. Murdaugh was taking the stand.
Yes, sir.
And she made a comment about watch his body language.
About watch
his body language.
His body language, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else?
That's all I can recall.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
All right. That completes my questions, Juror E. Or
P.
P. Juror P.
No.
You may go to your jury room. You are free to refuse to discuss this with anybody. That's your prerogative. You're not required to talk about this anymore. That's your business. I've tried to do the best I could to confine this thing, but I appreciate your service. Thank you, sir, and you may go to your jury room.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions by the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, by the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring me Juror O. O.
There you go. I did it for you. There, Tilly.
I mean, am I missing something?
Just stand right there and face the clerk. Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to your truth?
I have a bad feeling. I think she's going to still let it stand.
Yeah, I mean, you do have competing interest of the money
Good morning,
that's
Juror
already been
O.
spent.
I have designated the jurors by letter in this record so as to try to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court in Carlton County, and many may know your identity. But to the extent I can, with the record of this matter, I'm trying to preserve your identity from any disclosure in this court. Juror O, I understand that several jurors may have activated their cell phone during the testimony of the first juror and looked at the proceedings. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your cell phone?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you watch any of the other cell phones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Very good.
I recognize
You
his
rendered a
voice.
verdict on March the 2nd, 2023.
Anyone
The
recognize his
verdict
voice?
was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Yeah, that's him.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That concludes my questions. You may return to your jury room. I ask that you stay until I've completed the questioning of the jurors. You don't have to talk to a soul about this matter. It's purely your prerogative. And if you have any difficulties in that matter, let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
You are excused.
Mr.
Very quickly, I think question 2. I don't know that we did question 2.
Resume your seat. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Very good. You're excused. Thank you, Mr. Warder. All right, bring me Juror Y.
No further question, Your Honor.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. All right, nothing further, Ms. Waters. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I will be addressing you as Juror Y. I've tried to re-identify the jurors so as to preserve your anonymity in this record. Now, I know that you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court, and many
Nice to
have
have
seen
you
you.
here.
They may know who you are. But as to the extent I can preserve your anonymity in the record of this case, I have tried to do so. You are completely free not to talk to a soul about this matter. That's always your prerogative. I understand that before you came out here, when the first juror to be examined was being examined, that some jurors may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that some cell phones might have been activated?
I was aware after that.
All right, so did you hear anything about the examination of the first juror?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Not to me, ma'am.
Did you hear her make a comment to anybody else?
Not that I'm aware, ma'am.
All right, so you don't remember any details of any conversation?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. I'm going to excuse you. Stay together with the other jurors until I've completed my examination, and then you will be free to go. Thank you so much. Anything further from the state? From the defense,
Your Honor.
Very good. Bring me Juror W.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the
Juror
truth, the whole
W.
truth, and nothing
What
but
did
the
Juror
truth, so
X
help you God?
say?
Thank you.
Hang on a minute. Let me just look through my list. Okay. I heard Juror X, that's Friday,
Good morning.
said that
I'll
she did it
address
for
you
us.
as Juror W. I have redesignated by letter
I heard the
the
actual
identities of the
testimony. It hasn't been
jurors
given to me.
as I question them today.
And I've been streaming all day.
And, you know, you sat on this jury for 6 long weeks.
They were Friday,
And I'm
yeah.
sure
That's
that those who were there in the trial for a long period of time may know who you are.
Is it you,
I'm just
Justin?
doing the very best I
You've
can
heard-
to make
you've heard
your
this already?
participation in this matter anonymous, and I will preserve that anonymity. You are free to not talk to one single soul about this if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that when the first juror was being questioned,
Where'd you
some
find that out?
members of the jury, as you were back in the jury room, may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am. I left my phone in the car.
And did you hear any information coming from anybody else's cell phones about that examination?
I did.
All right. Does that have any impact on the testimony you are going to give today?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Very good. That is the end of my questions, Madam Juror. You may go to the jury room, stay with the jury until I've completed the questioning, and then you're free to go, and you're free not to say anything you don't want to say. And if anybody upsets you or bothers you in any way about that, you just let the court know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any further questions from the state? Any further questions?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. All right. Bring me Juror Q.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you swear or affirm that
This,
the
that was
testimony
juror.
you're about to
Hang
give
on,
is
I've got a
the
list.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Juror Q. No, we've had XZCFLEPOYQ.
Good morning. I will be referring to you as Juror Q. I have redesignated every one of the jurors by a letter. And in that way, I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings. Now, I realize that you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton County. And some folk may know who you are, but I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings as best I can. You don't have to speak to a soul about these proceedings after you have completed your testimony. That's purely up to you. And if anybody hassles you about anything, the court stands ready to assist. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied.
What?
The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
About your verdict at the time?
Yes.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communication by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. You may be excused, and if you would just stay in the jury room till we've completed examination of all the jurors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, very briefly, I know we were doing the cell phone inquiry
Yes.
with various jurors.
Yes.
I don't know if you wanted to have that with this particular juror as well.
Sure. I understand that before I began questioning you or the other jurors, on the questioning of the first jurors, some jurors in the assembly room may have activated their cell phones. Were you one of the jurors that activated your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was anything that you heard at that time something that has any influence or effect on the testimony you now give under oath?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Anything further? You may go to the jury room.
We have the winner. Sorry, it was the
For
same
the
one.
state.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring me juror K.
Okay. Like bingo.
It's going to be real funny when we get to all of them and no one had a cell phone, but they all heard one.
What cell phone?
I mean, I heard tell of them. What are these cell phones? The cellular phone?
Can we just check I've got these letters right? So it's X, Z, C, F, L, E, P, O, Y, Q, and then K. Now it's K.
Oh. All right, that must have been when I was taking Fry for a potty break. Q
Good morning.
confessed.
I will be addressing you as Juror K. I redesignated each of you jurors and gave you a letter for purposes of this hearing. I'm trying to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat for 6 long weeks on this case in Colleton County, and many folk may know who you are. But on the record of this matter, as best I can, I'm trying to preserve your anonymity. Please know that you don't have to answer anybody's questions about this matter in any way, shape, or form, purely up to you. And if anything is done that you feel is harassment,
it's W after Y and
makes you
before Q.
uncomfortable,
Line, would you mind just writing it all out?
Try to do as best I can to help in that situation.
It's like Scrabble.
All right. I understand that during the testimony of the first juror, some opened their cell phones in the jury room, in our jury assembly room here. Were you one who opened her cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you listen to or watch the broadcast of that first juror's examination?
We were on Facebook.
Ma'am?
I was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook, and you watched it?
No, we closed it.
All right. Did anything that you heard in that Facebook cell phone access
wow, Dana,
impact or influence your testimony in this matter in any way?
No.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That completes my questions. I'll let you go to the jury room now. I'll then ask the attorneys whether there are any further questions. If there are not, please just stay in the jury assembly room until I give you the word that you are all to come out one more time, and I dismiss you. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow, 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 wow. Hey, future Mrs. Martin, do you know where Sean is? Is he streaming or is he around? I would love
State.
get his take on this.
Nothing for the bench, Your Honor.
Very good. This then completes the questioning of the jurors. I will ask the jurors to come into the open courtroom again, thank them, and dismiss them. Anything further before I do that?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Oh, he's in court.
Dang real life getting in the way of streaming?
Dang real life. Dang it.
Your Honor, I would move for the record that I be able to question Juror Z to follow up on what I believe the court is confused about.
Juror Z.
Very good. I deny the request.
Denied.
Any further? All right, bring me the jury.
Damn it for grown-up jobs.
I know. How dare they?
Grown-up jobs and other streams and trials. All the lawyers are streaming other things. Even Bronco's busy.
What
I know, right?
is there?
Bronco's doing work.
Oh, Well, I mean, let's keep people out of prison too. I mean,
Yeah, I know, right?
That's important.
Oh, where's McKinley? I should have sent McKinley a
Yeah,
link.
how did I forget? I'm a terrible person. I should have remembered.
Hang on. Should I have sent McKinley a link? Did I not send McKinley a link? I feel so terrible if I haven't sent McKinley a link. Where is she?
Jury seated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes
she's on
the court's examination of the jurors in this matter. I can only deeply apologize to you for having to inconvenience you so long after the trial of this case to come here, and I very much appreciate your candor. There are no right or wrong answers to the questions I asked you, but I think each of you, to the best of your ability, answered the questions, and I am deeply grateful for that, as is the state of South Carolina. As
She's only got 1,000 times more people.
You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative. If there's any difficulty you encounter about this hearing that I can help with, please contact the court.
I wouldn't want to be in a 24,000 person chat.
You're dismissed this time. You may go. Thank you for your service. Excuse the jurors.
Yeah, Danny is covering, yeah. Love Danny. Love Danny. Okay, I'm just gonna message McKinley.
All right, Mr. Waters, is the clerk of court available?
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding she is, and state's prepared to call her when court is ready.
All right.
But I believe she's at a location. Mr. Lewis is here just a block or two away. So if we take a brief recess, we'd be prepared to present her after that.
Well, I will entertain going on and taking an early lunch break. I don't know how long Ms. Hill's testimony is going to take, but if that might be a better thing than hanging around here, I think that's what I would prefer to do. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I need sustenance.
Okay. Well, good. I think I will join you in that. What I will do is I will recess court until
Yay, Justin.
1:15. Please return at 1:15.
Oh, distance. Wow.
My worry is, though, that it was only one juror and partially another juror. And are they going to say, okay, well, that juror was influenced or something like that?
What do you mean? Well, she already said she was influenced.
Well, what I mean, are they going to say that the defense pulled some shenanigans, and how can you make, I
have something to show you.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. This bothers me a lot. And I'll bring it up. Hang on. You keep talking. It's fine. I'll have to bring it up.
Okay. Well, just not being as keyed into this case, I do worry that they're going to take this and say, yeah, but. Because, there's always that, yeah, but. We find that, in light of all the facts, despite of that, he's still got, sort of an okay case. I have a feeling that's kind of how it's going to go.
Yeah. Okay. So the other day, there's a hot mic and Justice Toal said something and it was really concerning, actually. Someone caught it. And I'm just going to share it with you now.
High-speed chases.
We gotta take this.
Unruly suspects.
I will kill that motherfucker.
Chase me? No. Do it. Stay in the blue box.
I like it kinky.
Dramatic.
What is that?
Did Sal pick
Okay.
the stinger?
That was Court TV going into that strange thing. A law and crime going into that strange commercial break. Weird. Okay.
Law and Crime was like, well, we've got an hour and a half. Would you like to see women trying to show their boobs?
We'll show you that instead. Okay, good thing I was about to go into something else. All right, good. Okay, so yeah, I pulled that off the screen and I'll show you this instead. Okay, so wow. Okay. That came out of nowhere, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, well, boob. Well, I thought that was maybe the mic thing. I thought it was maybe a crazy moment in court, so I didn't know if.
Yeah, and also, we're not supposed to show gun handling, are we? That's I could get
Law and
myself
Crime
heated.
and well, authoritative sources can get away with a lot of junk, apparently.
Yeah.
That we lesser mortals can't.
They can't. I believe that's true. I believe that's true. Okay. I mean, one juror can cause 100. Listen, Christy Ree. Yeah, and that's why. I mean, we'll talk about that more in a minute. But first, I want to show you something that was said by Justice Toal on Friday that was caught by someone in the courtroom. Watch it. Listen to this. Listen to this. Tell me if you can hear this okay first. Also, I'll have to play it a couple of times probably.
Great comfort of knowing that I am simply a trial judge in this matter, and others will evaluate these matters on appeal as it should be. Great comfort of knowing that I am simply a trial judge in this matter, and others will evaluate these matters on appeal
as it should be. She said, I take great comfort in knowing that I am simply the trial judge in this matter, and others will hang on. Wait.
Great comfort of knowing that I am simply the trial judge in this matter. Others will evaluate
matters on appeal as it should be. As far that, okay, she is.
You should.
She is talking about it going to appeal.
As a non-lawyer, legally lawful law person, I thought she was the decider in chief. I could be wrong about that.
Yes.
But that's what I thought we were all agreeing to when, you are a judge.
Yeah, kicking that down the road like a champ. Exactly. So that's been causing a bit of a stir since that was released on the Twitters. Here, and I'll show you. Here, Judge Toal tells us she's going to deny the motion for the retrial. That's Erin on Twitter, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind me putting that up there. She puts a lot of stuff up there. Who did you guys see that? She mentioned Will, folks there. Rosie, she tagged you. So I reposted that today. What Justice Toal said she today, as in you guys yesterday, said she takes comfort in knowing she's only the trial judge and this will be evaluated on appeal. What's the point of all this? So what's this? She may have been talking about some other issues that are going to be appealed. There's a ton of them. I'd like more context. Yeah. Okay, and it might have been taken out of context. You're right, Old Line. It's possible. but yeah, I mean, considering the fact that what we know now, also, like if it's true that Juror X from Friday also said that that she was influenced by Becky. It doesn't look very good. I mean, I don't know.
No, it really. I mean, I guess the influence is one thing, but again, you've got several, or at least one juror that says that they talked about it during the case. So regardless of whether they find, the Baxter did anything, you still have a jury that apparently it's just kind of doing their own thing. I mean, they were playing with their phones now. I assume after 6 weeks of being a daggone jury, you're going to know that when you're in your little jury seclusion room, you are not supposed to do this.
You would think so. I mean, they know what to do. It was a year ago. It wasn't 20 years ago. And these guys have been talking amongst themselves. Like, they've had a group chat going. They've known that this is going on. Like, also, this whole thing about with the judge saying you've done nothing wrong. Well, I mean, if they have actually, I mean, I get it that they did their civic duty by being there and giving up so much time of their lives. But if they did put forth a verdict that was tainted, I like that word, tainted, and then decided later that it, and then put an affidavit forward that stated that she did influence them, and then go back on it. That's not okay. You have to stick by your word. So you need to tell the truth. You need to get up here and tell the truth. So
I would think so. I would think that, again, it also goes, she didn't ask any other jurors, hey, did you guys talk about this during the case? I mean, I would think that would be something that would be very, very no. I mean, how many times do we have to sit through at the end of the day? Y'all don't talk about this. I mean, even at lunchtime, you guys don't talk about this. Talk about, not dying of food poisoning at the cafeteria.
The answer is no, just the one person.
Sorry, sister, come.
Oh, I was going to see what the talking head. She seems like she's firmly on Becky's side.
I'll bring it in a second. It just was so loud.
Kris Kardashian has really gotten old. That's a lot of rouge.
All right, we'll have a look at what they're saying. It just was so loud in my ear. I was like, oh, whoops, sorry.
Don't worry, sir. You are Knuff. And I will be doing the Drunken Barbie review. Look, that movie was a lot.
I just wonder, can we see the moment? Can we go back and see the moment? When was it? It was early.
Yeah.
It was early. Oh, no, that's when these shackles were coming off. And then there was the moment that Eric got put in the corner. Hang on, I'm not gonna put it on full blast.
Freiberg, you do not need lip gloss. Stop stealing stuff. He went through an entire box of tampons. He found them in new ones, but he chewed all of them.
I'm bronzed. How's it going? Hey, you're up in the middle of the night. Oh, you've missed so much. I'm bronzed. Oh my God. Hang on. I'm just about to show you the best bit. La 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 la. Scrolling. Just trying to find it. Me. Chitty chatting. Where's my sound? Why is that no sound? You guys can't hear any sound, right? I can't hear any sound.
Yes,
Oh, that
yeah,
was that.
That's where the
Exchange.
Oh yeah, chitty chatting talk.
Indicating what the.
Okay, so it was. Okay, so they had a little argument. Is that when he told him to go over there? They're great mates. Look at him. Sandy Smith is in the courtroom. A bit of a joke around. I might just put a little banner up to say that we're just doing some recapping at the moment through lunch.
Toward the end of the trial, after the President's Day break, but by defense wants us to do.
This is not it. Oh, hang on.
He should say, and we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and overrule the objection.
You should. This is so great.
All right.
Dina, this is so great.
Mr. Bailiff? Yes, sir.
Where's the thing when she told Eric Bland to go in the corner? I want that bit. After that, isn't it?
We should have. So Shizzy was showing me, and somewhere there's a magical button where you can click it and you can mark things. I'll have to rewatch the video, but you can click it.
You mean the transcript?
No, like when you're doing a video, you can click it to mark it for yourself to know that there's something important there.
Yeah, the other little markers. Yeah. When you're live streaming, it's pretty hard to remember to do that. But,
I need to rewatch the video.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. And let me try again. Oh, there we go.
Your Honor, I actually approached.
Now, Mr. McCullough can be excused. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly, and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that.
Your Honor, I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach to talk about a security issue.
Oh, that's right, the security issue.
Lord knows, I tell you what, Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong. Worst possible time, and Murphy was an optimist.
Okay, so no, it wasn't that. I think we missed the thing with Eric Bland. Oh, no, it might be this.
Hearing parts of the examination of Juror Z.
Your Honor, this morning I think you already instructed them not to discuss these matters among themselves. So if they have violated that, again, I think it's important for you to make that inquiry.
I'm going to make it as I see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Bring me Juror C.
Here we go.
C.
C is the one? Yes, C is the one. Okay, let's watch this again, guys. All right, I'm putting a banner up.
You are ridiculous.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I will address you as Juror C because I've designated from your juror number at Colleton to letters of the alphabet. I am trying to protect the anonymity of the jurors as best I can. I can't promise you with all the time that they spent seeing you all in the trial of the case that they won't figure out who is who. But on my record here, which is all I can control, I will address you as Juror C.
Yes, ma'am.
And before I begin, I understand that there may have been some cell phones activated in the jury room and the watching of the questioning of Juror Z. Did that take place?
Hang on a minute.
I know
This is
people were on
after.
cell phones, but I'm not sure of what they were
That's
watching.
not it.
Were you on a telephone?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Very good. I don't think I have to go any further then. Thank you.
Idiot.
Sir, you are getting all of the attention. Stop with the face.
I will ask you some questions.
Okay.
And there are no right or wrong answers.
Did I just go straight to the right point?
The truth is what I see.
That was lucky.
And that is the truth of what you experienced in relation to these questions at the State versus Murdaugh trial.
Not the mic, dingus.
You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. That verdict was read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
To watch him closely.
To watch him closely. Anything else you remember?
There is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Please.
All right.
Yes.
Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Be at ease.
It is.
Those are my questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions, further questions, and so forth? If there are, and you would like to voice them, I can ask the juror to retire to the jury room. Just tell me whether I need to do that. All right, sir.
Your Honor, we need to put some things on the record.
All right. Take the juror to the jury room, please.
The juror to the jury room, please. All right, let's have a little of a look around the courtroom. Let's see what's going on with facial expressions and stuff. Can we? Let's see.
Yeah.
Crichton's pretending to be not caring. He doesn't care. He's fine. He's cool.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, he's just it's cool. It's
Your Honor, in the affidavit that was given by this particular.
Hang on. Yeah, and like Waters is just like, fuck you.
Juror, paragraph 10 said, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but I voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request an inquiry as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your
Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory of, she said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit and ask you to have her read it before she's asked any other.
What I have here from Mr. Waters, for the record, Mr. Waters, what I've been handed for the record is something, affidavit of juror, now referred to as Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I want to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state, so we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Your Honor, also,
it will be done.
Ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides Upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
It's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
paragraph 10,
It's in the very affidavit.
she said she was influenced. She was influenced by other jurors.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask her about that. I'm gonna give her the affidavit and then I'm gonna question her about it.
Yes, she
We
is.
would, for the record, indicate
What's
that
this
we
picture
object to
reading?
that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an
You're
issue.
the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you telling me I can't question about it? I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it. And that's
Well, you want me
inadmissible.
to admit it and have her examined
No, I
on it.
want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling, Mr. Harper, we're quibbling about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about. My ruling is pursuant to your request, I am going to allow the juror to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is overruled.
For the record, I just want to note, Your Honor, just for the record,
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
in no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her examine.
That's for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I understand that, and that's why I want to make sure when they read this transcript, there's no confusion. I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to
Well,
let
I
the
don't
jury
see how in the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpootlian. And you could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given, but you have chosen to ask about this.
Wrong request.
Denied.
Denied.
Your Honor, all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpootlian, I made my ruling. Please take your seat.
Oh.
You go sit back
Bring
down.
me Juror Z.
Yeah.
Get me another copy.
It's in here.
Yeah.
It's in here.
Yeah.
Please go take your seat.
She just doesn't like. Well, I was going to finish that sentence, but I don't.
Classic. Please go take your seat. Look, he's like, okay, yes, Mom. Hey, Fed.
Hello, Fed and Mass.
Hey, Fed. Guys, you're here at a good time because you know what? We're watching the best bits for the morning. Hey, Bill. Hello. So yeah, we're watching the best bits from the morning, and oh, things have happened. Oh my God. Stuff has happened. Which bit do we need to clip? Becky's box is going to be examined soon. Like she's going to be on after the break. We're on break right now.
Yeah, they're trying to find her. She was somewhere in the general vicinity.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Hang
Oh
on,
my God, look at the Fox News hair on that. Go back and it like 2 seconds. But there was some teased hair. I love my inability. The woman with the blonde hair in the second upinated, holy crap, the teasing and Aquanet that went into that.
Where?
Okay, when they
hang
pan
on,
up that blonde helmet thing.
Should I pause it here?
No, so it's a little bit further. I love that.
Back?
Go further. It's going to go further forward. It's going to pan over to the audience, and then she's up at the second row. I'm pointing like you can see. In the middle, blonde.
Hang on.
The amount of Aquanet and teasing it takes to get a blonde helmet like that, you have no
Impressive.
idea.
Yes.
That is Fox News
right
hair.
in the middle back. Yep.
Grand Old Opry. I feel bad for anyone who's behind her.
Wow. Okay. Yes, that's
I love
true.
my inability to pay attention to anything, but I can notice these things. Welcome to Mo Watches Trials.
That's Mo Watches Trials. Oh, McKinley's going to be on in a minute. Sweet. Okay. We have a lot of catching up to do for people who are just arriving. No, it's fine. And it can actually, guys, could you just keep an eye on the live stream to make sure that we don't, I've got so many tabs open. I'll keep an eye on it in another stream, in another tab somewhere. I've just got so much stuff happening here. But yeah. Okay, so basically we're watching the best bits, but just to keep everyone up to date, does Phil not have a link? Phil needs a link. If you could send him a link, please.
Okay.
darling.
Yes.
Yeah. If Phil wants to, if you've got time, Phil. But oh my God, so much has happened. So much has happened. Eric Bland got put in a corner. That was great. That was an excellent moment. Love that. In fact, we're going to watch that shortly. And also the juror that said, for sure, without a doubt, with no prompting whatsoever, didn't need any assistance like from counsel, that Becky Hill absolutely did influence her testimony, not her testimony, her verdict, and that Becky Hill said words to her like watch his body language, and what was the other thing, Mo?
Watch his body language. He's going to use emotion, I think. They're going to try to manipulate you. It was a lot of that, but it was also that they admonished the other foreperson for giving Alex Kleenexes when he was crying about his son being unalived. And according to the one witness who said that she was influenced, the new foreperson had daily almost meetings with Becky to discuss things. And the jury talked about the trial prior to being given leave to talk about the trial. So it was a daily, confab, if you will. Yeah. Now, this is all from one juror. The rest of the jury hasn't really corroborated this.
Corroborated it. Yes, indeed. Okay, so I'm just going to make a note of this. At what my screen says is negative 2.09. I'm just going to write a note of that. Billhammer, Ammo, and Amos. We said holy fuck walls. Yes, that's right.
I said holy shit walls. I tried to be pretty okay. Well, I didn't want to nuke her channel, and then I was like, oh crap, I said it again. Why are you saying it?
Yep. Okay, so at that point, that's when that starts. Now, someone told me when Eric got kicked to the side. What time was that? It was at because my screen shows the negative times. It doesn't show the plus times. So it should be okay. I said negative 3.21 at the moment. So if I think about that, that is.
I'm keeping the live screen on my on my phone, and they keep showing flashbacks. So I'm like, oh, they're back, and I'm like, no, it's a flashback and then talking heads.
Yeah, it's so hard to work out. So I don't know how you guys are working out what 1 hour into it is when it's live. Anyway, I'm trying to find where Eric got kicked to the side. So, oh, it might be here.
Ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian, do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's
this was fun too.
Using that term, and you now say
Ms. Becky Hill.
All right.
This was fun stuff too.
All right, the jurors are in place in the jury room, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Bring me the jurors. Sure. Hold for a minute.
Hang on.
Yes,
yeah, this was.
Your
okay,
Honor,
cool.
You have a list of questions you distributed to us.
Yes, sir.
This is where Dick annoyed her right from start.
Or
X. I knew it was one of those
Yeah.
last letters. Juror X. The third question, you say, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comments about the merits of this case before your verdict?
Yes, sir.
And clearly the juror didn't understand what the word merits meant.
I disagree with that, but you may make your record about that. I think the juror understood what was being asked. And frankly, in some of the materials that we've exchanged back and forth about questions, you yourself have used the word merit. So I don't think she was confused.
Well, Your Honor, occasionally I make a mistake. I think in this case, perhaps you've made a mistake. And if you would just respectfully use the words, did make any comment about the case before your verdict, just leaves out their judgment about merits. They don't know if merits is a legal word.
Thank you, Luke.
I will take what you say into account, but I have already examined one juror using that term, and you now say that that term confused the juror. You have that on the record, and certainly would be able to argue that to any of the appellate courts that review what I do here. But my intention is to use the language that I used with the juror I've already interviewed.
But Your Honor, you went and did a follow-up question, our request, which elaborated on what that meant. And certainly after you asked that question, we think that clarified it, and you could use merits or anything else about the case and deal with both issues. I just think it's going to require us, based on statements that these jurors have given to SWED, to ask very specific questions.
I understand what you're asking. Let me ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian. Do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's proceedings?
I don't think so.
State, do you all happen to have a transcript of Friday's proceedings?
Your Honor, we're looking right now.
Belay that. I've got a copy. Let me look at it for a minute to see what I did in clarification. And so just pause for a minute. Let me look at that.
I suppose you made a fair point. Just she's very, very bossy.
Well, if you go in knowing she's not a judge that likes to be questioned, and he just did that, I mean, you're kind of no. The answer is no.
The answer is no. Yeah, I think she did say ungovernable. I think she did say belay that. What's that mean? I need to look up that word.
Well,
she was like on a Navy ship. Yeah, maybe she is like has a military background or something. I don't know.
Belie that? I've never heard belay that.
Oh, B. Arthur. That's who she reminds me of. Dorothy.
She's Dorothy.
She's Dorothy.
She is.
Oh my God.
We're changing everything to Golden Girls. You realize this?
Oh, I'm so gonna get Golden Girls memes out.
I look at this transcript, and the only thing I know.
Wait, there's.
No.
Okay. All right. I said this. I asked the attorneys for any further commentary about the questions I asked, and I have been asked to ask one more question, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you a memorandum by the state to counsel for the defense, and then ask you about it. All right? And then here's what I read. Per Chief Attorney Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an epic day, close quote. And that there was some statement that it was rare for a defendant to testify. And then I said, Juror X, can you verify that what I've read is something you heard and told your attorney? And she says, yes, ma'am. Very good. Did these statements have any impact on your verdict? No, ma'am. Very good. I will ask that question. I didn't change Well, I've read you what I asked. I will be glad to do that again.
Your Honor, different jurors say different things based on the memorandums we've received.
I won't say you told your attorney or anything like that, but I will ask about that statement having been made.
Your Honor, just for the record, we believe the term merits is a term of art, just as if you asked them was there probable cause.
Hey.
Again, if or anything else, we're not
Hey,
asking you to open Pandora's box.
I hear what you say, and I will take it into account.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You came to the right place for watching the
Waters, anything on your behalf?
And welcome.
Further, Your Honor, we believe the term is self-explanatory.
Thanks, sir.
Have you been keeping up with the Murdaugh stuff, Restless Mom? Hey, Toodley. Good to see you. It's been nuts.
You know, Mr. Harpootman, I'll have to go to my screen to do this other, but the third question will read, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I'll ask. All right. All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me the jury.
Oh. Hey. Hello.
Hi.
Mate, do you know what's been going on?
Well, no, I saw some of it while I was in my car on the way back from court, and then I got on with Dave for a minute, and so I missed like everything after. I saw that one juror say that I saw the first juror, or I heard the first juror testify, and then after that, and I heard about the telephones, and that was it. So I missed everything else.
Okay, cool. Well, you're lucky because we're watching some of the amazing bits from this morning. And thank you, David. Hi, how are you? How's Crumbly's going? And thank you for giving a shout out during lunch. Yeah, Becky will be on the stand after lunch. They're on lunch break right now.
Oh, really?
And yep,
good.
Yep, the jurors are all done. So she powered through them. Justice Toal just like boom, 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 straight through them. And apparently, and we haven't heard any of the testimony from Friday yet, but apparently Court TV has released it. And apparently the juror on Friday said that she was influenced. And so now we've got two.
What?
Yep.
Are we sure about this?
Well, apparently. But we've got two. We've got at least one that we know of. Definitely, we heard it for ourselves with our own ears this morning. And I can play you that. In fact, I'm going to play it again in a minute.
Oh yeah, I definitely heard that one, and I was like, "Oh damn!"
No, she didn't.
And then Justice Toal definitely tried to walk it back for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it was sealed, done. Hey, Sean, how's it going? Becky, fucking all up. Absolutely. Oh, you're in court. You're in court, Sean. I wish you were here. Oh my God. Oh, here's the thing. We're all sitting here wondering, what's the deal now? Now I've got some lawyers in chat and I've got you here, McKinley. What is the deal now? Right? Like we have at least one that we know of who has said that they are definitely influenced by Becky's testimony, by her words, by her actions.
But then I did also hear where she had the juror read the affidavit and then say, is this a more accurate statement, what you wrote in the affidavit about being influenced by the other jurors over being influenced by Becky Hill, is the way that I took that. Like, that's what she was trying to get from that. And so to me, that was her trying to still weasel out of having to grant a new trial. And so I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think absolutely he should be granted a new trial, but it should be interesting to see what happens.
One of the jurors, or at least that juror's admission that they were talking about the case prior to being given leave to, deliberate. So that she said she made claims that on the daily they were discussing the case and that Becky was taking the new foreperson. Now, this wasn't corroborated by any other juror, but it also wasn't asked by this judge. Statements that she made in the affidavit were not kind of investigated by this judge. She stuck to the kind of script. But if this juror does say that they were discussing the case prior to being given leave and all this other stuff, doesn't that still give them an avenue regardless of the Baxter?
Not on these allegations, because the allegations here are not that they were discussing the trial ahead of time. I think that the grounds that they alleged in their motion were regarding Becky Hill. So they should have said that in their motion if they wanted to get a new trial based on that.
Was just grounds for general jury shenanigans, or if that was something they had a new motion for and a whole new.
And I don't know that they would be able to do a new motion because, if you remember, that has to be raised like within a certain amount of time after, right? So after they've become aware of it, and like clearly we know they're aware of it because it was in that motion from like August or something, right? So
I don't see how they can. How can she get how can Justice Toal not grant a retrial at this point? I don't get it.
Because Justice Toal gets to make decisions.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
But
that's the only reason.
One of them would have been a hung jury. One juror would have been a hung jury if she would have made a different verdict, if not for Becky Hill and her influence, as she has just made that statement in court under oath right now, then that means that there would have been a hung jury and therefore there needs to be a retrial. Is that not what's just happened? Ooh, hang on. We have a new court feed. How can we be back already?
Yeah, that's what I thought Old Line read.
Oh, no.
I was about to say.
Yeah, they're just walking. They're walking in, but they're going back between things. We can keep talking.
Oh, okay.
Wow. She may be influenced by both. Judge Transma is a moron.
Yeah, I agree with that, Sean. I mean, maybe I agree with the part that influenced by both, clearly.
Well, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
It doesn't
ridiculous
have to be...
that she even re-questioned her on that. I mean, this judge is very frustrating to me. I almost feel like I need to take some like blood pressure medication, but I actually don't have any because, I've not been diagnosed with an issue, but I can tell you I'm going to have one today.
Okay. Sean, please abandon court and go in. She's like, excuse me, I have to jump.
Right.
Like Spider-Man. It's cool. So nice of you to be in chat, Sean, and giving your opinion.
Hey, it's Lori.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Lori. How's it going, Lori?
That's not who we wanted to see.
No, but I do like her wig.
And Dina has a mod wrench as well.
How can you tell that's a wig?
How can we tell what's a wig?
That lady's hair.
I'm
this one
guesstimating, but just the lay of it a little bit, and
really,
you can see the little lace kind of piece there.
I can
there's
never
a little.
tell.
Well, it's just I don't know that that's the right color for her, but it's a very nice one.
It's lovely. All right. So I don't know. Hang on. Do we know how much longer
Allegedly,
we've
it
got?
could
'Cause
be
if,
her real hair. It was
if we've got
kind
a
of
little
a
bit
joke,
more
too.
time, we'll go back to watching the best bits. Do we know how much
No,
longer?
I'm thinking I need to wear a wig now, though.
Okay.
I may have
right.
issue.
So I might just share this tab back again. And if that's the case,
yeah.
we'll go back to watching the best bits.
Let me see this. Oh, yeah, you have a lot. You're like Kim Zodiac.
I have.
Yes. Very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the State versus Murdaugh jury. I wanted to make a few opening remarks to you before I question each of you about the matter. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. None of you, not any of you. You didn't ask to serve, but you served and did your duty. This was an unusually difficult trial because of its length. 6 weeks is almost unheard of in South Carolina as the length of a case. It was difficult because of the intense publicity and public interest in the case. It was difficult because of the complexity of testimony and exhibits in the case. And you acquitted yourself honorably.
Damn real jobs.
So this
Sean.
question today is not about anything you did wrong.
4:15 my
Please be assured
time.
of that.
Sweet.
I
Thank you.
respect you
It's
and I
good to know
respect your
that.
service.
Thank you.
Today, I'm going to ask you to do something that's difficult. This case is unique. Most of the time, if there's some issue about improper conduct or contact with a juror, it comes up immediately. The judge puts questions to the juror and perhaps to the person who may have made a improper comment.
Friends in low places.
And then you go on to verdict. Or sometimes it's very shortly after the verdict is rendered. And again, the judge questions the affected jurors and the supposed interference and makes a ruling right then and there on either a new trial or a mistrial.
I'm talking to the jurors when they were coming in.
She's
all of them,
assuring the
collectively.
jurors
After
that
your
they did a
beginning
really
service
great
on this
job.
case.
And they were all
And that makes it mighty difficult for you to do something I'm going to ask you to do, and it's this. Today, I ask you to focus your attention.
This bit. Look it up.
What is that? Mr. Bailiff, what is that noise?
She freaked out.
Is that the sound system doing
I
that?
believe it's the court sound system.
This is the funkiest sound system in the world, so you just have to keep up with it. I've had trouble in every case I've ever tried with the sound system. So, jurors, if something happens and the sound system goes haywire, we'll stop for a minute before it stops. Now, as I was saying, I want you to focus your attention as you answer the questions.
She's 1,000 years old.
On your 6 weeks of experience as a juror in this case,
and
on the point in the trial where the judge charged you,
Hell, we
and
had
on
Ben
your
Shapiro
verdict as you
rapping.
rendered it on March the 2nd, 2023. That's what I want the focus to be. Again, I know I'm asking a lot to have you cast yourself back into that time, but that's what the questions I'm asking are about that time. And not about this time. There's been so much drama about this matter since the verdict was rendered. And my heart goes out to everyone.
It's the very first
juror in this trial. That I can't help. But I've been asked by the Supreme Court to take a look at this issue. The appeal is on pause until I do, and I've got to do my duty.
The appeal is on pause until I do.
So I thank you very much in advance for, again, the terrible inconvenience of calling you all back together now.
It's a terrible inconvenience.
It's very essential to completing the record about this
But if
case
this
and placing it before the appellate
verdict
authority
is
as it
tainted,
needs to be. So in advance, I thank you. What I'm going to do now is dismiss you to the jury room, and one by one, I
now
will call
something
you,
happened.
and I will refer to you by a letter that I have just assigned you that isn't your
When
jury
they went
number,
into the
certainly
room,
isn't your name.
well, something didn't happen.
You know,
When
these
they went
people
into the
in the
room,
media
that's
saw
what
y'all
happened.
all through the trial. They probably know who you are. But I'm trying to do my duty as I see it when I make your appearance here.
Thank you,
anonymous,
potentially
to the
Skip.
record. And only the clerk, the court reporter will have a sealed
Potentially Skip,
document by
formerly
me
known as
indicating
Tilly,
what the key means in terms
is
of your juror
a
number and your name.
lovely,
So I'm
loyal
doing
subscriber.
everything I can do about this matter.
Oh.
But it goes without saying that your business is your own business. You don't have to interview with a soul, not lawyers, not media, not anyone after this matter. That choice is purely yours. And I will respect that and protect that to the best I can if anything comes
Okay,
up
old
after.
line, hang on.
All right,
I
let me go to the
figured
jury
out
room.
where part of the Juror X confusion came from. She testified that Becky told her it's rare for a defendant to testify, but no influence on the verdict. Okay.
So Becky talked to her, but it did not influence the verdict.
Okay, so we've only got one.
Yeah.
Oh no, make
Is that
yourself
right?
comfortable, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me Juror Z.
One other matter.
Yes.
One of the individuals sitting in the jury box called this the next jury a liar publicly, and asked that that be Mr. Bland and his partner, cohort, not sit behind her or near her while she's testifying.
I
object.
Well,
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this. Keep your seat for a moment, Mr. Lockwood. Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you? Mr. Bland, will you go over and sit next to Mr. Bender, please?
EP, go sit in the
For
corner.
the record, I have some people in the jury box. Two of them are SLED agents. One of them is the media consultant, and one of them is attorney for several of the jurors, Mr. Bland. And that's
Wait a minute,
being
you're
done
telling me
at
you
my
had
direction.
two SLED agent, like 753 bailiffs, and a bunch of lawyers, and no one could tell them, hey, y'all, how about you leave your cell phones not in here?
Yeah, that's
no one.
Also, how the F do they not understand? Like, duh, we're not supposed to be watching this.
You would think, but
Can we
this
just
is
enjoy that
apparently
moment
South
again?
Carolina.
Can we just enjoy that moment again, please? Just
Who was it that,
one more
like,
time.
was it the last juror that testified that said that they did have their phone, or what happened with that?
I don't know. Well, sorry, we don't know who actually
Nobody admitted to it
in the first place. We know that the last juror admitted to having it on the stand, but we don't know who actually found out in the first place about the phones, out in the back. Maybe someone walked in, maybe it was when the first juror
number one went back in there.
Yeah, and they saw the phones out. Maybe that's what happened.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me Juror Z.
Okay.
One other matter.
Yes.
One of the individuals sitting in the jury box called this the next jury liar publicly, and asked that that be Mr. Bland and his partner, cohort,
He called
not
me a
sit
liar.
behind her or near
Look, he
her
called
while
her a
she's
liar. When she said that.
Well,
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
I object to him
We're not going to have a big colloquy about this. Keep your seat for a moment, Mr. Lockwood.
Yes, Your Honor.
You sit down.
Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you?
Mr. Bender?
Mr. Bland, will you go over and sit next to Mr.
Bland,
Bender, please?
sit over
Thank you.
there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For the record, I have some people in the jury box. Two of them are SLED agents. One of them is the media consultant, and one of them is attorney for several of the jurors, Mr. Bland. And that's being done at my direction.
Okay, hang on a minute. What she just said. There are people in the jury box. Two of them are. Let's go back.
SLED agents. One of them's a jury consultant, and one of them is Eric Bland.
A media consultant person.
That's Mr. Bland.
That's Jay Bender.
Okay. They're in the jury box. Oh, in the jury
but
box.
the jurors aren't
Sorry,
in
not the
the jury
room.
box.
Sorry.
Right.
I was like, wait a minute. Whoa. Okay. Okay, sweet. And that's a funny screenshot there of Toal, by the way. Okay, so interestingly, Bland had to go sit over there. Meanwhile, the jurors have just gone into the jury room. They've got their phones with them. No one has thought to take their phones off them. No one's watching them. They're jurors. They've
That's
done
the
this
craziest
before.
part, that nobody was in there watching them.
No, and they should know, right? This is not their first rodeo, guys. They've done this before.
For the record, I have some people in the jury box.
Let's move on. Let's get to this.
The oath is read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
I appreciate the super chat very much.
To watch him closely.
And I'm planning on one, actually. No, it's not too real. I'm replaying it.
There it is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that, that's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Boom.
All right.
That's really all
be at ease.
That matters, isn't it?
Those are my questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions, further questions, and so forth? If there are, and you would like to voice them, I can ask the juror to retire to the jury room. Just tell me whether I need to do that. All right, sir.
And yes, Darlie. So the person who apparently saw Becky Hill and the juror driving the same car is ready to testify after Becky Hill if the judge allows it. So yeah, that's the other witness.
We need to put some things on the record.
All right. Take the juror to the jury room, please.
How did you find that out, Darlie? Because we were trying to work out who that was the other day. good
You know the judge
sleuthing.
isn't going to allow it.
Oh, thank you for thanking me, because there's other people who are covering it, obviously. There's someone who's covering it with 24,000 viewers right now.
Your Honor, in
Holy shit.
the affidavit that was given by this particular juror, paragraph 10 said, I have questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but I vote guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request an inquiry as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory of, she said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit.
I'll do my best, David. It's tricky whilst I'm doing this, but I'll do my best. I know you know what it's like.
Before she
Thank you.
What I have here from Mr. Waters.
Thank you so
for the
much.
record.
And I really appreciate
Mr.
you
Waters,
popping in. I know you're busy
what
too.
I've been handed for the
And
record
all the best with
is
yours.
something, affidavit of juror.
Really
now
appreciate you giving me a
referred to
shout
as
out. I really do.
Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I'm going to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state, so we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Oh, really? Enough of that.
We would ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
it's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
Paragraph 10.
It's in the very affidavit.
She said she was influenced. She was influenced by other jurors.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to ask her about that. I'm going to give her the affidavit and then I'm going to question her about it.
And we would, for the record, indicate that we object to that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an
You're
issue.
the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you telling me I can't question about it? I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it.
Well, you want me to admit it and have her examined
No,
on
I
it.
want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling, Mr. Harper, we're quibbling about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about. My ruling is pursuant to your request, I am going to allow the juror to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is overruled.
For the record, I just want to note, Your Honor, just for the record.
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
And in no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her examine.
That's for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I understand that, and that's why I want to make sure when they read this transcript, there's no confusion. I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to
Well,
let
I
the
don't
jury
see how in the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpootlian. You could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given, but you have chosen to ask about this.
Request.
Denied.
Denied.
Your Honor, all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpootlian, I've made my ruling. Please take your seat. All right, bring me Juror Z. Get me another.
Bring me Juror Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, ungovernable. You're cool, by the way. Well, welcome to chat. Where haven't you been here before? Good to have you here. Yeah, I wonder why MM and there, etc. aren't there.
Because
You think
they're
they'd be there?
live
Happy
streaming,
as
right?
They're
I-
usually in court. They're usually in court. That's and they do the podcast after. Because they're all about the podcast. Well, at least I usually have some of their gang there. Are they all not there enough for that? The gang.
Oh, it's just a clean feed that they have going from court, huh? Weird.
Oh, I'm wrong about that online. Okay.
About what?
See, I'm not a follower of theirs, so I just hear things.
Oh, right. Well, they went like the first 2 days or something and then didn't come back, according to the emails.
Oh, I see. I'm just going to fast forward because we don't need to be.
First paragraph, of course, is a statement that you are a juror in the case. Second paragraph says, toward the end of the trial after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury, quote, not to be fooled, unquote, by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testifies. Is that what your recollection is of that statement?
Yes, yeah, we can post a link to the Sean
Is there
channel.
anything in the statement that, on reflection, you think is not correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Number 3, she also instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, quote, immediately before he testified, including, quote, look at his actions, quote, and, quote, look at his movements, quote, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Is that an accurate recitation of your view of the matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Little Pill and I both at once.
Number 4, paragraph 4. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson said Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. Is that an accurate statement of what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
5, the foreperson criticized the former foreperson for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury we cannot interact with Mr. Murdaugh because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hill and the foreperson had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson would go to another room for a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after these conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Is that still your recollection of the interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
9, when we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us this shouldn't take us long, quote. And if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning and were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but they were told they could not smoke until after the deliberations were complete. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the business about the smokers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 10, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that an accurate statement about your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show. Is that an accurate statement of what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some jurors decline to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the people on from that certain podcast, their chat is saying that Law and Cuck are steering the narrative.
What?
That's what their chatters are saying.
In what direction? Obviously, the wrong direction as far as they're concerned.
They say, oh my God, Law and Cuck just released video titled Alex Murdaugh Jurors Reveal Alleged Tampering from Clerk of Court Ms Becky. Already trying to steer that narrative.
Well, hang on a minute. There's only one of them.
I asked you previously,
yeah.
Was your verdict on March 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk of court?
Can you put it in chat, private chat?
You answered that question, yes.
Well, what you're looking at.
In light of what you said
I'm just looking
in
at their
the
live
affidavit,
stream chat.
Which is, I had questions about Mr.
Share that.
Murdaugh's
you can share me
I felt pressured by the other
video
jurors.
you're watching that has the chat.
Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do stand by the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. All right. You may go to the jury room. And let me just explain to you what the procedure will be. I'm calling the rest of the jurors, of course, one by one. When I'm finished with that, I will bring you out as a group one more time, and then you're free to leave. You don't have to stay. Okay? Very good. You may go to the jury room. What's that?
Before this juror is excused, but after she steps out, I'd like to address the court.
All right. You may be excused.
Interesting.
Your Honor, just very quickly, I do have a redacted copy I can hand over to the court if you want to make that use of the court's exhibit for this witness.
That's good. What I'm going to try to do is redact as I did.
Yeah, I can see what you're looking at now.
As you did in the document that you sent me, the identifying thing redacted now.
Oh, McKinley.
I know.
Good.
I'm going to
That's
look
great.
it up.
That would be
I'll look
wonderful.
it up now.
Show it to Mr. Harper.
Don't look it up.
Very good. Thank you. That's the one I will give to the court reporter, but I think you can see that I asked off of it. This is a court's exhibit.
Don't look for videos. Careful not to look for videos.
Court's exhibit 3.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that does still have the juror numbers in it. It does not have the letters.
What I'd ask you to do, Elizabeth, is take off
I'm okay with
the
it.
juror numbers, just strike them through, and then where it says affidavit of juror and gives a number, just strike that out and you can put in pen Z. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Harper.
Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because this juror gave two statements under oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here today was Becky Hill influenced her verdict.
Yes.
The one she gave in an affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said, is that a more accurate statement? That presupposes and suggests to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and over.
I decline.
All right.
Enough of that. I'm just looking at
Mr.
what
Bailey?
you just tagged me in.
Yes, sir.
Hang on just a minute. I'll get back to you in a sec.
No, what did EB do?
What did EB do? Hang on.
I have no idea. I don't have her on speed dial. Or whatever it is. Where's
Eric Bland?
Oh, I was thinking Emily Baker. I was like,
EDB.
10:07 a.m. Juror Z has been brought in to testify. As she walks in, Attorney Eric Bland mouths to Dick Harpootlian.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh at that. That's.
Was this on Friday?
No, today. Juror Z's today, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
The Juror X was Friday. So
I think Z was
this is
today.
This is. Thank you, Nuffy. I love you.
Okay, so Juror Z was the first one that testified, I guess, today, maybe?
Yeah, that's the one who said yes.
Okay, so.
Yo.
Well, you know, he's having not a great day.
Fitz reported it. Oh, good old Fitz.
Counsel, I have to report this to you, and I'm
Oh, God. This is
very,
such
very about it, but
This is such a
nothing
shit
to do
show.
but put it on the record, and then I will proceed with questioning the rest of the jurors. The jurors' cell phones were not confiscated or taken from them, and they tuned this thing in on court TV and listened to all of what just went on. So you may make whatever statement you like to make, and then I'm going to go on and question the jurors. I will tell you in advance, I am not going to stop the proceedings or do anything to interrupt them. I'm going to get the rest of this on the record. You might imagine that they no longer have their cell phones with them.
5-minute recess to discuss what we need to put on the record. I mean, this is.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report them as they come to me.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing.
And then we're going to. They
Then
were
we gon'
late getting
we gon'
I
get
didn't
on
get
with it.
started on time like I wanted to.
Yeah.
So I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you,
Yeah,
don't
you
take
do,
any
baby.
long period of time. Court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Calm your ass.
Okay.
Calm your ass.
How is she getting pissy at the lawyers when her bailiffs were the ones that completely
because she's not going to take the
screwed
blame.
pooch? Well, I mean, where do I get this job? I mean,
Oh, it's hard to
doggone
come
it.
by.
I want a no accountability job. I mean, daggone.
It's good if you can get it.
I absolutely think Justice Toal will hang her hat on the discrepancy between in-court testimony and the affidavit in order to not overturn a jury
Oh, yeah, for
verdict.
sure. I mean, she's
Yeah,
trying super hard.
She's
I
already
think
been
that's
talking
what-
about it, yep.
That, or do you think that she's going to let it go to appeal and just say, I can't make a decision based on
Yep.
what's here.
A bit of both.
I think she has to make a decision.
It just seems like just today we have seen that this particular state, I don't know if it's the county, I don't know what's going on, but it seems like the ability to run a simple day in court is, I mean,
it's probably because
Delphi,
Becky's not in charge.
look,
She's real good at
Delphi
running.
It is a nuclear dumpster fire with a Sharknado and Tara Reid combined, okay?
It's the water. It's just a man's life. No reason to take any more time than necessary. No, we just let's get this over with, shall we?
Yeah, South Carolina needs to start over, like from the ground up on a justice system.
Well, people just keep saying, "Oh, well, he's going to be in jail for the rest of his life anyway, so who cares?" And I hate that.
Well,
that's,
I guess
that's
the problem is if he didn't unalive his family, who did?
Oh, we don't care.
Well,
no one cares.
No, I mean, that's what it seems like from them. I mean, but I think they're also just like so convinced it was him.
That too.
Well, but
they don't care.
It has parallels to the Delphi and to the Brian Kohberger case. I mean, didn't it, before I started watching trials, I wouldn't have thought we just pick someone out of the ether and decide they're, all the guilties and then just make the evidence fit, as it were.
Looks like we have a little bit of movement. So I am going
is this live?
Yeah, we're back to live again. So I am going to take this banner off. C-Swept is here. Hello. And hang on a minute. Hey. And he's coming back in.
So you have 173 bailiffs and no one could take away cell phones. Also,
yeah.
Good job, two bald guys in front. You guys did a really clean shave. I'm just proud of you.
Hey.
Wait, how
are you, Pixie? Middle of the night for you too, love.
Yeah, goodness gracious. You Aussies are up
we're
way
nuts.
Late.
It is 4:14 a.m. for me.
Holy fazolies.
It's 5:15 a.m. for Miss Pixie. And for my newest mod, it's actually 2:15 a.m. For Miss Lil Pill.
Someone has been doing his prison squats and push-ups, though. He's getting prison buff.
Is she talking? Why can't we hear her?
Why can't we hear her? Hello.
Once he's seated, I have a matter I need to put on the record.
All right, sure.
Sit down.
Here we go. We didn't miss much.
There's paralegal
Proceed. I think they're still getting the defendant ready to sit down. But
Very good. We certainly will wait on that, Mr.
Oh, yeah?
Your Honor, once he's seated, I have a matter I need to put on the record.
All right, sure.
She's right behind, sort of to the, well, it depends on how you're looking at it.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we last week discussed the standard by which you would proceed during this proceeding and evaluate the evidence. We argued that you should use a case called Bremer. You rejected that. But under any standard, as I understand it, the burden of proof is on the defendant to show certain statements were made or certain conduct happened. So far, Your Honor has called as court witnesses 12 witnesses. We were not offered the opportunity to cross-examine them. And so we've not had the opportunity to present any evidence whatsoever. And before the state presents evidence, I believe that we should be able to call witnesses. And I would ask the court to allow us to present some evidence before the state comes up with rebuttal. And by the way, under the cases you cited, they have no affirmative obligation to present anything at this point. There's no requirement that they present anything. So I would ask you to allow us to call a witness or two before you to make a decision as to whether or not they need to call a witness.
State?
Your Honor, we obviously have argued very extensively some of the cases, and I think the South Carolina jurisprudence is very clear that while an evidentiary hearing is appropriate, and that's what we're doing here, that manner of inquiry is purely within the discretion as the trial judge sees fit. This is not a criminal trial where we're here with a jury to present the normal criminal trial process. This is a inquiry that is very much directed by the trial court and what the trial court thinks is appropriate. And so the state certainly is comfortable with the inquiry the court is conducting. And my understanding is, as far as putting up Ms. Hill, this is the manner in which the court wanted that evidence presented, and so we're happy to comply in that regard. But we think that this inquiry is within your discretion, and we have no issue with the manner in which Your Honor is proposed to conduct it.
Please, Court, Your Honor. Certainly, the conduct of this hearing is within your discretion. What is not is who has the burden of proof. We do, and we can't meet that burden if we can't call witnesses. And so I'd ask the court to allow us to call witnesses, and if at the conclusion of us presenting those, you believe the state has required to present evidence, counterdict that evidence, or in some way, I'm not quite sure, since Remmer is not the standard, I'm not quite sure what they have to prove, but that's an argument down the line. I believe we ought to be able to call witnesses now, and we have witnesses which would substantiate the burden we have to show you that statements were made by the clerk of court, and that those statements had impact on a juror or jurors.
I've got a couple of reactions to that. Number one, the pretrial was the time to figure out exactly what we were going to do here. And I think it comes at the last minute for you to now come and say, we want to present witnesses. You briefed the matter of witnesses. We had a long pretrial. After I made my rulings on what I thought the scenario was that should be used based on State versus Green. You lodged objections to that, but you did not offer at that time any information about who you wanted to call other than this lengthy filing in one of your briefs. It comes pretty late in time for, in my view, for you to do that now. Second thing is, I gave the defense a big break when I allowed you to be the cross-examiner and the state to be the presenter of Becky Hill. She's really a witness that each side needs to prove their view of what happened in this matter. The state puts her up to try to show that there was no impact by anything she said, and that some of the things
McKinley, your face is going full bold in all caps.
She says we're not. There's a conflict in the evidence there.
I'm super irritated.
I'm not going to rearrange the situation and go to any witnesses of yours right now. I'm going to see what Ms. Hill has to say, and then afterwards we can talk about whether there's any need for any other witnesses.
Your Honor, just factually argue this with you. We did not understand. We assumed you'd adopt Remmer because that was.
Well, I don't know why you assumed that when the South Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that we do not go by the guidance of the 1950s case of USB Remmer.
We do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said.
They said it straight out, as clear as a bell can be, but I've ruled on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
all I'm saying
and the South Carolina Supreme Court's going to have plenty of chances to decide that they want to modify Green.
Well, when we were somewhat taken aback by a ruling as a result, and that ruling came at a point where we didn't know what these witnesses were going to testify to. So we now, and by the way, you've set aside 3 days for this.
Can you
What's the
pause it
hurry?
real quick?
This gentleman is facing life with no parole.
So are they trying to argue that basically she's only allowing them to have Becky, but no corroborating witnesses to show Becky's shenanigans is what I'm gathering?
So what?
She said that at the conference. Yes.
Well, yeah, but then she said maybe she was going to allow some other witnesses, right? So they still might get to call witnesses, but the issue here is actually that the defense, as is always the case in these situations, has the burden of proof. And usually when the the party that has the burden of proof puts on their case first. So, she's already said that it's going to be the state that's calling Becky. So what she is essentially doing right now is she's allowing the state to present their witness before the defense has finished their case. And she hasn't, it's not even like
how is
certain
that a
she's
break
going,
for?
it
how is
wasn't
that
a break. That's
for
what
the
pissed me
defense?
off so much is that she said, I gave y'all a break
Okay.
when I said you were going to be able to cross Becky Hill. That's not a break. No, that's not a break.
Your face was going bold, all caps, so I was like,
I was
"Ooh,
so pissed.
She must have a lawyery thing to say, and goodness knows, I just
was
clapped
mad.
back with, "Ooh,
This
she's
is
mad."
This is all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit.
How is this allowed? I don't
She can do whatever she
understand that
wants.
judges. I understand judges are the gods of their courtroom, but isn't there sort of a decorum or?
This is not a trial. This is just a hearing. She can do whatever she wants.
I kind of suspect she was chosen for exactly this reason. So,
Okay. Well, okay. Sorry, we're getting behind.
That's
I
cool.
just
That's
had
cool.
a.
Should take this in a very
legal
deliberate way.
question.
He's got a 14th Amendment right to ensure that he had a fair
All these
trial.
arguments should have been made before this time,
Why?
Mr. Well, Mr. Harper, I've told you how I'm going to handle this thing. Your objections are noted and they're on the record. But right now, what I'm going to do is what I said I would do. We're going to call Ms. Hill and see what she has to say. I have no idea who all you want to call as witnesses or whether they're here in the courtroom at the present
Also,
time.
what Justice said.
But we'll get to that after Ms. Hill
That's been
testifies.
prepping Becky.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Just what you bring to your attention from this email.
She's the closest thing to a real life Dolores Umbridge. She probably has cat plates all around.
are we caught up yet?
Not quite. We're just a little bit behind. Not far. Not far.
Let me go to a little something here that I'm just getting an email on and put this on the record right now. I have a communication from Mr. McCullough
The 19 today.
that's only, that is copied to Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Waters, and Attorney General Wilson. And basically, says his client, Juror Z, wants to enhance the testimony she gave with some sort of affidavit that he wants me to look at, and I have looked at. I want to hear from the state and the defense, but I can tell you, I'm not inclined to get back into the testimony that's already been taken by these jurors. Her inconsistencies, whatever they are in the record, and she now wants to have another bite at the apple. I'm not at all enthusiastic about that, but I will hear from you, Mr. Waters, first.
Your Honor, the jurors testified. The court conducted the inquiry that needed to be conducted. She answered the questions. I would agree with Your Honor that multiple bites at the apple are not warranted. So we believe we should proceed forward as the court has indicated.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I note two things. The first thing is we asked to be able to examine this juror. You denied that request. Number two, she's not our witness. She's not Mr. Waters' witness. She was the court's witness and a juror that, and you commended all of them on their honesty. She's attempting to be honest. This process we're going through is an effort to seek the truth. This is the truth. I don't understand why it can't come in.
I think I understand what your position is.
So we'd ask you to make it a part of the record. You can say you're going to consider it. You're not going to consider it, but it should be a part of the record.
Well, I'll give some thought to whether this thing should be a part of the record, but I can tell you this. Witnesses don't get to get on the stand and testify under oath and then seek to add or change or deal in any way with their testimony. Those questions were very open-ended questions that asked for her responses, and she gave them.
Dollars to donut. Becky wants to do it. She would let it in.
And try to close the loop of consistency by some additional testimony. I am not thinking about allowing that to be done.
All due respect, Your Honor, we believe, and we said at the time, the way you questioned her put her in the position of saying, yes, that was my verdict then. We think, and we couldn't examine her, and Your Honor, to say now that this affidavit doesn't accurately depict her position is to deny fact, the truth.
You've already said that once. I know your position on that matter, but I decline to adopt it.
This is so freaking infuriating.
All right.
We'd make this an exhibit as a proffer for our case. This affidavit, we proffer it for our case. We have the burden.
I'll give some thought to it. I'm not ready to deal with that right now. I looked at it just in the moment right before I put it on the record. I'll do some research about that, and we'll close that loop before the end of the day.
Your Honor, again, I indicate we have 2 more days. We don't have to wrap everything up today.
That's true. We do have 2 more days. What's the hurry?
Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Hill.
Let's go.
All right. Carry this here and bring it to the courtroom.
Bring her in. Let's go.
Oh, you hear
Let's go.
I just heard the Wicked Witch of the West theme from Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of feel like I want to hear the Dolores Umbridge, like, there shall be no rules but the truth the ministry puts out. We all love Cornelius Fudge.
Open Becky's box.
Yeah.
Hang on. We should have like the email opening sound.
Oh, yeah.
Ding. You have mail.
Oh my God.
What the hell is he wearing? What kind of suit is that?
Well, that's what they apparently wear as bailiffs. And
is he a pimp in the 1970s?
We need Beale here.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony
Hello,
you give in
sugar.
this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do, sugar. Well, heavens to Betsy.
That's my black friend over there.
Holy God, goldenrod yellow as.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. How are you?
I'm fine.
I want to get started, if you could state your full name for the record and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Becky Hill. Last name Hill, Hill.
All right. And if you would, just give us, you're currently the clerk of court for Colleton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just very quickly, if you would, what year were you elected as clerk of court?
At the end of 2020.
At the end of 2020?
Yes.
Yeah.
And prior to that, did you have any involvement or experience with the state judicial system?
I did.
And could you tell the court what that was, please?
I was a South Carolina official court reporter for about 14 years.
All right. And were you, in being an official court reporter, you would serve in the courtroom, which is Ms. Harris is here today, is that correct?
That's
what
correct.
Was your, and was that primarily in the 14th Circuit?
It was primarily in the 14th Circuit. However, I did travel throughout the state.
Did you have any other experience in professional experience prior to becoming a court reporter or clerk of court?
I was a court reporter freelance for 2 years before that.
Okay. And then any other professional pursuits you've had over the course of your career?
I was able to be a middle school teacher, and I worked for the Board of Disabilities for a few years as well.
Those poor kids.
Let me go ahead and just kind of get straight to it. In your capacity as clerk of court and in your previous experience being a court reporter, were you familiar with the rules that apply to court staff as it comes to interactions with jurors in the course of a criminal trial or a civil trial for that matter?
Yes.
All right. And could you tell the court generally what those rules are as far as what contact is permissible and what contact is not permissible, just very quickly?
The judge gives the law and gives the instructions for a jury, And the attorneys will state their opening argument, their opening statements, their closing arguments. And basically, the clerk of court and anyone else, court reporter, we're there to, my understanding would be to make sure that everyone's taken care of. Do you need some Kleenex? Do you need some water? Different things like that, just to make sure that they're taken care of.
Is it common for clerks of court to have interaction with jurors from the course of a trial to see to those various logistical needs that you just described?
Yes,
And did that happen in the Murdaugh case?
it did.
And can you give us an example of some of the logistical things that you, or other things that you would see to deal with any needs that the jurors may have? I mean, did you provide them food, coffee, make sure they were comfortable, things like that?
Yes, all of that.
Provide blankets for them if they were cold?
Our courtroom was very cold in Colleton County, yes.
Let him go have his
Did
cigarette.
you provide them with aspirin or Tylenol if they needed, make sure coffee and snacks were available?
Yes,
Did you take lunch orders for them so that they were fed each day?
yes.
Yeah, he fed the whole courthouse.
At any time, did you interact with any juror in an attempt to influence their view of the facts in the State v. Murdaugh case?
No.
All right, now I want to ask you some specifics about that and some allegations that have been raised. At any time, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury to watch him closely and look at his actions?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury or tell the jury to look at his movements?
No.
At any time, as the jury moved to deliberate, did you tell the jury this shouldn't take long?
No.
At any time, did you tell the jury that the defense case, watch out for the defense case, they're going to try to throw you off, or anything along those lines that was meant to influence the jurors against Mr. Murdaugh?
No.
I never do that, sugar.
Plagiarism and perjury.
Let me ask you
what's
if you
that
ever
thing when you
made any
lie on-
comment to the jurors
on stand?
about the fact that the defendant was going to testify. Did you have a conversation in the presence of the jurors prior to the defendant testifying about the fact that he was about to testify?
It wasn't directly related to the jurors. I was talking to Mr. Bill, who was our bailiff foreman, our bailiff over the jury, and I was talking to him about that.
All right. And what did you say?
I told him what I had just come from downstairs telling my security and bailiff office, that Judge Newman had allowed more testimony in regarding the financials, and that also the defendant had decided that he may testify.
All right. And where were the jurors at the point that that conversation occurred?
There were a few jurors standing in line, and there were some in the bathroom, I'm sure, because they said they were waiting on jurors to get out of the bathroom. And there were some in the jury room just milling around from what I could see, looking down the hallway.
And again, what were the words that you said during that conversation? What were the effect of them?
To Mr. Bill.
Yeah. And what did you say?
I told him that that Judge Newman was allowing more of the financial evidence in, which would prolong the testimony in the trial a little bit, and also that the defendant had decided that he was going to testify.
Did you say anything about this being an important day? Pay attention. We'll get coffee for you. Things like that during that?
I usually give a little pep talk to the jurors. It's sometimes hard sitting a long time, but my usual, and I do remember saying, pay attention, it's a big day today. Whatever you need, let Mr. Bill know, or one of the other bailiffs, and they'll be glad to get it for you.
Did your comments, or were your comments in any way phrased in favor of one side or against another side, or were they more of a neutral comment about paying attention?
No, it was not for one side or the other.
I never do anything unethical, sugar.
No, never unethical.
Alex,
I was too busy writing my book.
Alex just think I knew I should have screwed her when I was 18. She seems to have a grudge.
Were you present when the jury went to the Moselle property to conduct the jury view?
I was.
All right. And was Judge Newman there as well?
He was.
During the time that you were on the property, traveling there, traveling back, did you have any conversation with the jurors where you made any comment about the substance of any testimony or any comment about the merits or the strength of the case?
No.
No.
Did you have a
No, never.
I was busy plagiarizing.
quick
the book.
comment to the forelady about how the property was beautiful and there were tea olive trees there that
Well, you
bloom and
shouldn't
smell
have if you
good, or
did.
words to that effect?
I did.
And
You
was there
shouldn't
any
have.
other conversation related that you had where you made any comment about the case or the merits or anything like that?
Oh, no.
Should have kept your mouth shut.
Oh, he's really, that look.
During the course of this trial, did you have a bailiff employee whose primary job it was to see to the jury and their security and keep them separate from everyone else that was involved in this trial?
I did.
And who was that?
Mr. Bill Polk.
All right. And he was ultimately the jury coordinator in this particular case?
That's correct.
Should have kept him separate from you.
During the course of the deliberations, once the jury went back there, did you have any contact with the juries or have any substantive discussion with them?
Not at all.
Did you have any discussion with them about logistics, about staying in a hotel or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you have any interaction with the jurors or anything to do with them having smoke breaks or anything like that?
I did not.
Ooh, Alex.
I get to Alex's face.
During the course of the trial, did you have any discussion or interaction with the jurors about them giving any interviews to the media or making themselves available to the media? I'm asking during the course of the trial.
No, not during the course of the trial.
After the verdict had been reached and the case was in sentencing, did you have any conversation with any jurors at that time after they had already entered their verdict and been individually polled?
Yes, after the sentencing.
All right, and tell the court what that interaction
No,
was.
was it
at
after
that
the sentencing or?
There were several news outlets that wanted to interview the jury as a whole and really wanted to get them up to New York. And so I was trying to get a hold of all the jurors to talk about that. That was something we had not prepared for.
Did you at all pressure the jurors to speak, or did you just tell them that it was their option to speak or not, and here's the contact information?
I did not pressure the jury.
Careful, sweetie. We have your emails.
Did you advise them that it was their decision and their decision alone whether or not they wish to speak to the media?
It was totally their decision.
And did you advise them of that?
Yes.
I'm ask it again, but I just want to be sure. At any time, did you make any comment to any juror or in the presence of any juror in which you at all tried to influence them in favor of one side or against another?
I did not.
Did you understand, being a longtime court employee and clerk of court, that that is outside the boundaries of what is appropriate interactions with the jurors during the course of the trial?
Absolutely.
And at any time did you violate that rule that you understood?
I did not.
Court's indulgence, 1 moment.
I think it's going to be
this time, Your Honor.
Oh, that was fast. He thinks he wanted it over with as quickly as possible.
On cross-examination.
Don't think this is going to be as quick.
Oh. Becky can handle her. Never mind.
Oh, we'll see.
Oh,
Ms. Hill, we
oh no,
spent
not
6 weeks together,
receipts.
didn't we?
We did.
And during those 6 weeks, you were as helpful to me as you could be, correct?
I was.
Turn it up a little.
Accommodated
Turn it up.
about every request I made.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I even got you sugar
Thank
tea.
Wait.
She's like, but I replaced this Indian sweet with rat poison.
Oh no, is he going to impeach me?
They're like, sir, we're afraid you
Yeah,
are
I
no
hear that.
longer allowed to
Can you
cross-examine.
hear that?
Yeah, I hear
I
it.
can hear that.
Eric? Oh, it's gone.
It's from the court, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Let's see if she can handle Dick.
Can she take Dick?
We're still behind, huh? Are we?
Where were we? Oh, yeah, we're old friends.
Oh no.
Oh,
Heard, that was the microphone that was supposed to, you're fine where you are. Absolutely fine.
Yes, ma'am. It was a stage microphone that was obscuring my ability to question the witness.
Yeah, well, what I'm wondering is whether you can be heard without a microphone. Do we need to try to get a microphone
I
up on
can
this
hold these
podium?
mics over if necessary.
Yeah, that would be good.
oh, good. She has a tumbler or a Stanley tumbler there.
All right.
I don't know
Oh,
who's
no,
supposed
no,
to hear
don't
this
get
other than
lead
you,
poisoning.
but I assume they can hear us. The court reporter, I'm sorry. She's more important, not as important as you.
Yes, I agree.
Oops.
Oh, yeah, we're old friends, right? We spent 6 weeks
Oh, we're
together
all
in a very
friends.
pressure-filled situation, correct?
It was a long 6 weeks.
It was a long 6 weeks.
It
And
was a long 6 weeks.
during those
Dick.
6 weeks, you were helpful to me in a number of different ways. Accommodating friends that I had that wanted to come watch the trial, for instance, correct?
That's correct.
You even allowed me to use the private restroom down on the first floor, so I didn't have to stand in line with the rest of the people
Peasants.
trying to get breaks, correct?
Correct.
So
Oh,
we
well.
had no animosity towards each other. You didn't do something to me, and I didn't do something to you during that trial, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now,
Oh no. She's
given
about
that, I'm going to ask you some questions today that may indicate to you that I have some antagonism towards you. Let me disabuse you of that. I'm here doing a job representing my client, and you've been around the court system for decades, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you understand what we're doing here today.
Yes.
Now, let me understand a couple things. I think, and I've read your book, some editions of your book. There's several. We got a bunch of emails in which you have drafts that you forwarded to your co-author, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I believe, I would object to relevance. I believe any draft you sent to a co-author with the book is beyond the scope of this inquiry here today.
Overruled. You may
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in those drafts, you say certain things about the trial, about the process, which you later did not include in the final version. It's called editing. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this book for just a second. When did you first decide you were going to write a book?
I think a thought was there, a very fleeting thought before the trial.
Did you take any steps before the trial or at the initiation of the trial to begin writing this book or working with somebody on this book?
Oh, no, sir.
When did you and your co-author get together?
It was several weeks after the trial.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody about the fact you were going to write a book before the trial?
There were several anchors and several journalists that I did speak with about the possibility of writing a book.
I'm so disorganized, I apologize. Did you seek assistance in this trial from other clerks of court?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who were they?
Rhonda McElveen, who is the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, and Renee Elvis from the Horry County Clerk of Court.
And were they there with you the entire 6 weeks?
No.
I mean, how long were they there? How often were they there?
Rhonda McElveen was there as often as she could be, probably several times a week. Renee Elvis helped me during the jury selection.
Do we need her to testify too?
I would like to call Elvis to the stand.
And did she begin, that is, Ms. McElveen, did she begin working with you prior to jury selection?
Can you repeat that question?
Was we began jury selection, I think, on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Was she working with you or consulting with you prior to the 23rd?
No, sir.
Did you have any conversation with her about the trial?
Not until she got to the trial on what, I can't remember the exact day she came.
Okay. Now, is she a friend of yours?
She was a friend, yes.
Was?
Well, she is a friend.
Okay.
Yes.
She's done nothing to make you any less a friend?
No, sir.
Now, did you tell her about the time of the trial that you were going to write a book? That you had thought about and were going to write a book?
I can't remember exactly. I think we did have a conversation about a book possibly in the future.
And did you tell her you're going to write a book because you thought it would make a lot of money?
Oh, no, sir.
You never said that?
No, sir.
And did you tell her that you were going to write a book to make a bunch of money so you could buy a lake lot and build a house on it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell her that you had given a juror a ride home, that you had accompanied Mr. Bill, what's his last name?
Bill Polk.
Right. Did you and
Bill
he took a
Polk.
juror home one night? Did you tell her that? Did you take a juror home one night?
I didn't take a juror home one night.
Did
No,
Mr.
sir.
Polk and you take a juror home one night?
No, sir. We didn't.
You never gave a juror a ride in a car with Mr. Polk or without?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, also, during the trial, your daughter ended up on the Venari, is that right?
She did.
And she was coming up, and did you talk to me and Mr. Waters about putting her on the jury if at all possible?
I'm not sure that we wanted her to be on the
Well, you
jury
read
at all
about it in the
possible. But,
book.
I think the question was, would she make a good juror? And I said she sure would.
Now, I don't think we asked you. I think you told us she would make a great juror, did you not?
I remember you asking.
Okay. I was considering putting your daughter on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And who does she work for?
She works for Compass South.
Did she work for the sheriff's department at some point?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Are you trying to make your daughter a witness now?
Did she work in law enforcement at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. How many jury rooms were there?
We have 2 jury rooms in Colleton.
In this trial, how many jury rooms did you have? How many?
2.
Okay, so the entire jury wasn't together at any one time? They were separated into 2 rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And when they're separated into 2 jury rooms like that, are they next door to each other? Are they down the hall from each other?
They are next door to each other.
Okay, so but if you close the door to one, can they hear what's going on in the other one?
Some women probably have very good hearing, and men too, but I would say probably not.
Okay. Are there restrooms in both of the jury rooms?
There are.
Okay. Are there 2 restrooms or just one?
There's 1 restroom in each jury room.
Okay. Were either one of those restrooms designated men and women, or did everybody use the same one?
They were unisex.
They were unisex. Okay. Now,
neutral.
Prior to your testimony here today, have you met with the Attorney General's office in Swed?
I have.
On how many occasions?
As many times as my
I want to say
son
twice.
was wiretapping
And
people.
remember when the first time was?
Had to give them all my cell phones.
I think the first time was in September.
Okay. And the second time was last week?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Walterboro?
Yes, right.
And y'all spent about 4.5 hours together?
I want to say maybe 2 hours together.
Okay. And in those 2 hours, you went over your testimony here today?
They asked me questions.
Did they ever correct your answers or suggest you answered differently?
Oh, no.
No. So you just went through what you went through in 20 minutes here. It took 2 hours to go through when you were with them.
There were times when I would step out of the room and come back in.
She's such a liar.
But I would say we were there for about 2 hours.
That's not what he asked.
Now, you have described
Well,
in
she's
your
not an
book your
idiot.
role as Switzerland. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that you should not be in any way opinionated about what's going on in the trial. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. Yet in your book, you indicated a number of different points during the trial. You had concluded he was guilty. Is that correct?
I think.
Said it in your book,
At
man.
this point, I don't know if her conclusions in the book are in any way relevant to what occurred during the trial and whether or not there was any communications with the jurors, which is the sole issue that we're here for today, is whether or not Ms. Hill had any extraneous influence on the jurors. And so I think this is going a little far afield. We object to the relevance here.
Well, at least the
Let me
judge
give
is
you an
allowing
example.
stuff
You
in.
indicate riding back from Moselle that you and 3 other people were in a car and you all decided adamantly, I think was the word you used, that he was guilty, that he had killed his wife and son. Is that what you put in the book?
I can't remember if I put that in the book, but if you say I did, then I will
Did
agree
that
with
happen?
you. We did have a
It's very
conversation
fuzzy.
about what each of us thought,
And they all 4 agreed that he was guilty, correct?
and none of us were jurors.
No, trust me, I know that.
Answer what
But
he's
you
asking.
had an abiding conviction, at least by the time of the Moselle visit, that he was guilty. And the other people in the car with you were bailiffs, were they not?
No.
Who were they?
Some were not bailiffs.
Jurors.
One was a court reporter. One was our security officer, head security, and another was a deputy sheriff.
Okay. But the 4 of y'all rode out there, and based on what, and I mean, I can, you want me to read to you how chilled you were and how you felt that poor Paul and Maggie had been executed by him on that scene, that visiting the scene convinced you that he was a horrible, horrible murderer? You want me to read that to you? Or you will concede that's what you wrote?
I will concede that's what I wrote, but if I may, I would say that a lot of that is poetic license in writing a book
And some of
and
that was the BBC
in making it
reporter.
sound like that.
Okay, so some of it's
plagiarizing the
poetic
book.
license, and some of it you just stole. You purloined it from that BBC writer, right?
Ouch.
I know the relevance of the cross, I would object also under Rule 608, that's appropriate cross-examination.
With a shot to
You may
the
continue,
foot.
Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you steal part of the book?
Broken.
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr. Hartfield.
that's stealing, isn't it?
And it is, and for
Okay.
that, I'm very sorry, and I have apologized.
Okay. And that makes it okay?
What I did, and I apologized for that.
And part of the book is, you say, literary license, exaggeration?
Poetic
I
license.
wouldn't call it exaggeration.
Okay.
That's
Now, let
what
me ask you,
poetic
this is
license
Switzerland.
is, you ding dong.
And this is, you're saying this is happening while you're supposed to be Switzerland. You
Dick is
decided
giving
the
it to her.
defendant's guilty. And if Ms. McElmeen says that it's going to make you more money if he's found guilty, don't you think it's reasonable to assume that you may have crossed the line from time to time?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question, assuming facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Can you repeat that question one more time,
I'm
Mr.
not going to repeat
Hartfield?
it. Let me just move on to something else. Let me ask you, you had interactions with some jurors, and I believe in a conference in the judges' chambers, you indicated that you had seen a post on, is it Walterboro Word of Mouth?
Your Honor, again, I object. I think he's delving now into the Facebook inquiry. We believe, again, that that's irrelevant to the inquiry before Your Honor.
Oh, there's a Facebook
I will
inquiry?
allow limited, he's, as I understand it, trying to impeach her testimony and
Oh, what's Dick measuring there?
explore her credibility. And I think I've already told Mr. Harpootlian that I don't want a whole trial about the
the
business
size
of
of,
Facebook and the egg
something?
juror, but
judge is
I will
being
allow
really
limited examination on this point. You
lenient
may
to Ms.
proceed, Mr.
Becky
Harpootlian.
so far.
Am I oversimplifying that? I mean, it's in your book. You saw something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, which appeared to you to be from the ex-husband of one of your jurors. Is that correct? Am I oversimplifying that?
I remember reading one night something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, and when I was in the courtroom on a Monday morning listening to the judge and the attorneys talking about a matter, it sounded like it was relevant to each other.
Okay. And you became aware somehow that this juror had a restraining order out for her ex-husband?
She told me that herself.
Okay. And tell me how it came for her to tell you about that. Where did she tell you?
She was very talkative, and when I was instructed by Judge Newman to go and get her from out of the jury room with a deputy following me, she was talking to me all the way back to the judge's chambers, and she mentioned that there were restraining orders out when they had divorced.
So how did the judge, who brought it to the judge's attention about this Walterboro Word of Mouth thing?
I let the judge know thinking that it could be related.
Okay, and you let the judge know what?
Talk to the judge.
That I had read something on Walter word of mouth.
Okay, and that you knew it was tied to that juror?
I didn't know that it was. I wasn't sure at all.
Who'd you think it was tied to?
From what y'all were talking about at the bench, I felt like I needed to let him know, just in case it was
Busybody
related.
ass.
There was something about an ex-husband and an
Okay, Ms.
ex-wife and
Kravitz.
somebody being on the jury.
You didn't tell the judge that you had found what we call the apology post? You didn't tell the judge that?
I didn't call it that, no.
You don't remember producing it, saying that producing it to the judge, saying this is a post in which the guy that posted it on Friday night says the devil got in him and drinking and he apologized for what he posted? You didn't produce that?
My staff did, one of my staff.
But you gave that to the judge and gave it to us, did you not?
Yes, we did.
As if it were from that juror's ex-husband, correct?
Correct.
And you know it wasn't?
I don't know that, Mr. Hart-Julian, no.
So, and this, you did not take that juror out and talk to her before you took her to the judge? Is that your-
I never talked to that juror about stuff like that.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the forelady of the jury, separate from the jury?
I did.
Okay. And tell us, where did that occur?
I need a drink. What was the lie I'm supposed to say? Line?
I would go into the jury room and I would speak with the forelady. We would be in like the hallway in the two jury rooms were side by side, and the opening to the jury room went out into the hallway, and we would be surrounded by the jurors at all times. Mr. Bill would be very, very nearby, or another bailiff as well, when we would speak.
And what did you speak to her about?
There were several instances. One was there was a juror who needed some feminine products. There was another time when Band-Aids were needed. There were times when Tylenol would be needed.
Other than items that were needed by the jury's health object, did you ever discuss, did she ever discuss with you, if some issues jurors had emotionally or some issues with dissension in the jury room?
She only told me that there were some loud jurors, and it made some of the other jurors a little upset. But other than that,
What did you tell her to do?
I told her if it got out of hand to write a note to the judge, and that she could sign the note and get Mr. Bill to give it to the judge, and the judge would handle that for her.
During deliberations?
Okay. Now, you did publish a book after this trial, is that correct?
We did.
And you went to New York and took some of the jurors to the Today Show?
The Today Show did invite us, yes.
Now, one of those jurors that went up there with you, the day of the verdict, wore, for the first time I can remember, wore a suit to court. Do you remember that?
Your Honor, again, I would object to discussion of the jurors wearing a suit or a post-trial trip to the Today Show.
Maybe it's
I don't believe
relevant.
there's any connection to
What's
the
going on?
inquiry that's focused for Your Honor, and that is whether or not there was any extraneous influence during the course of the trial.
I'm going to connect it, Your Honor. I believe.
All right, overruled. You may continue, Ms. Hubbard.
Good. Thank you.
Text, email, or communicate on the morning before final arguments were completed that to people that this was on a Thursday, that they probably, if they're going to see the trial, should come on that Thursday because it'd be over by the next day. It would be, the jury would not be out very long. Did you ever communicate that? Emails, text, or verbally?
Oh, me.
I do remember saying that, yes.
And why did you think the jury would not be out very long? Had you communicated with jurors?
I had not communicated with jurors about anything related to this trial at all. I've been a court reporter for at least 14 years. I was clerk of court
Don't
for
let
3.
her monologue.
And you just get to where you kind of see things happen as they progress, and it's a guess, it's a gut feeling, and that's all that I meant by that.
Well, why are you telling this young man who wanted passes for the next day in an email you know, it won't be happening tomorrow. That was your, or did you say, you didn't say, I don't think, you just said, you better come today if you're coming. Remember doing that?
I don't remember that. But, you know, if he wanted to come, I knew that the trial would be ending shortly as far as testimony. So if he wanted to come, he needed to come.
Why wouldn't the jury have been out a week on a 6-week trial?
They could have.
But
They could have.
you apparently were telling the press and others that there'd be a quick verdict.
I was using a Ouija board.
Were you not?
That was just a gut feeling that I had.
Okay.
And that was my opinion.
You were right. Jury was out 3 hours on a 6-week trial. Correct?
That's true.
How much money did you make off that book?
Ooh.
$15.
14,000, I think.
200,000.
There was not a whole lot of money made off of the book after paying different things and
Oh yeah, it was
After being caught for plagiarizing.
paying for some expenses that went along with that. But I want to say roughly around 100,000.
Oh yeah, right. That's
That's not a lot of money.
No, especially when you publish your own book
But that was 100,000 you made.
with my
crazy. I thought it was-
co-author.
Okay.
Oh, it was 14.
No,
copies.
no,
In
what do you
what
mean?
period of time? 6 months?
Damn.
I would say 6 months, yes.
When was the book published?
August 1st.
Okay. The trial was over. That's 6 months after the trial's over, you've published a book, correct?
Correct.
And then I believe you've recently stopped selling the book because of the plagiarism you've admitted to, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no more money.
Correct.
Now, you also indicate in the book that the Murdaughs had a reputation of criminality, I think, is kindly what you put.
Exactly.
Did you not?
That was crazy.
Well, Mr. Hartpooley and my grandfather and Old Man Buster were very close.
Well, were they criminals?
Yeah. They
You published that the Murdaugh family had run that part of the state and they'd been participated in criminal conduct, correct?
Moonshine.
Again, I would object to general testimony about the alleged criminality of this family. I'm not sure how that has any bearing on the focused inquiry before the court.
Yeah, because it's making her look bad. Her
Asking
family's-
about what she said in the book, I'm going to allow it.
Yes, sir. Did you say that in the book,
Yeah.
that they were criminals?
In the book, that was
direct
more
to
of
the
the literary ease
lies.
that we take, I think, to make a story a little more
So
interesting
you're
for the
a
reader.
liar through
By
and through.
calling people criminals?
This is too good.
I guess what I'm saying is this. Were they criminals?
Your Honor, again, I object to that particular question.
Overruled.
Were they criminals?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, so you either made it up or you're lying about it? About the reputation of people that can't defend themselves? They're dead? You're going to call them criminals? You did that in the book so you could sell a book?
No, I didn't do that to sell a book.
What'd you do it for? Made it more readable, you said? Which sells
literary
books?
ease. Yeah.
What?
Literary,
Literary what?
the literary ease that you can take when writing a book.
Literary ease you can take with writing a book. You can make stuff up. You can lie.
Yeah.
You can lie about people.
Not with that. I think the public perception was
stole
one
that
that
bit.
it was very interesting during this time.
So you're
And-
feeding the monster out there that wants to believe bad things about the Murdaughs, and you'll make stuff up to do it. Let me give you another example. I read your book and I found this somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not. In describing myself and Mr. Griffin, in the book you say that I neutered him. We've both been very interested in what you meant by that. What do you mean by neutering Jim Griffin?
Mr. Hartpoolian, it was a book.
Did you make it up? I know it was a
she
book.
personally saw you
Apple's
castrate
a
him with
book.
a rusty
I mean, just because
knife.
it's a book doesn't mean you can lie in it.
It's just a word that was used.
Measure that exchange.
She's gonna
Don't
cut that.
argue with the witness, but the witness, Ms. Hill, you're instructed to answer his questions. You may proceed. Mr. Hartpoolian.
So let me get this straight. The book, and I'll see if I can cut to the chase on this. I could read you chapter after chapter, verse after verse, which is not true. Okay, not true based on my experience of being in a courtroom, and not true based on knowing some of the people you described. You say that is.
Mr. Harpootlian?
I object. The counsel is just testifying right now as to his observations about the book.
Question, Mr. Harpootlian, please.
You've conceded there are things in the book that you don't know to be true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would concede then that you have lied in the book.
It's only because I wasn't there at the time.
Yes,
I can't interview my dead grandfather. I can't interview Mr. Buster. There's just things that we can't interview them on. We can go by what was written in a newspaper and get facts from that.
And take the inference that one of the Murdaughs was a pedophile. You could have printed that, and they're not here to contradict it. You could have printed anything you wanted and made it up to sell books. That's what this whole scheme was about, selling books. As you told Rhonda McElveen, if him being found guilty would sell more books.
Your Honor,
Isn't that true?
I'd object to the argumentative nature of the question, the compound question, and assuming facts not
The compound question. If what you're asking is what she told Ms. McElveen, go on and ask that, but don't proceed it with
Yes, Your Honor.
testimony.
Simmer down,
Take the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Me?
I'm actually
No, no.
surprised that Justice Toal's allowing this now.
I am
because
shocked.
She said.
I am too, but I don't want him to take it too far to where she shuts it down, you know?
I want him to get back to how did you. I want him to get back to the substance of, or bring something in that shows that she influenced the jury. I don't
care. I want him to say all the things he can until she shuts him down, even if it's not about this jury specifically, because it goes to her credibility.
Exactly.
It does go to her credibility, but she makes the decision at the end of the day.
Right, but if she's allowing it.
Yeah. And I'm very shocked.
Had posted something we now know
Gonna slap
about
her.
her ex-husband. Did she have any other ex-husbands that you found out about?
I have no idea.
Well, you wrote, we learned later the ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years and she had 3 restraining orders against him. Did she have 3 restraining orders against him?
I don't know. That's what she said.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
This is wild.
I don't want him to get so far in the weeds that it becomes,
Yeah.
I mean, this is fun. Don't get me wrong.
Did you tell jurors?
This is well fun.
At the end of the trial after President's Day break would have been a Monday, correct?
Correct.
It's been a long time since I've seen
But
something
before
this
Mr.
good.
Murdaugh testified, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers?
Mr. Harpootlian, I never talked to the jurors about any of the evidence
Okay, the
in this
answer would be
case.
yes or no, then you can explain. Did you say that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever instruct the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, looking at his actions, looking at his movements? Did you ever tell the jury to do that?
No.
Did you ever tell the jury to pay attention to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony?
To pay attention, not specifically to his testimony. I did tell the jury to pay attention.
To what?
Just generally in the hallway when I was speaking.
Not to him?
No.
Just any witness?
Right.
Okay. Did you
She did lose her smile.
Did you ever warn the jurors the defense is about to do their side? This is right before, right at the beginning of the defense case. They are going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Did you ever tell the jury that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell the jury, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see? You ever tell them that?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the jury that Mr. Murdaugh was about to testify?
I didn't tell the jurors that.
You just noticed X Gomer?
Now, Did you tell the jury that if they didn't reach a verdict by 10 o'clock, they were going to have to spend the night?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell them they were going to have to spend the night at
No,
some
sir.
point? Did you ever tell them that they couldn't smoke?
No, sir.
Okay. You got any other books in the works? I mean, doesn't this make a good book?
I mean, I know this is funny, but thus far they haven't corroborated her saying anything to the jury.
That's it?
Well, it's not going to come from her. You're waiting on her to tell the truth.
No, but she's the only corroboration we have is from one juror, and
that should be enough.
Just
should be enough.
It should be, but have you met this judge? I
Yeah,
am going to pick up
got
the
another
fair
witness
rules.
this week.
It'll go on appeal. I mean,
Bye,
I
guys.
can't do
Thank you for
anything
having
more.
me
Yeah.
on EU.
Oh, bye,
I'll see you, Mike.
great seeing you,
I
Mom.
love.
Your Honor, there were a few matters that came up on cross, obviously, that I'd objected to.
You won't waive your, you may reserve your rights to object to the entire line of testimony, but you may offer cross-examination subject to the assertion of your
We will in a
objection about the
moment.
testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait a moment.
One of the things you were asked about is finding this Facebook post, and you brought that to the court's attention after a different issue had already arisen related to a juror.
God, how
Is
much
that
I hate
correct?
his face. in the
Correct.
All right. And are you technically capable of manufacturing a Facebook post? Is that anything that you have any capability to do?
I'm not.
All right. And did you
I don't know how to
ask
use
your
Canva.
staff member to go see if she could find this post?
I did.
Did you tell her just generally what you recalled reviewing?
Yes.
And did you give her any further instruction other than that?
No.
Were you sitting behind her as she was doing this particular search or anything like that, or did she eventually report back to you?
She is very, very techie. And then she reported back to me.
All right, so
I
you
only
weren't
use
there when she
MySpace.
was searching anything like that?
No.
She was like, I couldn't find that post, but I did find this, and handed you the Facebook post. Is that correct? And then you provided that to Judge Newman, and ultimately it was provided to the parties. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked about conversations that you had with the forelady. Did those involve logistical issues and things like that for the jury?
The conversations with the forelady was everything. There was nothing regarding the defendant and this trial.
All right, so they were logistical issues, not anything to do with the substance of the trial. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
You were asked about whether or not you had texted some people, this won't be long. Was that at all in any way based on any conversation you had with a juror as to their internal thinking or anything like that? Or was that just your assessment being an experienced person in the court?
Absolutely not.
It was based on just your assessments?
Just my assessments, yes.
Did you ever communicate with the jurors on how long they would be, or did any juror ever tell you how long they thought they would be?
I never talked to any jurors about anything like that.
You were asked about your book, and I don't want to get into too much detail about that, but you were asked about some of the assertions that you made in the book. And you were asked if these were lies. Were they lies, or were they ultimately things that were based on inferences from newspapers and community stories?
Oh, come on.
You are leading by, this is your witness, Mr. Waters, so please ask a direct question.
Thank you. Was some of the statements that you were asked about in your book, were they lies, or were they based on your inferences from just general community knowledge and things that you had researched and knew?
Still leading, but I'm not
I said exactly the same.
He's right about that, Mr. Waters. Just ask a direct
Would
question.
you like to hear me play guitar?
Did you lie in your book?
No, I did not.
Thank you. You were asked about when you told the jury to pay attention. When you asked that question, did you also mention anything about we got coffee for you or things like that?
I knew that Mr. Bill would take care of that. And the jurors knew too. Coffee, we had done some Dunkin' Donut runs. We had provided coffee, different other things to help stay awake in the cold courtroom that we found ourselves in. And so I knew anything that they needed, Mr. Bill would see that they got, because that's what he did.
At any time, did you have any conversation with any juror in which you tried to influence their decision?
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hill? I want you to turn your attention to a hearing that Judge Newman had about the alternate who was dismissed, sometimes called the egg juror. Do you recall that hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
No juror then. What?
In the hearing, Judge Newman expressed his unhappiness with you for questioning that juror before he questioned her. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that.
Well, then let's go back and talk about that juror. On examination in this courtroom, you said that she talked about a lot of things to you, but you didn't ask her any questions. But that's not completely accurate, is it?
Yes, ma'am, that is true.
Well, you asked her direct questions, and that came out in the hearing that Judge Newman had. You asked her questions before she was even examined by the judge, did you not?
Your Honor, I did not ask her any questions.
Then why did you say that in the hearing?
And why didn't Dick ask her this?
Because he wasn't allowed to bring up the egg juror. Oh, but he did. Wasn't. I don't know.
Yeah, he should have.
No, he wasn't allowed to.
But he did bring it up. He brought up the Facebook post anyway.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. I told not to.
I'm glad she asked, though. That's one of the biggest impeachments, I think, so far.
The juror was examined by the judge in a hearing. Do you recall that hearing? It's the second hearing on this matter.
I do recall that hearing, yes.
And the court asked you about, the court asked this juror about postings on Facebook, did he not?
Correct.
And the juror said she gave Ms. Becky my full access to my Facebook. I put positive posts on it. I've done that for the past 3 years. Do you recall her testifying in that regard?
I do remember reading that.
And the judge said, has anyone posted anything on Facebook about you? And the juror answered, I was not aware of it until Ms. Becky told me today. Do you recall that?
I do remember her saying that.
And do you recall the judge saying, what did she tell me? And the juror said, she asked me if I had an ex-husband, and I said, yeah. Did you ask her that?
I remember her saying this, Your Honor, but I did not ask her any of these questions.
And she further says, she asked me if I had talked to him about the case or being on jury duty, and I said no. I had questioned her about why she was asking me that. I haven't seen my husband since 2014. Do you recall her testifying to that?
I do remember that, yes.
And with that having jarred your memory, do you recall asking her about her husband and his post?
Your Honor, I don't remember saying anything about that.
Well, what was the post that you read in the Walterboro word of mouth? What was the nature? You read that, did you not?
I did.
What did it say?
My memory is a little fuzzy with that, but it was about a ex-husband who found out that his ex-wife was on a jury, and he didn't think that she would be a good juror. And it just sounded very similar to what I had heard the judge and the attorneys speaking about.
So you then went to that juror and questioned her about that, did you not?
I did not, Your Honor.
Well, she says in this testimony that she didn't know about the Facebook until Ms. Becky told me. Was that incorrect?
I'm not saying
some kind of conversation went between the two of her for her to know about that post, correct?
that's true. And I'm thinking that it could have been someone, it wasn't me. I just know that it's not me that she talked to about that.
Well, when the judge, the judge was questioning the juror about this,
now I'm starting
she
to like
also
her
said
better.
that she had 3 restraining orders against him. And she also said, I was very upset after she told me that. Like I said, I have 3 restraining orders against him, and I wouldn't have anything to do with him if I didn't have a child with him. But I haven't seen him since 2014. Y'all didn't discuss that, the restraining orders?
On the way from the jury room to the back chambers where the judge was, she was very scared. She was talking about the 3 restraining orders that she had out on her husband at the time that they were divorcing. And she was scared that he would be trying to get back in contact with her again.
Well, how do you know that? Did she tell you that?
She was talking about that on the way to the jury room, to the chambers with the judge.
Really?
And in the court, in this hearing now that I'm looking at, that the court is conducting, she said, they're asking about this Facebook post, and she said, Ms. Becky said she went to look for the post again and that it had been deleted. I don't know who she talked to or anything else, but she said apparently, do you recall her saying that?
I do remember her saying that.
And the court then said, what did she tell you about that? And the juror said, it was after you let us go on the last break. I was very upset. This is what you're talking about. And she came down and talked to me and said that apparently, I don't know who talked to him, but he said he was drunk and he removed the post. Do you recall that?
Well, she didn't tell me that, and I didn't talk with her about that.
Well, you saw that post, the so-called apology post, did you not?
Right, I did.
And you assumed that was a post from her husband, did you not?
Right.
And then you talked to the juror about that, did you not?
I did not talk with the juror about that.
Well, who did you talk to about it? Did you bring it to the judge's attention?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk to the judge about that.
Oh, look at Alex. It's like,
The court
not
asked
a
the
murder.
juror, has the clerk discussed anything about the case with anyone on the jury? The juror said, not that I'm aware of. The judge said, okay, she was just discussing with juror. She pulled me aside when we went downstairs after the last break. I want to say it was after lunch, and we came back. And that's when she first told me about it, about this, what we now know was not a post from her husband.
Right.
But you assumed it was a post at the time, and y'all had a conversation about it, correct?
Hey.
Don't just nod. Answer the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I believe that it was one of my staff that she talked to, but it was not me that she talked to.
But the juror says, and I want to say it was after lunch we came back, and that's when she first told me about it. She's talking about you.
Correct.
Then we went back into the court, and I never even got to sit on the jury. The judge says, the judge then stops the questioning, and she exits the room. Mr. Griffin, Your Honor, I think that satisfies it. She hadn't talked to anybody, hadn't expressed an opinion, hadn't made up an opinion. She's got an ex-husband, and she has 3 restraining orders against him. The court said, Mr. Waters, just obviously we're all invested in this. My main concern, I certainly would love to, but not love to, but would want to hear, what one of these individuals said. But, she answered the questions as she did, talking about the juror. They then have a colloquy about this juror and whether this was really her husband that put this post in that you talked to her about and apparently talked with the court about at some point. Am I right?
We don't know how she
That's
identifies.
Right.
Aw, poor Alex.
Yeah, I should.
Oh.
Good to see you, Mr. Sniper.
And then at the end, the judge said that he was not too happy with your having talked to the juror before you talked to him. Do you recall the judge saying that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And did you pop right up there and say what you're saying now, that you never talked to her?
We never talked about it after that. I wasn't in the room when he said that.
I wonder if they're going to call witnesses to impeach her. You're muted.
Me?
No, McKinley.
Oh.
There you go.
Oops. I said I think the judge is doing a pretty good damn job of it.
The judge brought up another thing right after
Now I like
that
it.
I want to explore with you briefly.
Oh.
One of the big responsibilities of the clerk of court is to take control of the exhibits that are presented in court. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were sealed exhibits presented in this case that were photographs of the 2 decedents at Moselle when the law enforcement authorities first investigated the murders. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And then you
when
sent them out twice, at least.
testimony about them was completed, they were under your control as the clerk of court, were they not?
That's correct.
How was it
Personally
that those
emailed them out.
photographs came into public view?
Are you talking about after the?
I'm talking about the fact he alluded to it on sentencing and said that he was frustrated about it and was going to try to look into it. Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
No. We're talking about the body cams, you fool.
We're talking about the real
Did
exhibits.
you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Yes, you did.
Only
Yes, you
Murdaugh
Did
did.
you allow Netflix to ever examine the exhibits for trial?
No, ma'am.
Liar. We all know it from your.
How did you handle
email.
exhibits? Because you did have the press have
This is
great
so bad
access
for
to
her.
the exhibits. And you say several times in your book that you had to stay after to be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits. That's true, is it not?
That is true. We had Mr. J. Bender, and then we had the pool photographers and
The judge
someone
knows
from
she's
maybe the state, I believe, or the Post and Courier. along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct and within our domain.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am.
Yes.
No, ma'am.
That is a lie, and you know it, Becky.
What was the methodology for allowing them to examine the exhibits?
Straight up lie.
How'd you handle that?
I wasn't there a whole lot when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits, and especially the court reporters, and there was a certain time frame that they were allowed to take their pictures.
Let me pull
And
it up.
everything was, all of the pictures were looked at by the court reporters that were there and the lady from court administration, along with someone from my office and Mr.
Except I
J.
sent
Bender,
Netflix.
to make sure that everything was done
link.
correctly.
What I'm asking is how you handle having them, the press, view these exhibits.
If I remember correctly, the press, we had certain designated photographers and then someone, I think, from the state of or the Post and Courier. And they were responsible for putting it out on a stream for the rest of the media to
And
access.
would they do that by photographing the exhibits as they were in your possession after court was over that day?
That is correct.
All right. And how did you handle the sealed exhibits in terms of their availability when these press people are there photographing exhibits?
They stayed sealed.
No, they didn't.
And so you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on the scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
That's what you heard. Y'all. Straight up lies.
She
and
was
we
in
know it.
control of them. That's her job.
All right.
Also, she sent the email. She
The
sent
judge. All right.
Y'all, it wasn't even a link. She separately sent these to.
You had indicated about your book that some things that you put in there were, you called it literary license, not literally true, correct?
Correct.
Ease, I think she said.
Did you ever,
Poetic
by
license
any
or
kind of
literary
email communication or in any way, shape, or form, indicate or state that you wanted a guilty verdict because it would increase the sales of the book? Did you ever say that in an email or verbally or in any other way?
No, ma'am, I did not. It didn't matter to me if it was guilty, not guilty, or a mistrial.
Well, in your book, you suggest that the guilty verdict was what you wanted, and you were fearful that that a guilty verdict would not be rendered. You say that a lot about your feeling about wanting a guilty verdict, do you not?
I do agree that that is said in the book, and part of that is because I think it was a guilty verdict.
Well, this is that you were describing a time way before the verdict was rendered. When you wrote about those things in the book. Isn't that correct?
It is, yes.
And you even have something where you said your eyes met with jurors and others at Moselle, and y'all had an understanding, unspoken, that he was guilty. You said that in the book, did you not?
Just knew.
I did say that in the book, and I would consider that part of the literary
you don't get to do that, Bia.
the word that we just said. But there was nothing spoken with a juror at all at Moselle or anywhere else at the courthouse or anywhere. I think that's part of that poetic license that we write to make something more apparent. But at no time did I read or try to read someone else's eyes, and that was just one of those gut feelings that I wrote in the book.
This is just too much.
She should quote all her quotes about people that lie on the stand right now.
Yeah.
I was hoping this judge would eventually give the defense a fair
Yeah, I
shot.
think he's getting a new jury. I mean, he's getting a new trial. Like,
I had high hopes for this judge, and she's coming through.
Reading into her questions, the way what she's asking.
I mean, and asking about the effing book, which I thought we were
done with.
And she even clearly she knows way more than she was acting because she knew about these
You
emails.
wrote in the book.
In the book.
Speaking of a time before the jury verdict was rendered.
She's clearly read it.
I was conflicted about knowing the Murdaugh family and about having so many people watching and listening to me as I read the verdict. I was mostly concerned about Alex being found innocent when I knew in my heart he was guilty. I had this fear that the goodwill the Murdaughs had built up in the community would influence the jury. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had those feelings well before the verdict was announced in this case. You had some definite opinions and feelings about what the verdict should be, did you not?
I did have a certain way that I felt.
I did not think
that's not any poetic license, what was said there. That's how you felt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Those are my questions. Anything further from the state, Mr. Waters?
No.
Maybe.
There's urine everywhere.
Yeah. Well, she just pissed all over Becky.
Pissed everywhere. It's all over the witness box now.
Gonna have to go bathe in nature's miracle.
Oh man,
Yeah.
he's like, shit, that was not good.
Yeah.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the interactions during the in-camera proceedings with the juror who was excluded. Were you in the room during the entirety of those interactions, or just were brought in here or there as those occurred?
No, I was only brought in for my asking of my questions from Judge Newman.
And you were asked a little bit about sealed exhibits and about Judge Newman's comments at sentencing at the end of trial. And just to clarify, those were not pictures of any sealed exhibits. It was a picture that someone had taken in the gallery that had actually been disclosed. And that's what Judge Newman was talking about, to your understanding?
That was my understanding. Yes.
Well, that would be the
after
wrong.
the trial, there was even a post-trial hearing or some discussion about the fact that some body cam videos had not been sealed, and Judge Newman fixed that problem after the trial. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you sent them again, Becky. She's such a liar.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions.
Mr. Hartwood?
Let me understand this correctly. You would agree that you did release all of the exhibits in this case, sealed and unsealed, to the Texas film crew. Is that correct?
No, sir. No, sir. I did not release the
It wasn't
the
Texas
sealed
Film Crew, dude. It
exhibits.
was Mike Gasparo.
What about to Netflix? Didn't you indicate to the judge
Michael
they'd been
Gasparo.
mistakenly released and you're getting them back?
As an error before, when we realized everything, yes, those two did go, and Netflix had not even, they said they had not even looked at
In
them.
July or
Did
June.
you get them back?
We did get them back, yes.
And what about a Japanese film crew? Did they get exhibits, the
The
sealed
Japanese
exhibits?
They did not get any sealed
They
exhibits.
did.
What about NBC Universal?
No sealed exhibits.
That's such a lie, dude.
But you do
We have
concede
the
that
email.
Netflix did get sealed exhibits.
They did it as an error. It wasn't
Who's
listed.
error?
Well, I would say the court order didn't mark it on the listing.
Well, why were you why were you so accommodating to these national documentary folks? I mean, is this good for the book? I mean, the more documentaries out there about the Murdaugh thing, the better your book sales are. I mean, there was money in this for you, right? Again, it's about the money, right?
What's your question now?
Isn't it financially beneficial to you at the time to get more of these photographs out, more publicity, more Netflix, more HBOs, more Japanese? Doesn't that sell books for you? Didn't you see a financial advantage?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Hill, you may step down.
Wow.
Woo, buddy.
I still don't get it. I don't know if
Let's hang on for a moment. Mr. Lewis.
Oh, she's about to cry.
I just wanted to make sure she's not.
Well, I want her to step down. Yes, she's still under subpoena. I haven't heard what's going to be said. Mr. Harpootlian still has some things he wants to raise about other witnesses and so forth. So what I would prefer
look at her
is that,
attorneys
she
in the
remain
back.
with
They're
you,
like,
Mr. Lewis,
that was bad.
until we see what else is going to happen. You may step down.
pretty there.
Good Lord. $100,000 and that's your outfit?
To lose your job and go to prison? Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, she gets to sit with her attorneys? That's bullshit.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian.
Well, she already testified. Well, no. She's still under subpoena, so.
Your Honor, we've got literally millions of pages of documents in this case. Ms. Miller just uncovered an email relevant to what you asked.
Just got one.
We don't have it printed out. But what it is an email from Rebecca Hill to Miho Takeuchi.
Also, there's one. I wish I had his email so I could send him the one from.
First name. The Buford McDowell body cam should not have gone to you. Please get rid of it. Do not use it. The judge, Judge Newman, specifically ordered the body cam not be used if it got out. Apparently, it's still on the videos we were saved. I appreciate your attention. What about what about the other body cam video we could see on many news documentaries? Can you provide it? It seems the camera was on the other police personnel.
Yes.
I mean, here she's having emails between this Japanese production company about body cams telling them to get rid of it. I think that's important, and I can have a copy of this printed out for you when we can get it to a printer for you for the record.
Oh my God.
That would be fine, but do you want to offer it as an exhibit?
I do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Waters?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to frame it. Oh.
Wait, what?
Exhibit BH.
The date is July
Blow it up.
17th, 2023.
July. Exactly. Fucking July.
July.
We don't have that
Right,
email. Hey,
Oh, yeah, we do.
What else?
I've gone over it.
I will admit it. I will allow it.
to a Japanese.
Yeah,
that
I've gone
was-
over it.
that is
in
a,
media or something.
All right, we'll find that.
impeachment of her testimony to me that she did not send any emails or release anything.
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, she changed that testimony on redirect when she said she did.
Oh, I've already gone through it,
So-called
haven't
by
I?
accident
She's
release.
in the room and they're just talking.
That doesn't appear to be by accident. So we'd like that made part of the record. Secondly, I have sitting outside the courtroom the clerk of court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElvey. She specifically denied saying certain things to the clerk of court of Barnwell County and denied doing certain things. I think you're going to find her testimony extraordinarily instructive and educational. And it shouldn't take, I would be shocked if it took 20 minutes.
Well, in light of the answers she gave to my questions tonight, and some of yours in that regard, I'm going to allow it. Now, I want to know what else we're looking at here.
Oh my God. That whole gallery is just shocked. Like, just look at all of them in the gallery.
Somebody is going.
There's
They
not
are
a
not
lot
happy.
of there's not a lot of Alec fans in that room. Oh my God.
What? Well, not going the way Colleton County wanted it to.
Your Honor, I want to hand up to you an affidavit from a witness we would propose to provide.
Yeah, fool. This is what happens when your clerk gets up there and lies.
In addition to clerk of court, this is a alternate juror, not the egg lady. This was the alternate juror who was dismissed when she was not needed for deliberations.
This is the one they were talking about.
And she is here also ready to testify.
Oh, this keeps getting worse.
She's here ready to testify.
What is this?
Testimony would take about the same time as one of those jurors this morning.
Sir?
I would expect her testimony would take about as much time as one of those jurors this
This
morning.
is not going to be evident today.
This is your offer in refutation of the testimony Ms. Hill has given today.
She denied saying any
She
of this.
denies saying anything.
Judge
That's
had a
correct.
high
Yes, Your Honor.
Now,
target.
You go.
is this
They met
is
it,
this
and now
juror, alternate juror, going to testify?
She's here. Yes, Your
She's
Honor.
here.
She's
there.
sitting.
She's there.
Well,
course she's there.
you just say she's here. She's available.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
They said that they were going to bring
Mr.
this.
Waters?
Your Honor, a couple things on this particular alternate juror. We've just been handed this
Your Honor, I'd like my
particular,
testicles back from
affidavit.
Dick.
Your Honor, I believe that Your Honor had correctly ruled that the focus again was on those jurors, and the inquiry has been made to those particular
Yeah,
jurors.
until your witness
I don't
perjured
know
her
why
ass
we would
off.
go into detail with an alternate juror that ultimately did not sit in any deliberations and cannot testify as to any effect on the verdict, which is the ultimate inquiry before Your Honor.
Shut
So
up.
we would object to this particular testimony
object away.
as far as it relates to the alternate juror.
Here's the one thing that gives me some heartburn, and you can help me with this, please. I stand by the rulings I have made that only jurors can be questioned about the effect on their verdict.
However,
That is why I did not allow the testimony of the egg juror in that regard. He is now offering this testimony, and it's testimony of certain things that were said to the jurors as a whole, rather than just to this particular juror. I would, as I say, I would ordinarily not allow this, but Ms. Hill testified several times during the course of her just concluded appearance that she never told any jurors anything along the lines of what has been asked here, particularly the comments about they're going to say things that will try to confuse you, throw you off, things of that nature. She was asked about that, and she denied she ever said anything like that. So this is an attempt to impeach as I see it, and that's what's giving me a little heartburn about just turning him down flat.
Yeah, because you shouldn't.
A couple things to add to that, Your Honor. First of all, I think that we have some very specific statements and a specific individual that's mentioned here. And so if we're looking at Rule 613B, which is essentially where they're operating, I don't know that there was an appropriate foundation laid as to the specific time and to whom these specific statements were made. I think that it needed to be cleaner with regards to that as to, mentioning this particular person and as much as you can, the time and place and the very specific statements that were made. I think Mr. Harpootlian, again, we have these general allegations and kind of went through those, but I don't know that now that we've just been handed this affidavit, that they were set forth as appropriate clarity that's required by 613B. So I think there's a failure there.
Mr. Waters, look for a minute at paragraph 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How far behind are we?
Those paragraphs all address things that have been asked her,
Are just reports from
and they are pretty specific as to time and place. And the content of this testimony is an attempt to impeach her, Ms. Hill's testimony. That's why I, as I guess colloquially I said, I'm having a little heartburn about excluding this, is because she was asked directly about these matters, and this testimony would be in conflict with that, which would be permitted to impeach someone.
Right. And Your Honor, I certainly understand the point. I guess I would have just 2 points to that. Number one is that As we've already talked about, this evidentiary hearing is within your discretion in the manner, particularly when you're talking about jurors and the manner to be conducting that. Now we're talking about putting the juror on the stand and having attorney examination. I think under the case law, that's within your discretion as to how that inquiry should go, as opposed to purely in a trial setting and applying the evidentiary rules. But if we're applying the evidentiary rules again, strictly applied, I think that I don't know that they have laid the foundation with enough clarity to offer extrinsic evidence under 613B. And that would be our argument there, that we just had generally discussion of some of these concepts, but not the place, time, and person to whom it was made with the specificity that 613B requires. So that would be our evidentiary objection in the event that Your Honor is addressing those. So that would be our position. I do also, before we get started, I do want to go back and address the sealed exhibits issue whenever it's appropriate.
Sure.
If now, I'm happy to go.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian? Slow for a minute. I'm turning to Mr. Waters to try to get some clarity about why he objects to this testimony. One is the 613 issue that he's explored, and I understand that. He now wants to say something about the sealed exhibits. So I want to hear from him on that, and then you can reply to both of them.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Distracted by Mr. Barber.
Sure, I understand.
And finally, going back to the juror issue, we would also raise 403 as well, just because of the nature of the inquiry that we're here to assess. Going back to the sealed exhibits, I just want to clarify for Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian were at this hearing. After the trial, there was a release of, and these were publicly filed exhibits, of a number of exhibits. What also got released at the time were 2 body cam exhibits, which had images of the victims at the scene. Those had inadvertently not been marked as sealed exhibits. And ultimately, then we had a hearing in front of Judge Newman, and essentially those were clawed back. And so I just want to be clear that when we're having testimony about that particular thing,
she released them again.
To what Ms. Hill was saying, that was those were the sealed exhibits that were released. And again, at the time, they had not been marked sealed, and that was sort of retroactively fixed. And then the other issue, of course, is, Your Honor, is again that the issue that Judge Newman was talking about after sentencing was a gallery photo. It was not a what apparently would be maybe a press photo of the exact exhibits. And what we did at trial, and Mr. Harpootlian can speak to this, and Mr. Bender could as well, is at the end of each day, first of all, the sealed exhibits would have a cover sheet or a folder that they would be in, and then they would verify with the parties that these are the opaque exhibits, these are the sealed exhibits, and then at that point, after court was concluded, the media would then be allowed to review and or photograph or get copies of the unsealed exhibits. So that's just how the procedure was working at the trial.
That's very helpful to clarify this, because I now see this in perspective that there were.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause.
Oh, I know. Holly's email.
Sorry, I just hear you guys talking. What are you guys saying?
What is email? What is Holly's email? Do you know?
Holly's email. Holly. There's two Hollys. There's Holly, who's the administration.
No, Holly, the one that works for Poot.
Why don't we email Becky and have her send it to him?
No, because that's not helpful.
I know. I am kidding.
Not helpful. There's lots and lots of emails from Holly.
Play. I'll find her.
Okay.
I'll look too.
Materials that were photographs at the scene or depictions at the scene of the 2 victims. What you're telling me is that those were inadvertently released after the trial by the, well, it would have to be by the clerk of court. She's the one that had them. And then they weren't properly marked. And they were then clawed back.
Yeah, they were the 2 body cam videos, and so in those videos, it weren't physical images, but they were the body cam videos, and then in those videos, you could see the victims at the scene. Right. And those 2 exhibits, to my recollection, were the only 2 that should have been sealed, but they, in fairness, were not marked sealed, and that's how they got released. The second we realized it was a problem, we took care of it and clawed those back.
I got them.
That clarifies that issue for me. So I frankly, that puts my mind at ease about what happened there. Now, Mr. Harpootlian, I'll come to you momentarily. Anything else?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Harpootlian.
A couple of things I'd point out. The first is this: in terms of the statement by this alternate juror, she was interviewed by SLED on video said exactly the same thing as she's saying in this affidavit weeks, if not months ago. So they know exactly what she said. I can assume they reviewed it. By the way, I asked, basically read from this affidavit as I cross-examined the clerk, and she denied each one of these statements. The second piece of that is this.
I know, it's on that basis that I'm even pursuing the idea of you're offering something by way of impeachment, so I understand that.
And secondly, as to the sealed exhibits, I think we're going to hear testimony from Ms. McElveen that may elaborate on your concerns based on our interview with her this morning.
All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. It's about 3 minutes of 3, which is when I generally take my afternoon break. I'm going to adjourn the court or recess the court, and we come back at 3:15, and I will allow you to offer Ms. McElveen and the alternate. I want to make it clear that they will be offered on what we've talked about, matters about which Ms. Hill testified that you think are impeached by Ms. McElveen's testimony and that you think are impeached by the alternate juror's testimony. So and the alternate juror's testimony, as I look at it, is the part about which impeachment would lie would begin at paragraph 3.
Did she say that they'll be back at 3:15?
So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Can I make you one other offer?
Yes, sir.
Today and today only. Egg Lady is across the street.
Well,
no. If you want to put her on the stand.
No. I've made my position quite clear about that. I think we've got in the record what is needed in terms of
today only.
What she says, Ms. Hill says, and
But
what
wait,
Ms.
there's
Hill
more.
says she says.
I agree. We did not intend on calling her. I just didn't want you to miss the opportunity if you wanted the opportunity to examine her.
So happy right now.
All right, court will be in recess until
He is
3:15.
so happy right now, isn't he? Okay, so I'm just going to flick this forward as well because we were slightly behind, not very far, and now we're on track. Cool. And did she say 3:15? I thought she did.
Yeah.
Because it is 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's 2:58. I've got on my clock here.
I don't know that there's not 3. That's so annoying.
Okay, well, yeah, my world clock says 2:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Right. So she said 3:15. So cool. All right. So you guys chitty chat. I have to just wake my child up because otherwise she's not going to be able to go to school, which is a bit of a problem. And unless, Dali, you want to bring your feet up and go back through some of the moments from the last. Yep, that'd be fantastic. Great. So yeah, if you want to just flick back through some of the fun stuff that's happened in the last
sure,
the last half hour or so, because stuff has happened. And I shall be back. I haven't gotten out of this chair for the last 5.5 hours.
I have to go get a drink really fast. I'll be back.
Of course.
Are you okay, Dolly?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna start playing some of the cross, I guess, of
Yes, please.
Ms. Becky, some of the highlights.
Tilly's Philly, are you Tilly? Why do you keep changing personalities? By the way, for those who don't know, Dali has complete admin control of my YouTube, which is worrying because
Can I end the stream?
No, you're not ending the stream. It's been known to end streams.
Only once, twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Wake your kiddo up.
I should go wake my kid up.
I got it. I'm a big boy. I can stream.
And in those drafts, you say certain things about the trial, about the process, which you later did not include in the final version. It's called editing. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this book for just a second. When did you first decide you were going to write a book?
I think a thought was there, a very fleeting thought before the trial.
Did you take any steps before the trial or at the initiation of the trial to begin writing this book or working with somebody on this book?
Oh, no, sir.
When did you and your co-author get together?
It was several weeks after the trial.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody about the fact you were going to write a book before the trial?
There were several anchors and several journalists that I did speak with about the possibility of writing a book.
I'm so disorganized, I apologize. Did you seek assistance in this trial from other clerks of court?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who were they?
Rhonda McElveen, who is the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, and Renee Elvis from the Horry County Clerk of Court.
And were they there with you the entire 6 weeks?
No.
I mean, how long were they there? Or how often were they there?
Rhonda McElveen was there as often as she could be, probably several times a week. Renee Elvis helped me during the jury selection.
Eyes.
Whoops.
And she began, that is, Ms. McElveen, she began working with you prior to jury selection.
Can you repeat that question?
We began jury selection, I think, on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Was she working with you or consulting with you prior to the 23rd?
No, sir.
Did you have any conversation with her about the trial?
Not until she got to the trial on what, I can't remember the exact day she came.
Okay. Now, is she a friend of yours?
She was a friend, yes.
Was?
Well, she is a friend.
Okay.
Yes.
But she's done nothing to make you any less a friend.
No, sir.
Now, did you tell her about the time of the trial that you were going to write a book? That you had thought about and were going to write a book?
I can't remember exactly. I think we did have a conversation about a book possibly in the future.
And did you tell her you're going to write a book because you thought it would make a lot of money?
Oh, no, sir.
You never said that.
No, sir.
And did you tell her that you were going to write a book to make a bunch of money so you could buy a lake lot and build a house on it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell her that you had given a juror a ride home, that you would accompany Mr. Bill, what's his last name?
Bill Polk.
Right. That you and he took a juror home one night? Did you tell her that? Did you take a juror home one night?
I didn't take a juror home one night.
Did
No,
Mr.
sir.
Polk and you take a juror home one night?
No, sir, we
Okay, you
didn't.
never gave a juror a ride in a car with Mr. Polk or without?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, also, during the trial, your daughter ended up on the venire, is that right?
She did.
And she was coming up, and did you talk to me and Mr. Waters about putting her on the jury if at all possible?
I'm not sure that we wanted her to be on the jury if at all possible, but I think the question was, would she make a good juror? And I said she sure would.
Now, I don't think we asked you. I think you told us she would make a great juror, did you not?
I remember you asking.
Okay. I was considering putting your daughter on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And who does she work for?
She works for Compass South.
Did she work for the sheriff's department at some point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she work in law enforcement at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. How many jury rooms were there?
We have 2 jury rooms in Colleton.
In this trial, how many jury rooms did you have? How
2.
many? Okay, so the entire jury wasn't together at any one time. They were separated into 2 rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And when they're separated into 2 jury rooms like that, are they next door to each other? Are they down the hall from each other?
They are next door to each other.
Okay. So, but if you close the door to one, can they hear what's going on in the other one?
Some women probably have very good hearing and men too, but I would say probably not.
Okay. Are there restrooms in both of the jury rooms?
There are.
Are there 2 restrooms or just one?
There's one restroom in each jury room.
Okay. Were either one of those restrooms designated men and women, or did everybody use the same one?
They were unisex.
They were unisex. Okay. Now, prior to your testimony here today, have you met with Attorney General's office in Sweat?
I have.
On how many occasions?
I want to say twice.
Okay. And remember when the first time was?
I think the first time was in September.
Okay. And the second time was last week?
Yes, sir.
Hey there.
Oh,
How's it going?
hey.
Hi. Holy jump whacking Jesus.
Right? It got real.
I drove home. I'm 30 minutes behind. I'm behind where Judge Tote is starting to question her about the literary license thing. I've never watched a woman sodomize another woman in court before.
Amazing though, right?
Holy Jesus Christ.
It's about like 30 minutes.
Yeah, right there with it. Also, I love the fact, I didn't make that much money, just $100,000. I'm just still poor folk like y'all.
Yeah. I know. I was thinking about like, what could I have done with $100,000? A lot.
She probably got a cement pond in her house and a flat talkie box flat up on the wall.
She might have even gotten that lakeside property.
Yeah. Oh.
At Moselle,
yes.
Law enforcement authorities first investigated the murder.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
And
We're letting
those
him listen.
photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And when the
Also, can we pause real quick?
testimony about them was
I think
completed,
you were back further than this.
Yeah, no, right about here. This
Right
is good
there.
enough. That look in her eyes is a look of a woman in terror. Becky should have learned. Can you maximize me real quick?
Yes.
There's a simple 5-letter word she should have learned how to spell. FIFTH. That's all she should have been doing at this point.
But didn't we?
Or if you want to simplify it,
do that.
FIF. Fifth. Why can't she? Why can't she?
She remember, like, but in this instance, she's not the defendant.
You have the right to remain silent at it.
Yeah.
You always have a right to remain silent. Ohio v. Reiner. Everybody can remain silent at any time for any reason. And also,
it's viewed as bad, though, isn't it?
But it's
Well, it doesn't
worse.
matter, but she doesn't want to.
Well, yes, it's viewed as bad, but compared to this, I mean, this is really bad. Yeah,
this is really bad. This is really bad.
This is about as bad as it can get.
Yeah, dude.
And the
her attorney did not. Her attorney did not do her any favors unless she's got an immunity agreement out there.
Wouldn't surprise me, but
well, she should have one. But I would argue at that point, Poon and them should have been made advised of that. But given that it's South Carolina, they might not have.
Yep.
Sorry, but we can keep going.
That would be nutty.
You can do it at like 1.5 speed. I can listen to them okay at that call clearing.
Those photographs came into public view.
This is a total lie, by the way.
You're talking about after the.
I'm talking about the fact he alluded to it.
Or the other answer that always works is, I don't recall, Senator. She could have done that too.
Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control.
Oh, future misses in chat the whole time, just going, why is she not saying
I
it?
think what happened, it was.
I'm just a big old moron, y'all.
From a screen that had some of the pictures on it.
She's lying so hard, y'all.
She could have done that, and it probably would have been okay.
Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Did you allow
Then how'd they get them?
No, we have the emails. She gave them to them.
No, ma'am.
Oh, we do have emails. Okay.
Exhibits because you did have the press have great access to the exhibits, and you say.
That's what I get for not following the Beck emails.
To be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits.
I love that you call them Beck emails.
We had Mr. J. Bender, then we had the full photographers and someone from maybe the state, I believe, or the Posting Courier, along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct and within our domain.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Not true.
What was the
Darling,
methodology
could you
for
put closed
allowing them
captions up?
to examine the exhibits? How'd you handle that?
I wasn't there a whole lot when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits, and especially the court reporters, and there was a certain time frame that they were allowed to take their pictures, and everything was all of the pictures were looked at by the court reporters that were there and the lady from court administration, along with someone from my office and Mr. J. Bender, to make sure that everything was done correctly.
What I'm asking is how you handled having them, the press, view these exhibits.
If I remember correctly, the press, we had certain designated photographers and then someone, I think, from the state of the Post and Courier, and they were responsible for putting it out on a stream for the rest of the media to access.
Would they do that by photographing the exhibits as they were in your possession after court was over that day?
That is correct.
Right. And how did you handle the sealed exhibits?
Thank you for doing that, Dina.
Their availability when these press people are there photographing exhibits.
They stayed sealed.
And so you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on the scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that?
You're muted,
I am,
McKinley.
Yes. And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
On purpose.
That is what I heard.
Okay.
All right.
This judge smells bullshit.
You have indicated about your book that some.
I was really worried about her.
You called it literary license, not literally true, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
She came through.
Did you ever?
Well,
good job, Tran Ma.
Communication or in any way, shape, or form indicate or state that you wanted a guilty verdict because it would increase the sales of the book. Did you ever say that?
The volume is so low.
Or verbally or in any other way?
Sorry.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Are you guys using the booster?
If it was guilty,
Yeah, I got
it. Guilty or a mistrial.
Sorry, we've just swapped some inputs.
In
Dali's
the book, you suggest
on at the
that
moment.
the guilty verdict was what you wanted, and
I'll
you feel
go back to my feed
that
shortly.
a guilty verdict would not be
Unless
rendered.
it's
You say that
working
a lot
fine.
about your feeling about wanting a guilty verdict, do you not?
I do agree that that is said in the book, and part of that is because I think it was a guilty verdict.
Well, this is that you were describing a time way before the verdict was rendered when you wrote about those things in the book. Isn't that correct?
It is, yes.
And you even have something where you say that your eyes met with jurors and others at Moselle, and y'all had an understanding, unspoken, that he was guilty. You said that in the book, did you not?
I did say
Oh,
that in the book, and I would consider that part of the literary.
oh, Becky, honey,
Words that we just said, but there was nothing spoken with the juror.
that's
at
just all
at Moselle,
talk.
or anywhere else at the courthouse or anywhere. I think that's part of that poetic license that we write to make something more apparent. But at no time did I read or try to read someone else's eyes, and
According to the liar.
that was just one of those gut feelings that I wrote in the book.
I got 100,000 reasons why you'd lie. Poon did a masterful job.
He was on fire. The D was on fire. In fact,
Man,
it's a great day for the fire Ds.
man. Pooner was just like, yeah, he was run through the streets on fire.
Speaking of a time before the jury verdict was rendered, I was conflicted about knowing the Murdaugh family and about having so many people watching and listening to me as I read the verdict. I was mostly concerned about Alex being found innocent when I knew in my heart he was guilty.
I have
had
found the
despair
email.
that the goodwill of the Murdaughs had built up in the community would influence the jury. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had those feelings well before the verdict was announced in this case. You had some definite opinions and feelings about what the verdict should be, did you not?
Yeah, and Twitter, please.
That's not any poetic license. What was said there. That's how you felt.
All the
correct?
places. That'd be great.
So she didn't feel he was guilty? Too, it's like, yeah, she's just catching her.
From the state, Mr. Waters.
Cretin Waters got nothing. He's like, well,
his whole team.
Okay, we're on. We're live. We're live.
Okay.
Yep.
okay.
Do you want to be live?
Well, can you boost it?
Let's just go live. Yeah.
Let's go. I can. I'll go
I
to
think
mine.
law and crime is better.
Well, no. Long crime might be better. Yeah.
It's fine,
You
it's
could
fine.
boost theirs too.
Yeah.
You guys
All
have the
right.
boosters on.
It's
Or
okay.
TV.
We're fine.
Okay.
It's muted.
We're doing it live. We're doing it live.
Fuck it. We're going
All
live.
right, Mr. Harpootlian, I believe it's
Ooh.
you
Bend the
to
tip.
present your witness. Please be,
Rhonda McElveen?
Oh, we were right. The poll was right when we did the Becky Mouse poll.
Please tell me she doesn't have a mask. Oh, okay, now.
Hi, Becky.
You know this.
Yes, I do.
I love that Becky's still in the room.
Where's she at? I don't see her.
With her attorneys.
Yeah, behind the state.
Yeah.
Well, her attorney didn't fucking help her at all there. Unless she's got an immunity agreement.
You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give in
Is
this
this-
case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Is this
so help
egg
you God?
juror?
No, this
No.
is her friend who was the
Please
clerk
have
of
seen on the
court.
witness stand. State your
filled
full
in
name
for
for the
her for a
record.
week.
And please spell your first
Okay.
and last name.
While she had COVID.
Oh.
Rhonda McElveen, RHONDA MCELVEEN.
God, she is not looking thrilled to be there. I mean, I could say as a fellow fat person, she looks out of breath
Yes, sir.
already.
Say your name for the record, please, so I can make sure I can hear you.
Rhonda McElveen.
Your Honor, can you hear? Okay.
I can't hear you great, Dick. I can hear you, but I would doubt that anybody
call him
close
Dick?
to
That
lawyers
better?
would hear you.
Is that better? No?
Is that thing on, Mr. Bailey?
That's what she said.
Miss Becky's like, I got to go to the capital city this week, y'all.
Speak up.
I ain't been there since I was 10.
First time.
Hey, Mr. Bessie.
It's
And
just
I
not
ain't
on
Vegas,
at all,
New
but-
York City. Yuck.
No, it's all
Yeah.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harpootlian, you may proceed.
All right.
I'll speak a little louder if that helps. Say your name again for the record, please.
Yeah, it's not as loud
Rhonda
this
McElveen,
And Ms. McElveen, what do you do for a living?
Clerk of Court and ROD for Barnwell County.
Clerk of court in what?
Register of Deeds, I have 2 titles.
2 titles. And is that an appointed or an elected position?
Elected.
So you're elected by the people of Barnwell County.
Yes, sir.
And how long have
Barnwell?
you been
Oh
the
my
clerk
God.
of court of Barnwell County?
This is my 16th year,
16 years. And
and I'm running again, sir.
you're up this year? 24 is
Yes, sir.
all right.
Interesting.
Don't think
Looks
I'm
like a
allowed
law
to
school
say that, but you have been the clerk for 16 years. You're up again this year. Now, do you know the clerk of?
Wonder how this is going to
back up
help our
just a second.
election.
Do you hold any position with? Is there a state organization of clerks of court?
Yes, sir. I'm actually the president of the South Carolina Clerks of Court and Register of Deeds.
Okay.
Wow.
And that means that of the 46, there are 46 of y'all. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you were elected to be the chairman of that group,
President of that group.
president. Of
That's
that
just a
group.
money skimming operation.
Are there certain rules and constraints that
plagiarize.
clerks should operate under in terms of dealing with juries?
Yes, sir.
And
Oh, he's gonna fuck
is
her
there
with this.
training for that, or is there a book for that, or how do you learn that?
You have the Clerk of Court manual for one that's on the judicial website. You also have the law books that have it in there. There's actually 2 separate forms, SCCA 237 and 238 maybe. It has regulations on it. And then we also have in the handbook or not handbook, but in the program within the CMS system, they actually have rules and stuff there you can go by as well.
Now,
This is
as
how you
a
do your
clerk of
job.
court, are part of your duties to deal with juries?
Yes, sir.
We understand there's a jury venire that's brought in at the beginning of a term, and then individual juries are picked for both civil and criminal cases. Is that correct?
That is correct unless it's a non-jury trial.
And then there's just a judge, like we're doing here, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the process of picking juries, do you assist as clerk of court? When I say assist, who actually picks the jurors out of a hat, or whatever the process is?
Well, actually, the first process is you draw a jury by computers through the CMS system, and then summons are sent out. And then once we come to court, we usually do a roll call. We see what everybody's doing, what the jobs and everything to help the attorneys to decide which jurors they would like to get. They have so many strikes, etc. And then you call the names and they have the strikes, and then that's your jury pool.
And then the judge will seat a jury in a jury box, like, although I've never quite seen a jury box that looks like that, but a jury box in a courtroom, right?
That is correct.
Your jury box in Barnwell County is a little, like 2 rows of 7 or 8 people.
Well, I actually have a jury box on both sides of the courtroom because I have the grand jury on one side when they convene, and then I have the petit juries on the other side when they convene.
Okay. And the jury, they're sworn by the judge, and then they're put in the jury box, and they begin to hear arguments and testimony and jury charges by the judge. Is that correct?
Well, actually, sir, where we do it, the clerk of court usually swears them in with the judge presiding over the whole deal.
Okay. Once that jury is sworn in, what is your role in terms of dealing with those jurors individually or as a group? Are you allowed to talk to them individually, to pull them out, to converse with them about your opinion about the case?
To pull them out of the trial while we're going on?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir, we're not. If they're on a break, et cetera, or if they request to see someone, then we manage to, I'll go in the door open, I'll say, which one of you needs to see someone? It might be the judge. And I said, hold on, and then I go get my judge. And so we've got a juror that needs to speak with you.
Do you converse with jurors about the merits of the case, by the merits, whether someone's guilty or innocent, or whether a plaintiff or a defendant should win in a civil case? Do you ever do that?
No, sir, about the most only thing I ever do is go in and count them and tell them I can count up to 14 without even using my toes. And then I might get their lunch order. That's it. And the doors are usually open when I'm doing that.
And you have bailiffs that sit with the jury or sit outside the jury room?
They sit outside the jury room, and usually there's one beside them in the courtroom in case somebody needs something. But usually they'll catch my eye or they'll catch the judge's eye, and we'll get something handled.
Okay. So did you have any contact with the clerk of court of Carleton County prior to her being elected the clerk of court of Carleton County? Did you know her before she was clerk of court?
No, I did not.
Did you come to know her once she was elected clerk of court?
Yes, I did.
And was it a pleasant relationship?
It was.
And how did you come to be, and to cut to the chase, you ended up being in the courtroom during the Murdaugh trial for part of those 6 weeks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to be there?
When Becky and I met each other at a conference, clerk of court's conference, where she was discussing that she had that trial coming up, and I knew that she was relatively new, and I said, I'll offer to come help you if you would like. And I think she ended up talking to Judge Newman about it, and they both said, yes, it would be good that I was there.
Okay, because you tried a murder case or two in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go and help Becky Hill try that murder case?
I did. I couldn't go for the first 3 days because I had court in Barnwell, and I told both of them if I had court going on in Barnwell, I could not be in Collin County.
Okay.
I think Sean might have already come when he arrived.
Yeah.
Or on the way here.
I'm waiting because Becky's might come back out.
To your knowledge, had Ms. Hill ever been the clerk of court that managed a murder trial prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
So this was her first murder trial.
This was her first?
As far as I know of this magnitude, I don't know if they had one before then or not.
Okay. Now, when
magnitude,
y'all
nobody has in that
initially,
state.
what were you talking about in terms of logistics and how you did it and all those sorts of things?
Yes, sir.
During that, before the trial, before we ever picked a jury, did she ever discuss with you that she was going to write a book?
Yes, sir.
And
She
did
wanted to write a book. Yes,
wanted
sir.
to write a book. Did she indicate what the book was going to be about?
About the trial?
About the Murdaugh trial?
Yes, sir.
PERGURY.
What, if anything, did she discuss with you about how she felt the verdict should turn out to be in the Murdaugh trial, vis-a-vis in reference to the book? What would help the book?
A guilty verdict.
And tell the judge and me what exactly she said to you that you remember. This is prior to the trial.
Okay, well, first of all, she said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books. And we left it at that. This was before.
Game over.
In December.
And when did she ever say that again to you during the week she spent there?
Several times. It could be said it was, amongst friends in her office, or we might be having dinner, that kind of stuff. But
Becky, you don't get the metal burn, the metal cuffs.
That would be the best way to sell books, yes, sir.
The best way to sell books. Now, during this,
there's a reason why Boone asked those questions.
Did she ever express to you an opinion on whether or not, in fact, was Mr. Murdaugh guilty of the murder of his son and his wife?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what she said, and if you remember when.
Oh, I can't wait for
I don't exactly remember when. I know it's over half of the trial had already happened, but the evidence was coming forth that it looked like he might be guilty, and she made a comment that guilty verdict would be better for the sale of books.
Oh. Okay. Now,
ouch.
As a result of a conversation you had sometime during the trial, I don't want you to relate
I can
to
only
me.
imagine what the wine moms Emily Baker's chat are
Told
thinking
you.
right now.
Did you have a discussion with the court?
What do you mean the state did something wrong?
About her being
They're
with
accusing the juror of being
jurors on her own.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I did. One morning I showed up,
This is all
up to
Boone's
Collin
fault.
County, and I was told that she had taken a juror home the night before. And I was in the courtroom and I saw her, and it was between the pews and where the back row pews are. And I mentioned to Ms. Becky, I said, please tell me you didn't take a juror home last night. And she told me, she says, I did, but I didn't talk about the case. I had a bailiff with me. Mr. Bill was with me. I said, Becky, you don't do things like that. I thought we had stopped everything. It wasn't far enough along to really cause a major problem, or I would have told Judge Newman. But I thought we had to understand that you did not spend time alone with the jurors.
Okay. Now, I'm going to read you some statements. Well, first of all, did you ever hear her say anything in front of you to a juror about whether or not, on the merits of the case, that is, whether or not he was guilty or innocent and what you should pay attention to? Did you ever hear her, what, if anything, did you ever hear her say to a juror or in the presence of a juror? Anything?
No, sir.
Okay. But let me ask you if you've ever heard her say these statements, and if so, to who? Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understand. Do not be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. You ever hear her say that?
Your Honor, this time I would object. This witness was specifically called as a Rule
Devastating to my
16.3b
case.
extrinsic evidence. I think we've covered the two grounds that would be permissible for her to testify to, and I believe that should be the extent of her testimony. So we would object any further extrinsic evidence as improper impeachment.
She's already
and,
pegged my
also
client
relevant.
anyway.
I think that the issues that were raised with the prior witness have been covered, and that was the express reason that this witness was called, and Your Honor allowed the testimony.
Overruled. You may continue.
Did you ever hear her say that?
She wants to know.
Verbiage.
Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys.
Yes, I did.
And who was it said to?
It was said to me.
Okay.
And sometimes it might be a staff member in her office or someone from the media there. But other than that, I didn't hear her say it out there in front of any jurors.
Did she ever say to you or to other people around you, I'm not talking about jurors, watch him closely, talking about Mr. Murdaugh. This is just before he testified. Look at his actions. Look at his movements. Did you ever hear her say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with the bailiff, Mr. Bill?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever discuss with you the clerk's contact with jurors?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear her say that the defense is going to try to confuse the jurors? Did you ever hear her say that?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay. Now, let me deal with one last area. Let me see if I can simplify this. There was a setup in the courtroom. Pardon me, I've got a little frog in my throat.
Oh, hey, guys, check the private chat real quick.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I think so. I'll share my bottle over here if he wants part of it.
I'll pass on that.
Once a clerk, always a clerk, Your Honor. So, and I was there, you were there, this judge was not there. And prosecution tables over here, defense tables over here, judges up here. And then there's a rail behind which the clerk was. And because of all the massive electronic equipment we had there with big screens, there was an area over on my right facing the judge. And then I think you were located in that area right between the judge and that area. Is that correct?
Talking about in the well area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir. For
Now-
the most part, now sometimes I was out there with the screen
Right.
in the gallery.
Right. But there was a screen on which you could see not only what the gallery back there could see, but the images that only the jury was supposed to see that were under seal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there's a woman named Rhonda Ryder, correct?
Murdaugh keeps smiling
Rich.
at Eric Land.
Rich. And tell me who she is.
At the time, we did not know who she was. The first time they were there, we didn't know. Then she came in Ms. Becky's office the night before, and she asked if she could have another seat in the courtroom for the next day. And Ms. Becky said yes.
Media.
And she says, and what's your name again? And the only reason why I remember Rhonda, because of course my name being Rhonda.
Oh, yeah.
And the next day, Miss Rich was sitting, I don't know how to tell you, but she was sitting. Do you know where Doug was sitting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I know, Judge, you don't know where Doug was sitting, but anyhow.
But Doug was the audiovisual guy, and he had access to the unscreened, the unsealed images, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was sitting right next to him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In that little part. And
So she could see the body cam, she could see the unredacted corpse pictures, the autopsy pictures, all the photos that the judge had sealed, correct?
Well, no, the only thing she could see was what was being put up at the time.
Right. But
Okay.
as they were put up, she could see them.
Right, but they tried their best to seal it where you couldn't, but you could still see it there. I didn't see any of the photos, okay?
But she could see them.
Right, and Doug was really having a problem with that. And I can also tell you that our court reporters didn't know who she was either, okay?
And she turns out to be a writer, correct?
Yes, sir, after I found out, yes, sir,
And her name is Rhonda Rich.
correct.
She was given access to areas that only court personnel should have had access
Right,
to.
but then we broke, and then she moved her in the well with me. She was about on my left, and either Elizabeth or Mike was on my right. And I noticed she was taking notes.
She
And
helped
I
me write
asked
one
her
of them
what was
books,
she
y'all.
doing, taking notes. She says, I'm a Sunday school teacher. Well, I immediately covered up everything I had.
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
So,
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
let me just, there's too many preachers in my family on both sides, okay?
So you determined she was not a Sunday school
Oh, I
teacher.
love
Later learned that she was a writer writing about the Murdaugh case, correct?
Now, I don't know if she's ever a Sunday school teacher or not. There's just, I don't even know where she goes to church or anything, so I can't tell you that answer. But I did find out that she
This is
was
a good woman.
Shortly after she was put there, and evidently after I covered everything up, shortly after that, Judge Newman asked for a recess so we could find where people were going to be working. And that's when
Typical
she
honest
put
Southern
Miss Rich
woman.
out in the gallery in control of that screen.
And she ended up writing the foreword to Becky's book. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Becky gave her access to
Have
area
you ever
only
done a
that
big
only
metal
court
bird,
personnel
ma'am?
should have had. Is that correct?
That is true. But now I'll be honest with you, sir. There's been a couple times when we had other people that were sitting on that side where we weren't planning on seeing sealed documents that day.
Right.
But there were some other people that sat there, but nobody that actually sat in the well that wasn't court people.
Okay. Thank you, Court's indulgence.
As it should be. No normies allowed. Sorry, normies.
Thank you, Your Honor. One second. Oh,
Wait, what's normie?
What? No, she said only court people only, as it should be. And I'm like,
Judge, do
sorry,
you have an
normies.
extra bottle of water?
Sorry, normies, you're not allowed to be there.
Oh, Miss Elizabeth's got one. Thank you.
Ms. McLean, how you doing today?
I'm good, sir. Please call me Rhonda.
I always called you Miss Rhonda. I've known you for a long time as well. In fact,
Yes, sir.
I tried one of those murder cases in front of you years ago.
Gonna help though.
Yes, sir.
The whole wet friends.
I wanted to ask a couple things.
appreciate you
I
not
won't be
screwing
that
up my
long.
case.
One of the things that you said earlier is you said when you initially were talking to Miss Hill, she said something like, we ought to write a book or something.
That is
She's
correct.
going to fuck you up.
And so did y'all have any further discussion about you writing the book or participating with the book? or
Oh,
anything
no,
like
sir.
that?
I'm crazy enough not to write one.
Okay. During the course of after the trial, she did send you like chapters and things like that to take a look at.
I did get to see a couple of drafts of the
Just bend over,
of the
Creighton.
Okay, so she did send you those to take a look at and to review and that sort of thing. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay. All right.
Did Sled come and extort you yet, too?
And you were asked and again, Your Honor, just to be clear, I've made some objections.
You do not waive any objections by cross-examination. They are all preserved. You may proceed.
That's
You,
actually a very good thing to clarify.
Some statements that you attributed to
No,
Ms.
it is.
Hill,
I just don't like them.
during the course of conversations, during the course of the trial. Is that correct? Just things like watching closely, watches mannerisms,
Correct.
things like that. And where were those conversations? Were those conversations taking place back in the clerk's offices with clerk staff and people like that?
Yes, sir. In the clerk's office. It might have been downstairs in the bathroom.
Okay.
Some of us had privilege to go to.
All right. So you and Ms. Becky and other court staff maybe just discussing the case and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And people were expressing their opinions about what was going on and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
No, when we were having those discussions, there weren't more than one or two, maybe three people there.
Okay. But just a few people there just talking back behind the scenes. That's what I'm
Correct.
driving at.
Yes, sir.
It was behind the scenes, and it's not uncommon for clerk staff behind the scenes, not to the parties, not to the litigants, not to the jurors, but among themselves back in in the hallways back there to talk about the day's activities and things like that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's a big difference between the natural conversations that people that work together, court staff and the like, have with each other.
You're going to set yourself up to fail.
Actually
Don't go down
having
this
those
road.
conversations in front of the jurors, right? There's a big difference between those two, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not uncommon for you. You're a clerk of court. You got people that work for you. Y'all are going to have private conversations about what's going on that are not to be shared, particularly with jurors, but with the public as well. Is that fair to say?
That is true.
Okay. All right. And so there were conversations like that going on that you were privy to and part of. Is that correct?
That is
Did
correct.
you have any of those conversations that
All
you're
right.
shot of
And
jurors? No.
you mentioned a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. So there are all these conversations going on, and that's natural. That happens, private conversations with court staff behind closed doors. But you never once saw or observed or had anyone tell you that any of those conversations were being shared by Ms. Becky with any juror. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And if that had happened, if you had observed anything untoward or
There's an
improper
answer
going
there.
on at this particular trial,
There's a but.
you would have immediately gone to Judge Newman as part of your obligation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you never did that because you never observed anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked a little bit about Rhonda Rich, who was a member of the media, and how she was placed kind of back where the defense IT guy was. Is that
No,
correct?
I didn't say she was part of the media, sir.
Okay. Well, she was a writer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Driving
All right. And then you said
Natural.
that eventually, though, Judge Newman stepped in.
Because he
and
doesn't
she
want to
moved
retry
out
this
into
case.
into the gallery.
He's
and
fighting
started
tooth and
restraining
nail
out
for the
there.
conviction.
But I don't know. I thought
be
Miss
fair, I
Becky
don't
did.
wanna
I'm not
rewatch
saying
it.
Judge Newman did.
Okay. All right. And over there in that area of the, if we look in the courtroom, there was sort of the grand jury box over here, and that was where Court TV was and media was
I
stationed. and that
forgot
sort
how
of
he
thing.
looks
Is
like he's
that
missing a
correct?
fucking chromosome.
Right, and inevitably there were media members that could
Hey, look at his
view
face.
some of the images that
Holy
were being
shit,
shown.
you're right.
They were just not able to
Dennis
report
Sobey.
those just
A
because
what?
of the nature of where the courtroom
He
was.
looks
Is
mentally
that
challenged.
accurate?
Well, I
He
was
looks
told they couldn't
developmentally
see it, so
challenged.
I don't know what they actually saw because I didn't discuss it.
Google
Probably is a
Dennis Sobey,
prosecutor.
man.
You never had a conversation with Court TV or anything like that.
Other than the fact that be careful what they put on my front page of the New York Times on me.
All right. And you're not aware of any image
burn your house
or
down.
confidential information or sealed image or anything like that that was ever made privy to Miss Rich that was put in any sort of publication or anything like that. Is that correct?
Not I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Because if you had
No, I
found out
can't
about that
not
too,
see that
you would have
extra
immediately gone and
chromosome.
reported that to Judge Newman because you would have said that's improper. That I need to go report to
That
the
is
judge, correct?
Correct.
And you never once saw anything during the entire course of this trial that caused you to say, you know what, I got to go talk to Judge Newman. Something ain't right about what's going on here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you would have done that without a doubt if you had seen that. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now,
Yeah,
in looking at
It's not good
back
for.
at this trial,
They got what they needed
you
already.
mentioned that there was a few
Yeah.
days at the beginning of trial that you weren't there because you had your own court to take care of back in Barnwell County.
Correct.
All right. And then pretty much after that, I guess you were pretty much present the majority of the remainder of the time. Is that fair to say?
I was. I had one medical procedure done. I missed 2 days, but basically other than that, I was there every day.
And there was a period of time, though, during the middle of the trial where Ms. Becky had a medical issue and had to be absent from the courtroom for about a week or something like that.
That is correct.
Okay. And during that period of time, you were present and functioning as the lead clerk of court during that period of time.
That is correct.
All right. So the reality is that you were present for probably as much, if not more than anyone in the clerk's function during the course of this trial. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, just to reiterate, there was not one time that you observed or came in possession of any information that you were like, I got to go talk to Judge Newman about this.
No, sir.
asked and answered.
Court's in Dover.
You look in your eyes.
That's okay. Poon's got his.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's all right with this.
The witness
Yeah.
isn't like trying to. She just answers questions. She's honest.
Yeah, that's so. There's no
Very credible.
yeah, there's no concern here. That's why he's let Creighton get his stuff out. It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, Creighton, here we go.
Very good, Mr. Harpootlian. Yes, sir.
Half a question.
All right.
Mr. Waters indicated to you that you were
Kinda
not
a dick,
aware
huh?
of whether or not, and you agreed that you never witnessed her talking to a juror about the evidence. Is that correct? We
That is
agree on
correct.
that. Do you know? But she did admit to you that she had been with a juror alone in a car for some period of time when you confronted her with that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did she indicate to you what
Giving
you
him a
talked to
handy.
that juror about while they're alone in the car?
No, sir. She told me, the only thing she told me was that she did not discuss the case, that she had Mr. Bill, the bailiff, with her, and he could tell her that. Tell
Okay.
that.
And when she
I
said
guess
she
Mr.
didn't
Bill's getting
discuss the
called.
case,
Yeah.
did you bring that up or did she bring that up?
She brought that up.
You didn't say shouldn't be with him because it's frowned
He's too
upon?
old for you?
I did tell her that I would caution her on doing that because the perception of dealing with the jurors one-on-one is not tolerated.
Is not tolerated. Thank you.
Well, the judge
Thank you,
has
Ms.
a question.
McElveen. You may be excused.
Oh wow, the judge has no
Hey.
questions for her.
Interesting.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, call your next witness.
You're going to call juror 741.
She's
I
letting
know
him
you're
call
not-
all the witnesses now.
Well, that's right. She's an alternate. That's all right.
She's gonna let her in.
The alternate now, yeah, this door's been opened widely.
Yeah, door's been open.
I got you.
He's impeaching.
Creighton's like, Your Honor, it's gonna make me look bad.
And Your Honor, motion coming, my understanding is unlimited to 4 questions.
Yes, sir. I have a copy, and I have given
4 questions.
the court reporter a copy of this affidavit with the
God doesn't seem so nervous
name
right now.
obscured.
Well, yeah, because
The
every
number,
one
I
of the
think,
jurors
as well.
admitted.
So, but the affidavit that supports this testimony that
The fact
you've
one,
identified
either
supports
Becky's lying
exhibit
or the
5.
jurors lying, that automatically warrants a new trial.
Background about her getting picked for the jury and
At
how
this
long
point.
she's on the jury.
Becky's
and
not very
she-
credible writer.
I only intend on asking
Well,
4 questions.
Even if you believe the other party,
Ask.
You don't.
Sure, I mean, they'll have
there's enough
cross-examination.
question here that a would be warranted.
All right.
He's limited to 4 questions initially, is that?
No, he's just telling me that's what he intends to do, Fine.
Those numbers
Sometimes
are
you can
really,
hold lawyers to that and sometimes you can't, Mr. Miller.
Just surprised
Ellen
36%.
seems to be talking that way. Those numbers are telling.
Those 4 questions.
That's fine.
Miss Becky is.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, they spent well over $1 million on the trial.
Oh, it's the millions of dollars. I mean, yeah, this is a. I mean, I remember when I was back when I was practicing in another town, a juror had screwed around and caused problems, and the judge had brought you in. He's like, "I'm not holding you in contempt, but I am fining you all the court costs." And it was like a week and a half long trial, and it was a couple $1,000s.
Wow.
And I mean, it needs to happen. This is not a joke.
No.
And this is like, I want to write a book. I want to be famous. You know, that's not how this works. This is people's lives.
Confirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
So
help you God.
I would have thought it would have been 90%.
Stand.
No, not 48%.
No.
Yes.
Apply to her that applied to the other
48%
jurors
no.
in terms of
Okay.
her image
And
appearance.
thank you.
That's correct. All right. There'll be no photograph made
Hold on,
of
no, I
this
gotta do it for you.
particular witness.
I'm gonna come.
Juror in the matter.
Don't come.
Do not come.
Sally, you say it.
I'm
going to
gonna
refer
come.
to you as
You say it properly.
juror
I'm gonna come.
741.
Don't come.
It's what we got to do here, so we don't use your name, so people don't know who you
No,
are.
She's like,
Is that okay with you?
mhm.
That's fine.
And
Damn
you and I have met before.
Correct.
I came to your home one Sunday afternoon. I believe you're cooking Sunday dinner, and we talked. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then
Wait, what? Cooking
you were
Sunday
interviewed by
dinner?
SLED,
Correct.
and you gave them a recorded statement. And then this morning you came here and you gave me an affidavit that you signed, and you're here with your lawyer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Eric Land.
just for purposes of the record, you were a juror. You were selected to be a juror on the State versus Alex Murdaugh murder charge, correct?
Correct.
And you sat in the courtroom for 6 weeks and listened to all the testimony.
Correct.
And you were the alternate.
Correct.
And so when the jury went out to deliberate, you were excused. Is that correct? Now, I'm going to go through a series of questions based on your affidavit, okay?
Okay.
Which you signed this morning, which was based on our initial interview with you and your interview with SLED. This is basically the same thing you told SLED. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your affidavit, you say, before the defense put up their case,
Sir? Leave. Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. In your affidavit, you said, before the defense put up their case, Ms. Hill told the jurors, quote, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off, unquote. Is this true? Did Ms. Hill say
That's
that?
exactly what she told us.
I'm sorry?
That's exactly what she told us.
Okay. The next thing you say is Ms. Hill made the above statement warning the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all the jurors as we assembled in the same jury room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, y'all were initially in two
We was
jury.
in two separate rooms, and when she came in, we all went in one room.
Okay. Paragraph number 5, Ms. Hill said, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see. What does that mean?
She said, don't get nervous. Don't be afraid to show your emotions because that's what they want to see.
Who wants to see?
I don't know who she's speaking of. I'm assuming the court.
Okay. And then number 6, Ms. Hill also informed us Alex Murdaugh was going to testify, but I don't recall exactly what she said. All the jurors were assembled in one room when she made that comment.
Exactly.
She told you that Alex Murdaugh was going to testify.
Exactly.
Did you know before that he was going to testify?
I think we knew that he was going to come up. I think he was supposed to do it the day before, but he didn't.
And I knew he was going to be the last person that afternoon.
Thank you, Sean.
During the visit to Moselle, juror number 826 and I walked to the scene together. Then juror 826 began walking with the clerk of court, Becky Hill. I could tell they were talking. I could not hear what was said between them. Is that correct?
Correct. You missed this one.
Is what you put in this affidavit truthful?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you told us back in
I don't remember that
August,
months
I
ago.
believe. I think I interrupted you cooking Sunday dinner.
Right.
Um,
I'm reading Luna Shark's chat. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
all right, thank you. Please answer any questions defense may have for you.
Mr. Waters, or Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, May it please, Your Honor.
Hey, Dolly, that's the Matley lady, right? The Mandy Matley?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it's a crescendo
Yeah.
of red wine crashing to the ground.
It's nice to see you again.
No, justice being done. No.
Yeah.
Why listen to an
This is the
alternate?
first time you talked to Mr. Harpootlian
Wine,
or
buy
Mr. Griffin
stocks and Libby
or
Glass,
any other
guys.
attorney.
There's gonna be a
I
bunch of new
can't tell you
purchases.
exactly. It's
Stop
been
talking
months.
about Sunday
It's
dinner, sir.
Probably been
Yeah, you're
September,
reading
August.
it.
It's been
Okay.
months.
And were they the first attorney to
Who the hell
talk
is
to
this
you, or
guy?
was there somebody else that talked to you
Sweaty taint.
prior to them?
Oh,
Any other
Jim's got
attorney?
No,
that-
I think he was the first person I talked to.
Jimmer's got
You
him.
They
sure?
were like
I think.
Creighton
There
Water.
was so many people trying to call me, and I
Oh yeah, they
was
wanted to suck his
not
dick so bad.
be involved, so I can't.
He played guitar so
I
good.
can't quite remember.
I'm
But he's the first person I seen.
First person in person?
Yes.
Okay. So when he came to your house,
Yes.
Mr. Harpootlian came to your house?
Yes.
And at that point, was
there.
Miss Holly with him? Holly, you mind raising your hand? You see Miss Holly?
Yes.
Okay. And was anybody else with him?
Yes. He was.
Mr.
I hope
Griffin?
so.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Griffin.
Thank you. And you gave them a statement then, right?
Right.
And did they record you? I mean, were they audio or video recording you? Did they say we'd like to record this?
No.
They didn't.
But neither did the people that came out. They didn't. I didn't know I was being recorded by them neither.
I'm not trying to fuss.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
asking. But is there an audio recording of your conversation with them that you know of?
No.
Did they say?
None that I know of. No.
So you don't remember them saying?
No audio recording. We're required to tell her if we're recording her under rules. We did record her.
He's on cross-examination.
Well, they probably
Also
wouldn't because
state-
they wouldn't want it.
And at that point,
Well, they're gonna
that was
argue that
again,
it was
do you
a
remember,
violation of
you
privacy.
said you think, was that around the end of August, 1st of September when they first came and talked to you?
The state is full of
Roughly.
scumbags.
Roughly. I don't want to.
You know, you'll
And
say
you
this. Oh,
told
he's a nice
them
guy.
basically everything that you've told us now, right?
Yes.
Exact same thing.
Exact same thing that I told them.
Nothing less, nothing more.
White devils.
Yes.
So Mr. Harpootlian, just, and you didn't sign an affidavit back in September or when you talked to him the first time?
No.
And why not?
Because he was just coming out to talk to me. He just was asking questions. It wasn't
Sign
nothing
affidavit the
official.
morning of. That's
He had,
sketchy
you
as
know,
fuck.
So
When you say nothing officially, I don't know what you mean.
he didn't. He was just coming out to ask. He was just asking questions about what went on during the trial. It wasn't.
But did they ask
a
you
little
to sign an
project.
affidavit that day?
No.
Okay. Did they ask you to sign an affidavit anytime right after that?
No.
No, they never asked you to sign an affidavit until this week?
No. I was supposed to meet with them a couple of occasions, but I was having my own personal issues and I couldn't come.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
You don't give a shit.
So you told them at this first meeting, back at the end of August, 1st of September,
To be fair, neither
that
would
y'all
I.
were going to hear some things that would throw you off. Don't let it distract you or mislead you. Is that what you said?
That's it. I didn't say that. That's what the clerk of court said.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what
Oh,
you
yeah.
said to them. I'm sorry. Okay, and where did that take place?
She would always stand like on the outside of the jury room, like in between, like on the outside. She would never really come inside the jury room.
So there were two rooms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one room,
This is an alternate juror.
and then the other room separated, correct?
Right.
And you couldn't hear people talk in the other room, could you?
No, that's why when she came, everybody came in one room.
Okay, so this comment you said she made, did she bring everybody out in the hallway?
Some people was in the hall. That's why I said she was standing right at the head of the door.
Standing at the head of the door.
Right.
Was Mr. Bill there? Your bailiff?
Yeah, he would be standing in the hallway.
He's all out there, right?
Right.
And then she said in front of everybody, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. She said that to everybody.
She said that to everybody.
So everybody could have heard.
Everybody could hear it.
Everybody. Everybody got heard. Everybody get up.
Why did you
said
turn
you were
white,
all
though?
in the same jury room?
Like
Yeah, we would all be in the same. When she came, she was standing in front of the door with the jury room that I was in, and everybody would come over. They would let us know before she came. They'll let us know like after lunch she gonna come talk to y'all, and we all would gather together.
So would you go from the 2 rooms into 1 room?
Some would be standing out. She would stand in front of the door. Some would be standing around her outside the door, and some would be in the room. But it was clear enough for us to hear and see her.
And I'm just, Mr. Harpootlian led you, and Ms. Hill made the above statement warning that the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all of the jurors as we had assembled in the same jury room.
We was all in the same jury room. She would be on outside the door, and we would be in the room, and someone would be standing beside her. We was always all together when she came.
And do you think that was unusual?
No, because I guess she didn't want to walk back and forth from room to room.
No, the fact of what she said. Do you think that was unusual?
Yeah, I did.
And if you get emotional and see his face, they want people to see your face?
Because some of the jurors was getting emotional, and I guess she noticed it, so she commented on it.
And you said you didn't. The statement he read, she informed you that the defendant was going to testify, but don't recall exactly what was said.
After,
when was that?
That was, I think he came in that afternoon, like at 2:33. So that was before he testified, I think.
And where was it?
Oh, in the jury room, where we were all, like I said, we would all meet.
And I guess what I'm saying is you're in 2 different rooms.
Right?
Y'all get up there, you split, don't you?
Yeah.
People talk loud in one room and the other.
Poor Becky.
Pretty much.
No, it's not like that. It was just, they just split it off. They just asked us what room we wanted to go to.
So when you were fixing to come back to the jury room, to the box,
the fuck's
you tell us you'd all go into one jury room?
Only when she came to speak to us.
Good.
I'm sure, but that's funny.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked you about, I believe, number 7 on the affidavit.
It's really nice to see there are honest people in South Carolina.
And when's the last time you had talked?
Yeah, they just happen to not work for government. Shocker.
He came to my house.
Or any of them before today?
No, I haven't talked to him since he came to my house.
Talked to anybody else involved in this case before today, since then?
No, he was talking to my lawyer.
Okay, and who was that?
Sean Wilson.
She's smart as hell. Get a
When
damn
did
lawyer
Sean
in the
Wilson
situation.
He's been my lawyer
Smart woman.
since 2021.
When
Well,
Mr.
should be.
Wilson talked to you about this case and what you told Mr. Harpootlian prior to. All right. They apparently don't object to this, but I am very
But I do.
uncomfortable with your asking what her lawyer told her. I wasn't going to content. I was just looking for timing. Well, she's told you a couple of times that he was her lawyer since 2021. Well, see, you're a lawyer for this.
What you mean for this?
Well, like being a juror.
For being a juror?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't have he was always my lawyer.
You didn't hire him for this.
No, I didn't hire him for this.
What you talking about, Honky?
He had talked to Mr. Harpootlian about your affidavit and your testimony today, hadn't he?
You just asked.
Is that a yes?
Yes, he was looking over the paperwork. He was looking out for me because he's my attorney.
When was he looking over the paperwork?
Because you're signing an affidavit.
I guess ever since September.
Because
October,
I would tell you, I would want to see in anything you're signing.
I wasn't really keeping up with it to be honest, because I'm.
I mean,
So you
even
know if
McKinley,
he's talking to Mr.
you're, like, you
Harpootlian
can't
this
just sign stuff. Like,
Yeah,
talk to your
you talked
attorney
to him
first.
today.
No, hell
Oh,
no.
today.
And that attorney was clearly representing
was
her for
together.
this.
Yeah.
Who was together?
Well, you
Me
know
and
other
my lawyer.
stuff too, but
And Mr. Harpootlian?
Yeah.
Yes, when
But
I went to go
also
sign the affidavit
Okay. Where'd you sign it?
at his office,
At whose office?
Mr. Hot Cooper.
What's this got to do with anything?
I would object.
Okay.
This
This
is
is so
meandering. I mean, there's no jury. It's
Meandering.
you. And I don't know what
Well,
this
how
is.
about helping a little bit? I think we got all the information. Yeah, all right. I
Hey, go
think
ahead.
we're
Sit
gonna
your
move
ass
on.
down.
Yeah.
Please. No, I wasn't talking about poop, by the way.
No, I know.
I would never.
I don't know what.
And that's the last question Mr. Harpootlian asked you about this affidavit, isn't it?
What was the last question?
During the visit to Moselle, Juror 8, say the number, whatever the letter is.
I wish I could have an estate
saw
like that
a
where I can
juror,
name it.
and I walked the scene to go. Then the juror began talking with the clerk of court. I could tell you,
Becky ever got her
talking, but I couldn't hear what they were
Lakeside
said
property.
between them. That's
Correct.
the last question he asked, right?
Correct.
So, and you have no idea what that conversation was about. do you?
No, I don't.
Now, the next, number 8, he didn't ask you about, was I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Ms. Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Now, he didn't ask you that a minute ago, did he?
No, but okay. No.
And you didn't include that in the first conversation you had with them back in August and September in this affidavit. Ms. Holly did you? You didn't tell them about that.
I can't remember.
Have you seen the affidavit Ms. Holly did for you back in September 1st,
Yes, Your Honor,
2022?
Ms. Holly did not do an affidavit. Ms. Holly
She
did
just
her affidavit, her notes of what this young lady said to her, and what she included and didn't include was based on what Ms. Holly thought was relevant at the time, but she can't be cross-examined.
That affidavit's not in evidence, Mr. Meadows, so I think you need to move. Sir?
I'd offer it. Just to.
Well, how is this thing gonna be authenticated?
Yeah.
You know, even more importantly, he said he can't question her. I'm sorry.
Several people can't talk at one time. I don't even have the affidavit. Let me see what you're talking. You talking about the one that was just offered today?
This is one Holly did when he first talked to her back in August, and she's referring back to
Miss Miller. Okay. Miss Miller.
This guy is from the state up right now talking, right?
I believe so.
That's what I thought.
This is Miller's affidavit about what.
Yeah,
Holly Miller's Dick was
Ms.
demanding they call their paralegal Miss Miller.
The juror said.
Show her some respect, bitch.
I'm not going to allow this, Mr. Miller. I don't see a whole lot of difference between this and what's been said in the affidavit that has been offered by Mr. Waters, but I'm not going to allow that.
Yes,
you did not tell them about hearing that Miss Hill had driven a juror home back when you met with them in September, did you?
I can't remember.
Yeah, he drives me mental the way he walks around.
So does Poot, though.
Yeah.
Less lately.
He's probably more confident now.
Yeah. Dude, I walk around all the time.
Yeah.
I post in every corner.
Who is
As
Boston?
Evie would say.
She was a juror on the trial. I don't know her, but that was the nickname they gave her. I don't know her first name.
And what, if anything, did you know or convey about Boston?
She was a juror on the cases like everybody else.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Ma'am?
No.
So again, Mr. Harpootlian didn't ask you, but when you, in the affidavit of today,
Hell.
I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Is that something was added after your lawyer was with Mr. Harpootlian today?
I don't know if I added it. We talked about it today, but I don't know if I mentioned it in September or not. But I know it.
We've ever talked about it, wasn't it?
Your Honor.
No, it's not.
No reason to raise objection.
The first thing is, Mr. Meadows, I'm going to caution you one more time about this. You cannot talk over a witness. The second thing is, you don't need to be marching all back around. You're talking only to me, not the jury or anything else. So let's slow down and, this is repetitive of
Hilarious.
questions that have been asked before. If you want to take this tone with her, I don't know exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
I'm not trying to take Tony. I apologize. She knows that, and I'm sorry.
Well, you're
He's
just
wandering
talking
around
to
the
me.
well.
This is
He's
not some
permission
drama
approach,
thing for the jury.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right, well, let's finish this thing up.
The only reason I did it wasn't
forgets
to
himself.
ask about it, and to me, it's the key issue here. They're trying to say was different.
Mr. Meadows, I mean, you lecturing to the witness or to me or what? Please don't do that. Strike that from the record, please.
Strike that.
Don't strike. I'm so sorry.
Let's line this up. All right.
Okay. Unknown hero. No, I don't think they've mentioned brain water. What's brain water? And
When one of the so if you just pause it for 1 second.
Sure.
So when the deputies responded to the murder scene, the son that had his head blown off, he's like, like instead of saying cranial matter or brains and material like that, he's like, oh, I saw a lot of brain water laying, and he said like this, I done saw a lot of brain water laying around. It's brain water. And it's like,
water.
we're trying not to act like it's Hee-Hawville, but it sounded like Hee-Hawville. So,
okay.
Judge seems to be getting Judge is yelling at the state now.
Yeah, but he's over. Well, when you're at the bench, when you're at the podium, you need permission to approach and wander around like that, and he's just doing whatever he wants, and she's not tolerating.
And there is no jury.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. So
yeah, he doesn't need.
She's like, why are you acting a fool for no reason right now?
Yeah, in front of me.
It's just me.
Yes. Wow. I'm loving her right now. She's just like, you sit back down.
We'll see.
I'm not allowing this.
I wonder if the wine moms are like, oh, she told Poon what's up. It's like, she's being mean to the state. Oh, whoa. She's being paid off by Poon, too.
He was, but I think
before the jury began deliberating, I heard a member of the court staff say the deliberation shouldn't take long. I don't remember specifically who made it, but it was made in the presence of the entire jury right after closing arguments in the jury room.
Yeah.
It's hard not to move around at times, I will say.
It is.
Then I think you said something. Judge Newman came to see you afterwards, but after the jury went to their room, you went in a separate.
No. When we first left out the courtroom, we all went in the same.
Yes, the judge is a woman.
And then they separated me.
Don't make fun of Judge Tran, Mom.
Oh, that's okay.
When they started deliberating, were you were separate?
Yeah, when they started deliberating.
So you had no involvement in the deliberations or verdict of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
No, sir.
He makes her feel menopause right now, I bet.
No, sir.
No.
Have you read Ms. Hill's book?
No.
Okay. And I noticed your interview. I did watch it. And I think Mr. Radford back there, would you raise your hand, Tom Radford? I think came to your place and interviewed you.
Right.
At some point during the trial, I think there was some discussion that somebody might have wanted to do an interview.
The judge has lost all sense.
Yeah, that's what she said.
No.
And then after the trial, I think there was some discussion. Somebody, since you weren't on the jury, they may not have wanted to interview you. You remember that? Roughly telling the officer that?
Yeah, that's not what she said.
Fucking livid that this actually happened.
Yeah.
Roughly in the middle of the trial, and she said, I have a few people who would like to interview. She said, she didn't say a few. She said, I have a lot of people that's inquiring interview with you. She said, but I have to get with you after the trial.
On her cheek
but after the trial, she came
jaw is just going
back in the jury room.
And she's like, what the fuck are these niggas doing down
cards? She had everybody cards but me. And she was like, I don't have any cards for you for an interview because no one wants to speak with you.
No one wants to speak to the black lady.
And did
Jesus.
I mean, you
holy shit. And I always made a joke about
I don't need the interview.
Oh. Who did that?
Dave Portugal.
What did you make a joke about?
Becky being racist and being like, oh, did you know our judge was black? Heavens to Betsy, I've never seen such a thing.
Who did that?
No, it's a joke I do.
Briefly.
But I bet she did it.
Probably. Being Southern and racist.
Series of questions that.
Should spin all the other stereotypes of being a hillbilly.
Who approached you during the trial and indicated the media would want to interview you?
Ms. Hill.
Ms. Hill?
Ms. Hill herself.
Just you or all the jurors?
They had, I think it's the day they had the bomb threat. And I think that was the day. And she approached me.
You.
Me, by myself.
By yourself. And where were you?
That's the day in the lunchroom when they had the bomb threat. We went to the middle school. I believe that was the day.
The middle school. And she came over to you and said what?
Are we sure Becky didn't
She
call
had
it in?
some reporters that was reaching out to her that wanted to
Don't
speak.
put it past her.
To you.
Yeah.
Not the whole jury, to you. Was
She
there
lit a
anybody
box
with
in the
you at that
bathroom.
time?
No. It was
Did
just
she indicate why they wanted to speak with you? Just you?
no.
Oh.
Did she indicate what reporters?
No.
And did she ever talk to you about doing interviews with the media after that?
No.
But you indicated she brought some cards at some point.
She brought cards in the hand to the jurors.
Before?
After the verdict was read.
Cards of media people?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she was writing a book?
No.
Did she indicate to you why it might be good for her if you did media interviews?
No.
But she had a conversation with you in the
So
lunchroom of the
I
middle
believe
school.
it was the lunchroom. I think the day of the bomb threat.
The day
But
of the bomb
I'm
threat.
100% sure she came to me and she told me that in the middle of the trial.
Was there a bailiff with her or just
No.
her?
It was just her.
Pulled you over and said, "Hey, I
Ooh.
can make you famous. I can put you on TV."
She said she had media that wanted to talk to me. That's what she said.
Okay. I hyperbolized. I apologize, Your Honor.
And you could have said I took literary license with that.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Harpootlian?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Dick can do nothing wrong at this point with her.
No, this judge wants to know.
She is so pissed.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, that it?
I need to put one matter on the record, Your Honor, and that is it.
All right.
Interesting. Maybe we will be done today.
Put on the record.
All right, sir.
I don't think she's going to rule today.
No, but like closing.
Earlier
again, she
today, you received a very short affidavit from Juror
Is this
Z.
about my email?
We'd like to proffer that and make it part of the record.
Right, I did not admit it, but I'll accept a written proffer, and if you would give the thing to me, I saw it on the screen on my law clerk's computer, but I don't have a printed out copy.
We don't either, but would you allow us to do that?
Destiny.
I will allow before I close the record with Ms. Harris, if you can get it to us. When can you get it to us?
We could email it this afternoon.
Very well. How about do this? How about email it to Mr. Waters, to me, to
Oh, I thought you were going to give out her
Diaz,
email
and
address
to
like a
Ms.
boomer.
Harris, the court reporter. And I will say now that it's offered as a proffer, and I will receive it as a proffer. I have not admitted it into evidence. All right.
Just email it to Becky. She'll forward it to us.
She's got that.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Martin.
And Your Honor, we referred to earlier on a email to the Japanese television folks. I do have copies of that. I'd like to make that part of the record.
All right, but hand it up to me and let me see it.
I
And
saw
also,
it.
of course,
I saw
Ms.
it.
Waters.
You're wonderful.
I got two of these, Mr. Harpootlian. I'll give you one back.
Are you caught up yet, Phil? So this thing was like a million times better than I imagined.
So, like, I thought it was going to be great, but this has been.
I thought she was going to blow him out of the water because she wasn't very receptive at the last hearing. But she's the wine moms are not gloating tonight.
Nope.
There's no joy in Wineville because Mighty Cretan has struck out.
I just can't wait for
The
the
hearing
war. I'm so
before
happy.
Judge Newman to seal the body cam videos was on May 26, 2023.
I sent this email.
This email is in July, just to give you the context of
All
what's
right,
going
and
on.
this is being offered as a after the fact email to Rebecca Hill, and her replies garnered from the emails that were released by Cotton County at a certain point.
So maybe it didn't come
And
from
it
me.
addresses the
I don't know.
issue I raised
Claudia
with
stock
Ms.
is going
Hill
up. Glass
relative
wine
to
stocks are going
the
up.
security of
If you want to buy stock in glass companies,
Exactly right.
stock in glass companies, guys, buy.
There's going to be a lot of
Waters?
DUIs tonight.
Yeah.
As to this specific
A
exhibit,
bunch of
Your Honor,
women are screaming at their dogs right
Your
now.
Honor,
for
I
some
mean, we don't
reason.
have any objection other than the
Confused.
ones we've raised just generally to the testimony. But I have no further objection to
Very
Your
good.
Honor.
All right.
I wonder if they're going to retry him, I guess. But,
All right, hang on.
They're going to have
You
to.
got a
because
copy of it there?
he gets a new trial.
well, they get the financial convictions already.
Oh, they're not letting this one go. Oh, to
No.
take a knee on this one? Because that means the verdict has been reversed.
Yeah.
You know, and new trials ordered. Like, they are not going to let that go.
Exhibit 1, Mr. Harpootlian, and this, which I have admitted is your exhibit 2.
She may be a transgender judge, but I think she did okay today.
All right.
I think
Now
so.
proceed to closing.
He
You
stepped
prepared?
up when
Very good. Mr. Waters.
the evidence came in, so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to go back and reiterate.
Yes, troll long cuck.
As to the standard. And ultimately, we've of course argued that the defendant has the burden. We've also discussed that the standard for Your Honor, of course, is first of all, was there any misconduct that occurred? And then regardless of that, whether or not there was any effect on the verdict. And the standard has been expressed in multiple cases is whether the verdict is solely the product of honest deliberation or the product of outside influence. And that inquiry fundamentally, as the court recognized from the very beginning, focuses on the jurors themselves, because it doesn't necessarily matter what was said as much or what was intended or what was inadvertent, even assuming that those existed. What matters is what the jurors heard, what they perceived, and whether or not it had any sort of effect on the verdict. And Your Honor went through that inquiry with these jurors. 11 of those jurors were clear and unequivocal that there was no effect on their verdict, and also
How many
clear and
jurors to take for
unequivocal that
conviction,
nothing was
Creighton?
said that could in any way
You're missing one.
inferred as any sort of attempt to influence them.
What is the
And I think that's
longest
very
number that
important,
you ever
Your Honor,
knew?
because there can be sometimes behind the doors, as we've talked about. I think some of the cases recognize this, that some conversations can go on and things like that can happen. But ultimately,
Listen to him.
and while I think there were some cases cited in some of the various South Carolina decisions, that it's unrealistic and not surprising to think that sometimes things like that can happen. An untoward comment or something was said. But that,
I'm sure Neil will help her write it.
That was an Aldrich, Your Honor, in the 1999 Supreme Court case. But the mere fact that something like that may be stated, that could be stated in a neutral reason, is not enough to undermine the verdict, because the inquiry ultimately boils down to what was it that those jurors heard, and in the end, though, did they listen to the instructions from the trial judge? Did they come to a fair and honest verdict? And Your
We
Honor,
don't
the
know
evidence
that.
here is overwhelming, I would say, from the people that matter, and that's those jurors. And that is, there was no effect on the jurors. And you saw every single one of them very clearly and strongly looked you in the eye.
Except for that
all
one.
11 at least. And I'll get to the
Except
12th one in a second. But
All
looked you in the eye
11
and said,
jurors.
No, that didn't happen.
There's
No,
12
I
on a
didn't
jury,
hear
Creighton.
anything
You looked
like
the
that.
first
No, there was no
juror in the
effect on
eye.
verdict. No, this
You looked
was
the
our
second
verdict,
juror in
and
the
it was
eye.
based solely.
He started off by focusing on the 11.
Solely
He's
on
done.
the evidence
He's done,
and
Ski.
the law and the testimony at trial.
I better go play my guitar for the wine,
And
Mom.
I think that carries the
Court
day.
TV.
We have
Miami,
one juror.
here I come.
And I want to make sure, because I'm about to say the number and I don't want to do that.
Your Honor, would you like to hear me play
Go
guitar?
back to Jersey.
Well, Mom's like,
Go
it
to
was like a
Con-Con.
Super Bowl.
And let's look at Jersey and what
Well,
she
you
said,
decide.
because Jersey also said that, yes,
Jersey's the black lady,
I
right?
said this was my verdict. I
No,
was
that was an
told and
alternate.
said this was my verdict. Juror C also said that my verdict was solely based on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. Answered question number 2, yes. Absolutely yes. But then goes on after that to say she heard some communications from the clerk and then says, well, it had an effect on my verdict. Even after she had already answered question number 2 when she said her verdict was based solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial.
Well, I can't have any effect, Creighton.
Beyond that then, Your Honor, I think that it's very telling that the affidavit that was submitted from this particular juror, and we've been pointing this out from the beginning because it's very crucial and very telling, because despite the things that she alleges that happened, even though the other jurors say it didn't, despite the things that she alleges that happened, she says that she voted guilty because she felt pressure from other jurors. Not that her verdict was in any way affected from some supposed
It could be both things, and that's where the judge screwed up.
Filed with the defense motion from day one.
Although that was when she was still.
She says that she felt pressure from other jurors. And Your Honor, we've cited the cases over and over again that the internal mechanics of the jury room, the fact that one juror feels pressured by others, as long as there's not violence or things that go beyond the pale, that is not a basis for undermining a verdict. That is part of the deliberative process, and it's expected, and it occurs.
How about screaming at another juror? What are you, a fucking idiot? It's obviously guilty.
Conflicting answers. And Your Honor, without waiving any objection to the latest affidavit that we were just discussing from this juror, I think that's very telling. Because now we have answer number 3 as it relates to this particular juror. And of course, it is clearly manufactured and rehabilitated, recognized after the fact. She, of course, is.
Yes, he should hammer that verbiage out a little better.
By Joe McCullough. And ultimately, we've got now a third version of events from this very juror. So we have this juror who's given answers all over the place that are inconsistent with 11 other jurors who were very strong and unequivocal that, yes, this was our verdict. It was based solely on the evidence, the law, and the testimony, that there were no communications from Becky Hill that influenced that verdict. And I think ultimately when you look at the case law, in the end, it's up to Your Honor to make that ultimate determination and looking at all that law together. We cited a number of decisions, including, as we discussed, the questions to be had. I sent an email where we set out some questions that it's not uncommon, perhaps, for a juror to have a second thought. But the law is very clear that it does not recognize that, because what that would do would be to consistently and constantly put every verdict that occurs in any courtroom in this state or in the nation at risk. Jurors don't have to vote in perpetuity. They vote on one day and one day only. And here, Your Honor, the evidence is overwhelming that those jurors' verdict was the product
they don't
of
vote in
honest
perpetuity,
deliberation.
but their verdict
and the only
stands in
bit of
perpetuity.
contrary evidence to that effect is from a juror who, frankly, not only said that it was purely the result of honest deliberation, but
Love how
then
that
has
goes
answers
with
all over
Creighton's
the
world.
place. And Your Honor, I would say that the other 11 jurors are credible. They were strong. They
The
were
other
clear with
11
Your Honor,
jurors are credible.
And I think that ultimately that carries the day. Now,
Okay.
we've had testimony from other people since the jurors were here.
Big
We've had
Creighton
testimony,
energy back
obviously,
on
from
track.
Ms. Hill. We've had testimony from Ms. Rhonda, and we've had testimony from this alternate juror. But again,
I'm willing to address her by her juror name.
none
What a
of
racist.
that testimony
She doesn't earn it, apparently.
at all goes to what is the ultimate test for Your Honor, and that is whether or not this verdict was the product of honest deliberation. And on that, again, the evidence is overwhelming, and strong and clear that it was the product of honest deliberation.
Oh, wow, sweet.
Oh, awesome. Wow.
It's very interesting as we look at some of the testimony from the other witnesses. And obviously we have Ms. Becky, and as Your Honor has pointed out, we're not here to go through some of the issues that have been alleged or are percolating out there. That's not the point of this proceeding here today. But Ms. Becky is a court reporter and then became a clerk, and was clear to you that She never made any comment in an attempt to sway the jury one way or the other.
Why is Steven's mom there? That's crazy.
I don't know.
We have Miss Rhonda. And Miss Rhonda came in and testified, but I would submit to your Honor that this is kind of a red herring, because what Miss Rhonda described were conversations that she herself admitted are just the kind of conversations that go on. And that's the reality of it. The conversations that go on among a trial team when we're not in open court, where we're discussing things, the kind of conversations that go on among court staff behind the doors, those types of conversations go on. But that does not mean, nor does that necessarily indicate that somebody's not going to come out here and do their job fairly and understand the distinction between influencing a jury and not doing that. And one thing that I think is very important is Miss Rhonda was at that trial more than Miss Becky was. And she was very clear. And I probably was as repetitive as anyone here today in asking that question over and over again, because I didn't want that point to be lost. That Miss Rhonda said, I was there more than anyone else, and I never saw anything or observed anything or had anything happen that would cause me independently to go to Judge Newman, because that's what I would have done, to go to Judge Newman and say, something's not right about this. This needs to be fixed. Something's going on that's improper. And I think that that is an extremely crucial fact, because Miss Rhonda admitted and said, of course, as she would, that if something had happened that the judge needed to know about, she would have been the first one to do it. And it never happened. And she was here more than Miss Becky was. It never happened.
You just gloss over all the Becky.
When we look at the balance of those facts,
that you got to though.
When we have the clerk of court come in,
so worried about justice.
There is so much evidence.
Maybe I did this, or maybe I did that. Maybe I plagiarized the book,
a
portion of it. Maybe I did this. Maybe
I fucking lied. Or well,
based on community.
He wouldn't say that in court. Oh, it's no big deal.
License or whatever you want to call it.
I'm sure he bitched about Alex lying.
And I would submit that Your Honor doesn't need to care about the book either, because the book and what happened with the book afterwards is not what is relevant to the inquiry.
Yes, it
But
is.
she was clear that she did not have any attempt to influence that jury. She was clear about that. And Miss Rhonda was clear that she was not aware of anything like that either. And what does that do but corroborate the most important witnesses here? The defense, I think in one of their letters, tried to say that Ms. Becky was the state's star witness, and that's not what this inquiry is about. It's not what this inquiry is about at all, because as I've said from day one,
welcome everyone.
If there were not facts to be litigated, if we had not done an investigation and
had a great day.
Had those 11 jurors say that didn't happen,
crazy.
There was no effect on our verdict. This was the product of honest deliberation. We would be the first ones here standing here to say that.
Not.
But what we do know, Your Honor, is that what Ms. Becky said and ultimately what Ms. Rhonda said corroborates who are the true, if you want to say it, and I'm only using this term because the defense accused us of Ms. Becky being our star witness. There are no star witnesses here. This isn't about stars. But what Ms. Becky and Ms. Rhonda do is corroborate who are the most important witnesses.
McKinley, I'll tell you about all the words.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have 11 of them strong as a rock saying this verdict was not influenced. Nobody tried to influence. And regardless, it was the product of our honest deliberation. And you have one juror who said that too, but then has answers that are all over the place. And if you go back to her original statement, what she says is not external influence anyway. It's not sufficient under the law. So I think that the proof here is overwhelming. I think the proof here corroborates what those jurors say. I think the only juror that we have to contend with, her testimony is compromised. And I'm not saying that that person is in here maliciously lying. I just think that this process is a lot.
Oh, so she's not lying. So she's telling the truth. You're saying she's not lying.
This jury, those jurors who sat in that box Every single one of them, you saw them, and we saw them for 6 weeks. They are conscientious. They take their obligations seriously. They were not here to reward friends or punish enemies. They were here to do their job appropriately and fairly. You saw that in their eyes. You saw that in their mannerisms. You saw that in their demeanor. And they were strong and clear that this verdict was fair. Your Honor, we would submit that the motion for new trial be denied.
I'm sure you would. You've been reamed today, man.
Mr. Harpootlian.
Oh, here we go. Bring it on.
All right.
And in the words of Gypsy Rose Blanchard, the D has been on fire today.
Okay, if I stand here, Your Honor. That way I won't be interrupted by Mr. Harpootlian as I'm trying to make my points. Your Honor, I want to first start with State v. Green because I understand that that's the guidance. That's what we're following here. And reading, excerpts from State v. Green, first, it is absolutely clear in State v. Green that we find ourselves, and the issue is whether there's a defendant's right to a fair and impartial jury under the Sixth Amendment has been violated. Reading from the opinion, it says, in the Sixth Amendment's context, the Supreme Court of the United States has held that, quote, any private communication, contact, or tampering with a jury during a trial about the matter pending before the jury is deemed presumptively prejudicial. Now, Green goes on to say that we are not going to categorically apply the presumption whenever there is a contact with the juror. But the question is it prejudicial? Not whether the verdict would have been different. It is it prejudicial? And I'll keep reading. The court says we're not persuaded that the Rimmer presumption of prejudice, we're talking about prejudice, not is the verdict different? It was their prejudice. Was this tainted process? Was it prejudice to the defendant? Was the process prejudicial to the defendant because of extraneous communications? Not whether the verdict would have been different, but whether there's prejudice involved in the process of the trial. The court goes on to say, our unwillingness to categorically apply the Rimmer presumption of prejudice stems from our view that not every inappropriate comment by bailiff to a juror rises to the level of constitutional error. Goes on to say the attempted bribery of the jury and Rimmer conduct, which goes to the heart of the merits of the case, is a far cry from the circumstances presented in this case. The bailiff's actions here, though improper, did not touch the merits, but only dealt with the procedural question of how the judge might handle a jury impasse that apparently never materialized. The court says, while we decline to adopt the Rimmer presumption of prejudice in every instance of inappropriate bailiff communication to a juror, the occasion of this case presents an opportunity for our clerks of court and circuit judges to ensure that all bailiffs are properly trained. Now, the only thing the Green did was reject the presumption of prejudice in every case. And Your Honor, I just want to preserve for the record that our position is that the comments that you heard in this case go to the merits, go to the heart of the defense. And if you find that those comments were made, and I'm going to establish for the record, we clearly have proven that then we do get the Rimmer presumption. That we do get the Rimmer presumption if we have proven these comments were made. But I'm going to argue that we prove prejudice also in this case. So to start with, let's go to the evidence that was presented since Friday. And Your Honor, we have 12 deliberating jurors. In this case, what you've heard, 3 of the 12 have testified under oath that they heard Ms. Hill make comments about the case, whether it's, how they categorize it as merits or not. But Juror X on Friday acknowledged that Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex was going to testify, that it was going to be epic or some words like that, and that defendants don't normally testify. That's what Juror X said on Friday. Today, so that's one. who says Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex's testimony, how it's going to be a big deal, and defendants don't normally testify. Juror Z today says that first she says Ms. Hill said to watch his actions, to watch him closely, and then she said there are other things that he said I don't remember, and then we were allowed to show her, and with Your Honor, I asked her questions about her affidavit, and she says, confirm what was in her affidavit, that Rebecca Hill told the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. She also acknowledged, this is a truthful statement, that she instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, close quote, immediately before he testified, including look at his actions and look at his movements, which I understand to mean he was guilty. And she also said and confirmed that Ms. Hill said when they began deliberations that this, quote, this shouldn't take us long, close quote, and that if we deliberated past 11 p.m., that we'd be taken to a hotel. Those statements go to the merits. Those statements go to the heart of the defense. Those statements go to what Mr. Murdaugh, his credibility. So that's 2 deliberating jurors down. The third deliberating juror who testified today is Juror P. And he says, you were asked, Juror P, did Ms. Hill make any comments about the case? And he says, yes. She said the day that Alex was taking the stand, excuse me, Juror P is a he, but he is saying that she, Ms. Hill, said the day Alex was taking the stand, that Ms. Hill made the comment about watch his body language. That's all I recall. So 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard Ms. Hill speak about Alex Murdaugh's testimony. 3 of the 12. And then we get the alternate juror came in and basically corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And she had additional things that she had heard, but she corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And then you've got Ms. Hill who gets on the stand and denies it all. And Your Honor, I couldn't agree with you more that you're able to judge the credibility of witnesses. And on this record, there's no way to find Ms. Hill credible. There's no way to credit her statements that she did not make these statements about his testimony. I mean, she crossed herself up as Your Honor is questioning her about the transcript involving the egg lady and how the egg lady learned that there's some Facebook post that was allegedly attributed to her husband. There's no way the egg lady would have known that unless Ms. Hill told her, and that pretty much came out there. I mean, so, you know, and I know this is not a jury argument, but if someone misrepresents a fact to you once, I mean, I don't think you should go back and credit anything beyond that. What we hear from Ms. McElveen is that she heard these almost identical statements from Ms. Hill.
That's a good point,
and Ms. Hill told that 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard, and the 4th alternate heard. Then Ms. McElveen heard her make very similar statements about the defense's case, about Mr. Murdaugh's testimony. So you got to put Ms. McElveen's testimony in our category. And Ms. Hill gets up there and says, never drove a juror home. Ms. McElveen's got no dog in this fight. And she says, she goes to court one day, she hears that Ms. Hill took a juror home the night before and went and talked to her and said, you can't do that. And Ms. Hill said, I didn't talk to her about the case. Well, she gets on the stand under oath here and tells you, I never took a juror home. I mean, it's totally inconsistent. And for her to say, I never made these statements, you know, she tried, I mean, she kind of gave herself a little wiggle room at the end. Well, when they were lining up, I may have said he's going to testify today or something, but these jurors heard this information. And the question under Green and Rimmer, was it prejudicial? Now, what we got from Juror Z today, the question was, did these comments influence your verdict? And Juror Z says, Yes. Then you ask how. And Juror Z says, to me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty. Then you said, did it affect your finding of guilt in this case? And the answer was yes. And so that's prejudice, Your Honor. That is prejudice from one of the 12 deliberating jurors. Was your verdict influenced by what Ms. Hill said? And good grief, how could it not be? How could it not be? And to ask all these other jurors who heard the same thing, was it influenced? It is really an impossible task.
How would they even know, really?
You don't know what's influencing a jury, and frankly, that's why the Bremer presumption is there. But let's try to sort this out.
Presumption.
And Your Honor, I think it was a State v. Kelly case where the deputies went out and they were investigating the jurors' beliefs on the death penalty, and there was really no testimony about did that affect your verdict. But it was just so wrong. The conduct was so wrongful that the Supreme Court says that's prejudicial, and we're granting a new trial. I mean, this is prejudice, and this has been proven. I mean, Ms. Hill is not credible. Ms. Hill is not credible. And she's talking about her book, talking about taking literary license to lie.
I didn't like when she talked about Dick having my balls.
That's what she thinks a
neutered.
literary license is. So her testimony should not be credited. We have proven, we have met our burden of proving that there was extraneous contact with these jurors. 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors have testified to that. 1 of the 12 says it influenced my verdict. How is that not prejudice? And that's all we have to prove. We believe, for the record, there is a presumption of prejudice that they have to overcome, but we have proven prejudice. And Your Honor, we respectfully request that a new trial should be granted based on the record developed today. Thank you.
Yep. So it should. And so it shall be.
Can Becky even spell literary?
All right. The arguments are closed. I will take
Hold on. What? Hold on.
Until
what?
5 of the hour.
What?
To examine my notes, and then I will come and make a ruling from the bench on this matter.
She's going to take
today.
It will be at ease.
She said today she's going to decide. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're sticking around. Anyway, Helen, can you put me up real quick, main screen?
Oh, you're right. 20.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Oh. Okay, so all the wine moms out. Wow, this is like out of focus. Come on, focus. There we go. All right. So any Mandy Matley and the Wine Mom Brigade, all the wine moms out there, I know you probably spilled some rosé, and I know you're probably crying and screaming at your dog, and your dog's really confused. Instead of going out and buying really expensive glassware, you can buy your own potentially criminal glassware and other drinkware at my merch located on my in my descriptions at Teespring. So it's got we got these kind of things. We got a great mug. Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, and it's got my face on it. And you can find all those. So you don't have to go out and buy new wine glasses. You can buy this, and then your husband won't know what you smashed on the floor earlier today. So just something to think about.
Okay.
Because right now they are losing their Twitter is like Twitter's suffering a meltdown. Oh, Twitter looks like a Chernobyl reactor right now.
I know. Oh. It just makes me so happy.
This is incredible. Guys, I just need to pop out and check my kids getting ready for school.
Of course.
Could you guys chitty chat amongst yourselves for a second?
Yeah, and I can run the stream.
You can run the stream for a sec?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
If you have to take her. Yeah, this is just, my God.
Yeah, I don't think that
What are we staring at? The ceiling?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I can. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's coming back with it. She's coming back. She's like, this ain't taking up her time.
No.
So I'm hearing on Luna Shark that Becky Hill or somebody winked at the end there.
Winked?
Oh no.
I don't know.
Oh no! Now Poot's paying Becky Hill off, and the judge, and the entire state of South Carolina,
and
Oh,
the
and
juror.
all the witnesses today.
It's just brave Creighton Waters and all slid.
Yeah.
It's just Sled and Creighton. They're the untouchables. They're the men without stain, trying to carry the banner and protect South Carolina from Alex Murdaugh. Yep. The bravest men we need. You know, the heroes we deserve. The heroes we need, not that we deserve.
So, okay, let's say he's granted a new trial.
Yeah.
And then I'm streaming that hoe.
They would no longer be charged with unaliving. So would he go to like a lighter prison?
No, he would. If he's granted a new trial, it will be on the unaliving.
Yeah.
I understand.
You retry him, so he's still stuck in a jail. That doesn't change anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
But let's
and,
say he's not.
Will likely get convicted again, but maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's say he doesn't. Would he then go to like a lighter prison?
Maybe.
To serve out.
Yeah, like he's in there on federal charges, right?
But here's the thing, though. It all.
I think.
Yeah, it all depends on the classifications, though. I mean,
really?
like how prisons classify you. Every state's different.
Okay.
You know, even if he beats the murder raps, he's still got a lot of time. That might give him a high rating. He might be a security risk. Who knows? He might be stuck in a higher security prison for a while.
I see.
Federal prison, the judge can say where you go, but even then, ultimately, it's still the Bureau of Prisons that decide.
Yeah.
And at the state level, that is entirely by your Department of Corrections. So.
And I don't think they like him.
Yeah.
No.
So
I wonder how he's treated in jail or prison.
I mean,
like,
well enough because he's still got a lot of power.
Yeah, and like he's the ex-lawyer, he can give advice and.
In jail. Homies ain't charging him rent on the tiers. Like he can do legal work, but even then, he's a big dude. So I bet he can whoop some ass too. So it's not like. I mean, those are factors. Those are factors. Like, nobody's charging him rent. And that thing that does happen in prison. Pay me commissary, or I'll beat you.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Murdaugh, hold on.
Mads, yes, he was a prosecutor, but like the local town, like prosecuting BS stuff, like they're not going to hold that against him.
Well, his dad was a solicitor, or like his whole family.
Yeah, he's not like the county prosecutor putting dudes in prison. That would be rough.
Yeah, he worked with his dad, but he never really.
But he apparently only tried like 1 or 2 cases.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With his dad, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. Oh, sorry. I'm responding back to something that I should be responding to in private chat.
Oh. No worries.
Judge Toal still created error, though, when she refused to let them question that juror, because the juror could have been influenced in multiple factors. So maybe it might not matter ultimately, but for an argument that doesn't make any sense is just.
I mean, yeah, it seems like there's a lot to work on appeal if she denies it.
Yeah, but the judge a lot perked up her ears when Becky started testifying.
Yeah.
Well.
So, yeah. I wonder when they'll come back.
What is Sweet Frog?
I don't know, but how are you spying on it?
Oh, I've got it pulled up, but I'm not subscribed or anything, so I can't.
But you can watch it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Are they? Oh, she's got her own. Like she has a private chat,
Luna
like a private website.
No.
Really,
Luna
she
Shark,
made that much money hustling this?
Is it this?
No, it's Luna Shark on YouTube. Yeah,
Oh,
pull out
oh.
that. I just popped out that chat.
Man, yeah. Oh God, I remember when Murdaugh happened, and she was talking so much shit about like, well, I've been covering these fucking attorneys, and it's like, yeah, honey, I have a legal degree. I don't need to like know it like the Bible to comment on stuff.
Look,
she
here's
was so
our
mad at
girl,
us.
Liza Beck. Yeah, she was so mad. I listened to that podcast for a while, and I was like, oh, this is so entertaining. And then I started watching the trial, and I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, well,
This is not what I heard.
But her wine glasses, they cling the right way, so that's how she figured out what happened.
Unfortunately, I don't really like wine, so that must be the issue.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we only have like.
Oh, they really are thinking there was a wink. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: those people don't understand. The judge, like, it all opened up. Like, oh my God, there was all kinds of misconduct.
Yeah,
and now it's like, well, yeah, and it brought up the alternate juror. Like, yeah, I think they were allowed to, and they should have been. And the like, once it blew up, it blew up.
Yeah, and the judge was just like, "Holy shit!" Okay, I'm going to let you explore this and go down that path.
That was a travesty of what happened in that courtroom.
Yeah, for many reasons, but especially this. Alex smiling must feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be if I was him.
I hope so.
But yeah, here's the thing. I mean, like, when they talked about that, like, that book writer wandering around in the well.
Yeah, Rhonda.
Like, yeah, and I don't know about for you, like, I don't know how it is in Tejas, where you do stuff.
Yeah.
But like here, if you're wandering around inside, like like, who the hell is that? Like, and you're like, oh, okay, it's so and so. Like, they got a reason to be there. Like, oh, they're taking, like, it's a reporter. It's like
she was like,
if everybody's been excluded, yeah.
Yeah, she sat in Becky's seat, like in the clerk's seat for part of the trial. And yeah, she's an author. I mean, that would never be allowed in ever.
Also, though, this idea they only had the jurors in 2 rooms, like,
that's
what,
like weird.
What kind of hee-hawville nonsense is going on down there?
That's so
like,
weird.
That the jurors are in 2 separate rooms. We don't have no big enough room. We did, but once the horse got lame, well, that became his stall. So we got to put y'all in the broom closet. Like, I'm trying not to make fun of them, but oh my God, that's what it sounds like I'm listening to. You know, well, Cooter's fixing the water heater, but we had a leak, so we can't go in there now. It's like, the jurors being in separate rooms, the jurors being talked to in different groups. Like, no,
weird.
You know,
remember the sewer, or the sewage backing up in the courthouse?
Yeah, I've been involved in, like, at this point now, either myself or as, like, a second or third chair on it, like 30 felony trials, like, and, tons of other ones. And, like, you don't do this. It doesn't work that way.
Like, as Mo says, it was a dumpster fire on top of Chernobyl.
Yeah. Yeah, it was disgusting what they did. Yes, I can hear it's right. That's not true. Wasn't true. But yeah, the egg juror should, the egg juror, and it's funny because on Twitter they're like, oh, well, you didn't get the egg juror. It's like, he doesn't need her. Poon hit a home run.
Yeah.
They're laughing at Poon like, haha, he struck out. It's like the other 3 at bats, he hit home runs. So, and the other thing too is, like, earlier, and I had to catch up and speed run through parts of it.
Yeah.
Like, where she was telling Poon, like, and Poon's like, this woman judge is telling him to sit down. He's just flabbergasted and doesn't know what to do. It's because you're making shitty rulings and he was trying to protect the record.
Yeah.
Like, she made a lot of mistakes at the beginning.
She did.
I think
But she smelled bullshit coming from Becky right away, and that was enough.
Yeah, and she was like, done. She was like, nah, you're not going to sit here and lie to me, lady.
And when the judge has that many more questions than everybody, that's not a good sign.
Real bad.
I was shocked. She let it go.
I was too. Well, no, I wasn't, because once it, like, he opened it up pretty quick.
Yeah.
And Becky opened the door, so she's like, I'll let it go. But when she started asking questions, and she just boom. I mean, that was like, that was a problem.
She was mad too. She was not happy.
Yeah.
I sure as hell hope they can get the new trial, or this will be it would be crazy, I think, for her to come back and be like, well, we're still not going to give him a new trial after all the questions she asked.
It's possible.
I mean, of course it's possible.
Mhm.
I'm saying
Yeah.
if that were to be the case, I would be extremely frustrated.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
I mean, then they get a new trial, they get new rulings.
Liza Beck.
The financial crimes might not come in. The drugs and everything.
Thanks, John. Comment. Who do you think had a better closing? Phil Crichton was better organized, even though everything is against him. Griffin was hard to follow. Neither of them were great.
Yeah.
Neither of them were very good.
At this point, it doesn't really matter.
It didn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall at that point.
If he gets a new trial and Toal is the judge.
It's going to be so interesting, isn't it? Isn't it going to be great? It's a completely different trial. It'll be a murder trial. Imagine that.
Newman must be so pissed right now. Because, I mean, this was his legacy, taking down Murdaugh. He was so happy. And nope. Wah, wah.
The monster you've become.
Oh, I hope he takes the stand again.
Maybe it does.
Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. I mean, depending on what they can get done.
That's true.
Apparently that didn't go well the last time.
I thought it did.
I mean, it didn't matter. It didn't matter.
Yeah. I thought he did really well.
I did too.
Okay.
Sal.
The thing
I
is, the
did
neat
too.
part is the state's kind of stuck
Yeah.
because the state's bolted into everything they said.
That's a good
And now
point.
Poon and all these guys, they've got when they retry this, like that dude who was a perjurer, they can fucking light him up for perjury the whole time. You lied to the grand jury. Like, they know all that now. They know everything. They can present new theories. They're not limited.
No.
The prosecutor can't go drag shit up the defense. Like, they could try and they would probably stop the prosecutor from doing it. But if the prosecutor doesn't bring people up this time, they could. Poon can bring them up. Like, they are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Stray.
It's a very good idea, Stray. Can we
I
just do
will pull it up on mine.
I
and
don't
then you
even think we have that many minutes, but y'all can try.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah, it's judge coming back.
Oh, do we?
We've got 4 minutes. It's fine.
Okay.
Because
4
I've got
minutes.
we've got 2 screens going. So Dolly and I are both admins.
Yeah.
So
I
I
can
can
present.
have, he can present one screen and I can present another. So I've got mine ready to go.
Yeah. So
And thank you for the
yeah,
idea.
imagine an airplane screaming into the ground at high speed. That's pretty much what happened to the state's case.
Yeah.
I should sue Excoma for using your artistic work, and McKinley should represent you. No, Excoma paid for
Put
it.
this post in, but
what?
you talk.
Sorry.
For what?
Because Excoma's got my
Talk to her about it and apparently talk to the
thing
court
that I
about it at some
made
point. Am I right?
as his
Oh.
yes, profile pic.
That's terror. That's terror in her face. That was a woman who's afraid.
That I made that pic.
Oh.
Look at that face. Look at that face. I don't even think she realizes how much
The
trouble
judge
she's in.
said that he was not too happy with your having talked to the juror before you talked to him. Do you recall the judge saying that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And did you pop right up there and
Yes, she
say
is.
what you're saying now, that you never talked to her?
Talked to
We
David
never
about
talked
that.
about it after that. I wasn't in the
It looks like the
room
judge
when
has a
he said
pistol
that.
sitting on her table.
Can I just
Does
answer
it on
this
the bench?
question?
Doesn't it look like it?
Yes, she is.
She is. She's an elected official. She can't just be booted just like that.
No, but she could still be arrested and indicted.
That's true.
Yeah. Or impeached, I think, or whatever it's
Yep.
called there.
Or recalled, yeah.
Can we pick them?
Or a house burned down by your constituents. That looks like a pistol sitting there, and she's just like,
Judge brought up
she wants to be like, liar.
that I want to explore.
David, we're just watching back some bits whilst we're waiting for the.
Hi, David.
So much, David.
She's going to give a verdict in like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
In court. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, sorry, David, I didn't get a chance to get over there
And
yet.
there were sealed exhibits presented in this.
How's Crumbly going?
That were
Oh yeah,
photographs
I mean nothing new came up, Kent, but it was asked about by the judge.
At Moselle. When the.
And you have a link, David. You can come on for it.
First investigated the
I know you had a huge day.
Recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And
Correct.
when the testimony about them was completed, they were under your control as the clerk of court, were they not?
That's correct.
How
I
was
just
it
plumb don't
that
understand.
those photographs came into public view?
Are you talking about after the?
I'm talking about the fact he alluded to it.
Talking about after I leaked them?
And said that he was frustrated about it and was going to try to look into it. Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from the screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
I don't remember that part.
Anyone from the press to view these
I don't remember that part of the case.
Did you allow Netflix to ever examine the exhibits?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Are y'all watching the live feed?
Because you did have great access to the exhibits. And you say several times in your book that you had to stay after to be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits. That's true, is it not?
That is true. We had Mr. J. Bender, then we had the pool photographers and someone from maybe the state, I believe, or the Post and Courier, along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct and within our domain.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am.
Yes.
No, that'd be
What
wrong.
was the methodology for allowing them to?
Well, if they didn't pay me enough, no.
Had you
I wasn't there a whole lot when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits.
Red.
When do you have to take your kid?
Back. We're on. Let's go. She's so efficient.
Well, even Ray Charles could see there's a
Almost
problem
10
here.
minutes late.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of judges would do.
She looks pissed.
I'm sure
'cause
she's
It's
pissed.
about a new trial.
This is a disaster. It shouldn't have happened.
In the matter of the state of South Carolina against Richard Alexander Murdaugh, 2022 GS 15-00592, 593, 594, and 595. The following constitutes my ruling on this matter from the bench. This order will be supplemented, as I will explain.
That's good.
After,
I'm so nervous.
Proposed formal orders are received from each side in this matter.
Smirky.
This case is unique in my 20
Looking
years of
cocky as
experience
usual.
as a lawyer and my 35 years of experience as an active justice of the Supreme Court and a senior active trial and appellate judge. Usually matters involving possible improper contact with or conduct of a juror arise during or shortly after the trial. The judge then
Put the eggs back up.
puts the affected juror or jurors under oath,
Oh yeah, put the eggs up.
conducts an examination, and rules on the request for a new trial or a mistrial. In this case, I was
Yeah, this is
appointed
good news.
almost 9 months after the trial to replace the trial judge who was recused. It is now almost 10 months after the verdict was rendered and sentence imposed in this matter. It is now on appeal
Yeah, she's granting a
to
retrial.
the Court of Appeals.
Calling it now.
Several months after the appeal was filed, the defendant moved that his appeal be suspended and this matter be remanded to the trial court to consider his motion for a new trial on a charge that the clerk of court for Colleton County tampered with the jury by expressing her opinion to the jurors about what their verdict should be and about the credibility of the defendant who had elected to take the stand and testify on his own behalf. Since this matter has been remanded to me, I have set the matter for a pretrial and a final hearing, conducted a telephonic status conference with the attorneys for the parties on December the 21st, 2023. I have received briefs from the parties. I conducted a pretrial proceeding on January the 16th, 2024, in which I invited briefs and arguments by the parties and by the attorneys for certain of the jurors and for the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill. On Friday, January the 26th, 2024, I conducted a hearing on this matter in which I took testimony from one of the jurors. The conduct of the examination conducted solely by me. I received further argument from the attorneys for the state and for the defendant. Today, January the 29th, 2024, I have taken sworn testimony from the remaining 11 jurors who rendered a verdict in this case. This examination was conducted solely by me. I have found no case that provides otherwise in the many cases I have read on the subject of a motion for a new trial on the basis of after-discovered evidence of jury tampering or misconduct. I have also received sworn testimony from the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill. Direct examination was conducted by Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters. Cross-examination was conducted by Defendant Attorney Richard Harpootlian. I have also propounded questions myself to the clerk of court. I also received testimony from the clerk of court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElveen, who attended most of the trial.
She has to do this,
and
guys.
assisted the clerk of court for
if this was written out, you would just.
I've also received testimony from the remaining alternate juror who was, when the matter was deliberated, dismissed from further service. The following is my ruling on the defendant's motion. The standard of proof. The state contends that in order to prevail, the defendant must show, 1, that the clerk of court made an improper comment or propounded an improper question to the member of the jury, to a member of the jury who rendered the verdict. 2, defendant must further show that Ms. Hill's improper comment or question actually influenced the juror's verdict, citing State v. Green, State v. Aldred, and other opinions of our Supreme Court and other authorities. Defendant contends that he must show only that an improper question or comment was propounded to any juror by clerk of court Hill. If so proved, the defendant contends that the motion for the new trial must be granted. Defendant relies on United States v. Rimmer and many other cases. My ruling is this. On the law, the defendant has the burden of proving both the fact of the improper comment or question by the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, to a juror or jurors, and 2, prejudice suffered by the defendant, specifically that the Hill improper comments to the juror or jurors influenced the juror to vote to convict defendant Murdaugh. The facts. Did clerk of court Hill make comments to any juror which expressed her opinion of what the verdict would be. Ms. Hill denies A, and so the question becomes, was her denial credible? I find that the clerk of court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed that as early as November 2022, long before the trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated to the clerk of court, Rhonda McElveen, and others, her desire for a guilty verdict because it would sell books. She made comments about Murdaugh's demeanor as he testified, and she made some of those comments before he testified to at least one and maybe more jurors. Did Clerk of Court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no. Each member of this jury took their involuntary assignment very seriously. They obeyed the instructions of the court.
What?
They obeyed their oath.
What?
These good and decent citizens of Colleton County stood to their duty and rendered their verdict without fear or favor. It was a difficult task. 11 of the jurors very unconditionally said they either heard no comment, or if they heard a comment, it had no effect. One juror was ambivalent in her testimony. She was then examined on her previous affidavit, in which she said the effect, if any, that she had was pressure she felt from other jurors. The cases are myriad that pressure from fellow jurors is a part of the normal give and take of jury deliberations. The court is not to inquire in any way about what is said in those deliberations. But the juror, who was somewhat ambivalent, said on her oath at the time of trial twice, and said on her oath before me in these proceedings that she stood to her oath.
She's a liar.
The clerk of court allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty. I have read the entire transcript of this lengthy trial, not an easy task.
What is going on?
I have studied in detail all of the authorities cited. I have independently researched the case law, learned treatises, and scholarly articles on the subject. Although there is certainly a split in the federal circuits and in the states on the standard of review, I simply do not believe that the authority of our South Carolina Supreme Court requires a new trial in a very lengthy trial such as this on the strength of some fleeting and foolish comments by a publicity-influenced clerk of court. This is a matter within the discretion of the trial judge, and I am the trial judge at this moment. I do not feel that I abuse my discretion when I find the defendant's motion for a new trial
they abuse their discretion
on the factual record before me must be denied, and it is so ordered. I will file a fuller order which denies this motion on the grounds I have recited on the record before me as a trial judge, and the authorities that have been cited by all parties in this matter. To that end, I will hold the record open. I direct that within 4 business days of receipt by the attorneys in this matter of a transcript of these proceedings, a proposed order by the state denying the defendant's motion for a new trial with citations be sent to me and to opposing counsel. I will allow the defendant 4 business days from receipt of the state's proposed order to lodge objections and or submit an alternative proposed order.
Oh, he will.
Upon receipt by the court of all proposed orders, I will finalize this record, submit a written order, and I will at that time transmit the written order to the Court of Appeals the court which has remanded this matter to me. This hearing is adjourned.
Oh, yeah, they're going to appeal.
Fuck yourself.
Thank you. Let me say this, and I should have said it before I began my order. Will y'all, hey, members of the audience, would you just be patient with me for one more minute?
God damn it, Liz.
Who's losing their shit?
Me.
No, she was yelling at. It's like, well, you said a dumbass thing, Judge. People are going to get mad at you.
I have probably had more experience with trial and appellate work than anyone else in this room.
Okay.
Then I'm scared for South Carolina.
That doesn't mean shit.
Pleasure to receive from these learned lawyers some of the best briefs I've ever received. I know they're a product not just of the attorneys who presented to me, but of the attorneys who sit with them and help compose the research and the writings that I received. I know that I put you on a very tight timeline.
She was terrified.
My feeling is these matters are best disposed of by the trial judge in a very timely manner, so that you may then go to the authorities that really count more than I do. That is, the appellate authorities who will decide what the standard in this particular matter is.
What this is appellate judges do, they pass the buck.
I doubt whether our appellate judges have seen a case such as this before. And
Yeah,
they
she did
will
not want to
take
make case law.
a lengthy time to study the record in this matter, the record in the part remanded to me. There are many issues in this case.
If the standard's ambiguous, it
which
should
I have
favor the
absolutely
defense.
no authority whatsoever. But I will say this about the record now that I have read it. And I will say this about the testimony that I heard Friday and today. Judge Newman said it best in his sentencing when he discussed the weight and the measure of the case presented and testimony and evidence submitted in this case when it was tried. It is a very compelling case supporting the verdict that the jurors reached.
Oh, fuck you.
He said it with a lot more detail than I do, but now that I've read the record,
fuck you.
I say as the successor trial judge, I agree that the evidence was overwhelming and the jury verdict not surprising. This matter is now adjourned.
Yeah, you're convicted of financial crimes, you lesbian.
You lesbian. Okay.
I'm so mad.
I'm okay.
Best transgender judge in the state of South Carolina, right there, folks.
Wow. Wow. Okay, guys.
Yeah, you have to go take your
with
kid.
that, I have to take my child to school. It only takes me 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can talk.
Have a little chat.
You mean take him to school, or are you going to go beat him? Because that could take 10 minutes.
Well, she wasn't out of bed 10 minutes ago, and I was like, "Are you serious? You're not out of bed? Are you crazy? I'm super mad at you." But I was in a good mood then. I'm not in a good mood now, at all. Please chat for 10 minutes. I'll be listening, and I'll be back. I am furious. Have fun, everyone.
Yes,
digesting that. And Dali can run the stream. He has full control. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the judge basically said she wasn't gonna. She did not want to make the decision. She kind of said it was up for the appeals court anyways. It's just with all the shit that came out today. I don't know if you were following, Bronca.
So I was about probably an hour and a half behind. I was riding around on my motorcycle much of the day. And I had just gotten off the bikes and had just heard the judge's questioning of Ms Becky, which was pretty brutal.
It was brutal.
And then I guess they started talking about bringing in that other court clerk, but that's when I arrived back at my office and I came back and to the caught up stream just in time to hear this.
The other court clerk just tore her up as well. It was just brutal for.
Yeah, no, there's all this kind of there's all this influence and there's ambiguity, but this is what this judge has spent too much time as an appellate judge. All she does is pat buck. Well, he's guilty anyway.
Another reason to repeal the 19th.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for the super chat.
That's so mean.
Yeah, I know. Bronca doesn't like that. Oh, God. It's so. Are you being. facetious?
Am I being facetious?
No. Counter signal. No, I'm not. Yeah. I'll get her channel
It's gonna
yeeted
go
doing
back
that.
to the appellate court now. But
Yeah.
they're not gonna overturn it, I doubt.
I can't imagine.
She ain't gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. They're
You
gonna
don't
pass
think
the
so?
buck.
No.
Well, then it goes up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and they're not gonna overturn it.
It's never getting overturned.
Yeah.
You really
this is
think
it.
so?
Yeah,
This was
never,
it.
never, ever.
Yep.
Getting back together.
Yeah.
For the record,
This-
that's strong.
I'm 100% serious. And that's harmless error. The jurors were ambiguous. Ms. Becky was nice lady. Oh-wee. That's it.
So I guess Becky isn't going to get charged now.
Well, no, she still got her cases going.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, she could be, you could still charge her with perjury regardless. So,
Yeah.
oh no, apparently Sled ain't forgotten about her, although I'm sure those will go quietly away,
Yeah.
including her son,
And her cell phones.
Yeah, I do like that part where she's like, well, my assistant clerk's all techie. It's like, you mean she knows how to use Facebook? Like, I love it when these older people are like, oh, she's a tech person. It's like, you mean she understands how to go enter? So, but yeah, no, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
it.
I mean, who gains political capital by reversing this conviction? Nobody.
Yeah, and she's a retired judge. They brought her in. You don't get brought in to raise, like, they weren't bringing her in to cause problems.
Yeah. But I mean, this could eventually, go to the federal courts for appeal, right?
I mean, you go to the U.S. Supreme Court, they're not going to look at it. I mean,
no,
because that's the only stop after the South Carolina
State.
Supreme Court, and they're not going to care. I mean, they got enough. I mean, they turn out as enough cases as is. So,
yeah. But I mean, so basically they have no case law for something like this.
well,
So
yeah,
the
because
appeals
I
court-
think if you had gone back through and asked judges and other people should we have to prepare for this, they'd say no, nobody's that fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like they're like, if he said, well, hey, is there going to be a clerk of court who gives people rides and writes a book, and they'd be like, no, are you that neurotic? No one would ever do that. Like, they look at you as an idiot for thinking this hypothetical up.
Yeah.
So no, that's what. Yeah, there was no need to prepare for this.
I mean, at the end of the day, we have no idea if he got a fair trial or not.
Well, no, we do have an.
Oh,
idea.
I have a
He
pretty good
didn't.
idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
There's a presumption he didn't get
We
one.
know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a fair trial. And listen, I don't care if he goes to prison for the rest of his life or not. He would do that for the financial crimes anyway.
Yeah.
But the next guy who's falsely accused of murdering his wife and son may not have a lot of financial crimes baggage and gets railroaded the same way.
Yeah.
The justice is not about the outcome. The justice is about the process, and this process was thoroughly corrupt.
Yeah, and if they'll do this to him, yeah. Well, the bigger thing is if they could do this to Alex Murdaugh, they can do this to you, and nobody will ever hear about it. No one's ever going to put a podcast together for you. None of us are going to be sitting here live streaming your appeal. This is it.
Oh, were you at the courtroom too? Nice. Liz was there as well. But yeah, she got some pictures with Neil Gordon.
Okay. Well,
Ew.
did you get to the part where Becky admitted she made like 100 G's on this Bronca?
Yeah, I heard all the Becky testimony.
Yeah, I love that. I didn't make no money, just $100,000.
But it was split.
We paid off our Wanamaker bill. Rent-A-Center will let me buy again. Ooh-wee.
Enough to put a down payment on some beachfront property.
I mean, the lawyer questioning was so obviously Creighton Waters is just going to have her deny everything.
Yeah.
Well,
his
she
leading
spoke with
questions
them,
were
too.
great.
Yeah.
Was that a lie in the book, or was that just inferences you were making from media and news stories and blah 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 blah? It's like objection leading. Like, no shit. Why don't you just raise the pitch of your voice and answer for her? Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the defense, I guess, was so constrained in their questioning, it was hard to get to any meat. But I was really surprised the judge dug in as hard as she did for no apparent purpose. But
They were really constrained until Becky came on to testify, and that's when the judge really opened up and allowed them a lot leash. But yeah, I was surprised. I don't know. It's just so.
I heard people saying that the first juror interviewed by the judge said that Becky influenced her, but I didn't hear that myself. So
yeah,
I don't.
They did. So what happens next for them?
Well, and Bronca, the big issue, and the judge hammered on this because she's an idiot. There was the issue of, well, but you said in your thing the jurors influenced you, and it's like, well, it could be. Oh, he left.
What?
Oh, your camera tilted or something.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
It didn't show anything.
No, I did that. I set it aside.
So we know you're not wearing pants.
You can see my ceiling, I guess, or
yeah.
Okay, so the judge, that part, the judge, where she said, well, but you said in your thing it was the jurors, and it's like, well, why can't it be both? And apparently Judge Toal can't wrap that around her mind that two things could be causing undue influence. But and that's the way she hammered on that, which I think is bullshit. But
and I think
what happens next? It goes to the Court of Appeals, and they're going to say, well, you know, if Judge Tramlaw couldn't figure it out, we can't figure it out either. You know, we respect our, you know, the first trans judge in South Carolina.
She used to be on the Supreme Court.
Yep.
So I don't understand why is she so afraid to make a ruling?
Because judges are very risk averse. They believe in stare decisis. They don't put wildcats on courts.
But it's sometimes
because I mean, when you go to a Supreme Court, what do they do most of the time? Uphold, 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 uphold.
Yeah.
I mean, the court's a branch of government, and their job is at the end of the day to protect government. So.
Yeah, but at some point you're going to have to like rule on new issues.
But that's courts will, you know what courts say? Well, then they'll deal with it later.
Okay.
Or they'll distinguish it. Or they'll say harmless error.
There's a press conference, Dolly.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Creighton is going to be.
Creighton, don't even bother.
Oh, no, let's hear him gloat. Let's hear him gloat. Well, I guess those wine moms aren't.
Take
Those
it today.
Good thing is there are dogs all across America safe tonight because there's not wine glasses getting thrown at them.
So what about the defense? The defense claim, the case law they said they had that said if a juror was tampered with, it's automatically a new trial. Obviously, the judge didn't buy that line of argument. But have any of you read that case law?
No, but I think it's. I mean, if they can, it wouldn't surprise me if you could prove tampering itself.
I feel like I did read something about. I don't remember which case it was, but it was one that was cited in the defense's motion. Hold on, I'll try to find it. Oop.
Fuck you, Creighton.
Oh, he's so proud. We sat down with Becky and we gave her immunity.
He's on his phone. Look, Ma, I won today.
Yes. I guarantee you. I mean, if Becky went in there without any sort of protection, she's a moron. Because I can't imagine she did. Like,
I pray to God she did.
I mean, otherwise she would have taken the fifth.
Well, she should have taken the fifth anyway.
She should, but they wanted to. Oh, how cute! He's hugging his wife's boyfriend.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he was hugging Becky.
Oh no!
I'm surprised they aren't doing that.
His wife's boyfriend, who?
I just made that up. Oh shit! I'm sorry, Andrew.
Oh wait, the cuck.
Yeah, that's
Waters.
Yes, that's
I used it correctly.
Yes, you are using it correctly. Yes.
Okay, good.
You're learning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is he going to go home and play his guitar for everybody again?
Oh, God.
Hey, Log Crime, I play guitar. I'm cool. I'm hip. I wonder, like, I don't even know. Did Becky get done with this and does she realize, you know, does everybody, like,
sucks.
Do you think she realizes, like, everybody thinks she's a moron?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I hope, but.
I mean, yeah, she's like Homer sitting on the couch with a cigar, like, everybody's stupid but me. Like, that's not what that's. Oh, let's hear Poon.
Come on. Audio.
Two, one, which means we met our factual burden. Two, she made it very clear that the law in this area is unsettled at best, and that it means it's ripe for appeal. So the facts are settled. Becky Hill's not credible. The judge found, in fact, that the statements were made to the jurors. She just found that we couldn't show prejudice, but conceded that we may not have to show that if she's wrong about the law and the law is unsettled.
So Becky being not credible and she's wrong helps you at the next appellate level?
Well, you don't find it.
Next level. Next, we go from here to the Court of Appeals,
support cat.
and then the Supreme Court, if necessary, our South Carolina Supreme Court, and then federal court.
I have to be honest with you. I didn't really believe the whole story with Becky Hill.
Well, fuck you.
Testimony,
Oh.
and I have to tell you, it did sway me quite a bit, because I didn't believe it. Explain to us how you found out this information.
You're smart.
Well, we're glad you're being honest today. No, I mean, when we found out the information by talking to the jurors, you heard the alternate testify today. Honestly, that was really the first one-on-one interview that we were able to get. We had gotten some indications from lawyers who represented some other jurors that, we needed to go down this road. And when we finally met with her as she's cooking Sunday dinner in her home down a dirt road, I mean, she told us things that were
Down a dirt road.
So that's how we found out.
Probably was a dirt road for real.
A lot of dirt roads in Carlton County on Sunday afternoons, knocking on people's doors. And that, that's shoe leather is the way you work cases. I know, everyone's used to social media and electronics, but you got to knock on a door and you got to ask questions. And that's what we did. And that's how we proved to Judge Toal that Becky Hill attempted to influence this jury. She
Stupid lying whore.
We were.
I should throw that in every time they mention her name now. Becky Hill, that stupid lying whore.
Chastised because in our initial filing, we pointed out that she had a profit motive for doing what she did. And guess what? Justice Toal ruled that was exactly the case today. So we feel vindicated on the facts. The law is unsettled. And early on, she acknowledged, and we all acknowledged, this was not going to be the final say-so on the law. That's going to be determined by the appellate courts, and that's the next step. If we had lost today, I mean, we did lose today. If we'd won today, the state would be appealing. So no matter who wins today, it's just one step.
Yeah, but
we would not have a trial next week or next month. It would all be wrapped up and gone up to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, and so we're prepared for that.
But the good news is we agree, the court agrees that Becky Hill attempted to influence these jurors, that she made these statements. With the facts resolved, the only issues, what is the law? And as Judge Toal said, that is unsettled. This is not, it's going to go through the appellate courts, and we feel strongly that we'll win.
Why are they so happy?
Okay, one more question.
How important is it to you all to get a different standard for the burden of
To save face?
no, I think they can take advantage of this, and this will help them in the appellate level.
Yeah, I think if they'd lost on the facts, they'd be done.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. So they're still alive.
It went a lot better than I thought.
And so if we win that
Like a lot better than I thought.
I mean, on this record, we get a new trial.
Oh, they
If we
lost
lose that
distant. They
legal
lost.
standard
Yeah.
in our state courts, then we probably
They
don't get a
lost,
trial.
but
we go to federal court where
not on the
there is
facts.
no dispute in the
It's a
Fourth
soft
Circuit.
loss, not a hard
Very
loss.
standard is,
Yeah.
and it is a standard of presumption. So it's either going to be decided, in my view, in our favor in our appellate courts, or 4 or 5
not.
years down the road in the federal.
It's not,
unless we
guys.
change the federal law.
And would there be a different outcome if you get another trial?
Oh, Blanda's going to speak after this. Get
Yes,
the
there
tissues,
would be.
everyone.
But I'm not going to tell you
Correct
why.
answer.
Absolutely, yes.
It doesn't discourage you.
That was hilarious.
At the end said she agreed with Judge Newman about the facts and the verdict and how it was, that it was a compelling case and all of that.
No. No, she's not going to say, "Oh, I disagree with Judge Newman. The facts were very thin." No, she's not.
Yeah, there's an innocent man here who's wrongly convicted.
And
We didn't expect her to say that. So.
But the appeals court can say it's harmless error, is my point.
They can't.
No.
They can't. This issue is not harmless error. Cannot be.
I've asked about this before. You all have said that you're investigating. You've said that you're investigating who might have actually committed these murders.
Yes.
Have you all found anything that you think you want to share with us?
We have developed some information. We want to get this behind us, and we'll be pursuing that in the near future.
About who committed the murder?
Who really did it?
Do you believe Alex Murdaugh has information? Because his voice is on the kennel video. Do you think he has information about who did it?
I don't understand.
We could tell you
there's
that's
a
called attorney-client privilege. I can't think about what my client could have told me. That would be attorney-client privilege. The rules are so pesky.
They're so pesky.
You get credit. Okay.
Thank you.
Pardon
He's
me?
so likable.
Fine.
So
I think he is. So many people hate him so much. I like them both.
I love him.
Hella, there's a question real quick by Distant.
Yes, I know. Where is it? Let's bring it back.
Right there.
Ah, there it is.
But-
Yep.
yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so this is different than an appeal. This is basically what's called like post-conviction relief. He's been convicted. They're back at the trial court demanding a new trial. That's different than an appeal because you're not arguing things that happened on the record. You're arguing new evidence.
Yes.
Right,
And
there's fact finding is happening here. That doesn't happen on appeal.
yeah, there's new testimony. Now, that said, though, it sounds like the Court of Appeals, they put everything on pause to let this get sorted out. So it's not clear how they're, it's going to be tough for them to ignore all this in in their own world, which.
I mean, appeals are for losers. It just feels like,
but-
as far as the record goes, this is about the strongest possible record they could have made.
And because this was almost like interlocutory of the appeal itself, I do think the appellate court will have some ability to take what happened here as part of their own and supplement their own record with it. Because to allow this step even happening where they pause the appeal is extraordinary. So I have a feeling they're going to consider some of this when they make their decisions going forward. So normally this would have happened after the appeals and everything's all done. So
yes.
So they don't pause the appeal normally?
No. Normally, if something happens like this, appeals normally don't get paused, but you usually don't have this kind of stuff.
Right.
So because it was so sensational, that's
I mean, this is a huge deal, and this is it's never this good when you're appealing. So
I get being negative, and it's going to be he definitely is an uphill battle, but I still think he's about in the best possible place he could be.
He's the best case to make good case law on. So
yeah, I mean, they are in a far better mood than I would expect, considering that they.
Well, I mean, he's right. They're not dead yet. They're not dead yet. They're still in the fight.
Yeah,
but
they probably went into today thinking they had no hope.
And with the way Toal limited everything.
Well,
Especially all the constraints the judge is putting on them, right? On questioning and witnesses.
And then the judge.
Yeah, they're still alive.
We'll give her credit there. She did make a good record. But, God, I guess we.
Apparently, could you continue, please? Because apparently there's more.
I know.
Creighton wants to talk.
Of course.
Yeah.
And
I want to make fun of you.
Damn it.
I really want to make fun of you. I feel like that's going to make you feel better.
God damn
it. Oh, here we go.
Who's this guy?
5 jurors that I represent.
Oh, Bland.
We're very pleased with the
Jesus
decision.
Christ.
It's all about him from the start. Well, let me go back. I missed it.
No, it's Eric Bland, Distant.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of my 5 jurors that I represent, we're very
that's a
pleased
Northeastern
with
guy.
the decision that Justice Toal rendered. This is what justice looks like. Sometimes it's messy.
Shut up.
This is what justice looks
This
like?
is what justice looks like.
A corrupt
Okay.
court clerk tampering with a fucking jury? That was basically all but admitted to on the record. They said it didn't. Okay.
It's easy.
Of course, he's got it exactly backwards, right? He's defining justice based on the outcome he desires.
Yes.
As opposed to the process.
Oh, he's been plagiarizing quotes
There
too.
was some very good lawyering on
Sorry?
Again, this is such a bad quote. You know how he's been plagiarizing quotes too. It was on my hearsay today. Yesterday. He's been putting memes out there with his logo on it and himself, but actually he's been plagiarizing them. He's been caught for doing that, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah, like inspirational quotes and stuff like that somebody else did.
Yep. Just
on both sides, the defense and the prosecution. But the law is clear. And you heard from 11 jurors in no uncertain terms that their verdict was their own conscience. It was
11. Sorry, 11.
Not influenced by anything that may have been said or done by anybody other than the testimony, the law, and the evidence. They followed what Judge Newman told them to follow. Yes, there was one juror. I don't question her veracity in whatsoever. I disagree with Mr. Harpootlian. Nobody on our team ever called that juror a liar. That is her conscience. And like the state said, we can't have verdicts that go in perpetuity and jurors can constantly say, well, this was my verdict then, but today it's different. You vote once in time. And I think Justice Toal believed that the verdict was the product of free negotiations. Yes, inside a jury room, it's tense. You often hear that there's arguments one way or the other, but she did not feel that this verdict was the result of anything that Becky Hill had said or did or any other court officer. And so, this is the verdict that we have. Our state supports this verdict. You saw how hard the state fought to keep this verdict, and we cannot continue to have trials go over and over again when you have jurors that hear evidence over 6.5 weeks, over 70 witnesses, over 400 pieces of evidence, get the instructions from the judge, give their time, are smart, bright people who come with their God-given common sense, render a verdict, and then are polled and raise their hand and say, this was my verdict. And so.
Well, here we have an issue of, as a legal professional that I once was, I have a problem with some of the things that we heard. I'm thankful that it didn't sway the jury. But we have to be.
Oh, I have a big problem with the things that Becky has said. And it's clear that there was some inconsistencies regarding whether she rode with a juror, what was said, what was heard. And I think Justice Toal let the public know and let Becky know exactly what she thought of some of her testimony. And I don't think we've heard the end from Becky, and that she may have to answer for some of the things. I think Justice Toal gave a foreshadowing of what may be coming to Becky.
Did you pick up on how much Justice Toal impeached the testimony of Becky Hill?
I wouldn't say impeached. I just think that she didn't believe a lot of it. But it's not her job. Becky Hill was not on trial. This is not Becky Hill's trial.
Her credibility was a key question.
Her credibility is.
No, her credibility was not the key question in this trial. The key question in this trial was what was the jurors' verdicts. That's it.
Okay, idiot.
It was whether
she said or didn't say in front of them is a part of that.
It's not, because the ultimate question was
whether they were in the loop.
Right, and she already discarded, I believe, what Becky said. I don't think she believed that Becky didn't say anything. I think she believed that Becky actually did say a lot. And I think that Becky, right, but that had nothing to do with her decision. The decision was, what did the jurors say? And that's what we were dealing with between the time the trial started and the time that they rendered their verdict, not what may have happened since March 3rd. Since March 3rd, obviously, there's plagiarism allegations. There's allegations that, obviously your son was indicted. There's
Nobody cares
allegations
anymore.
of ethics complaints, and there's allegations that she's being investigated. All that will take place in due course. And what we're going to ultimately see, what Dick Harpootlian said is our state Supreme Court going to say we stick with the Green decision, or do we go back to the United States Supreme Court decision in Reamer? And all a defendant has to show is that a court official makes these kind of substantive merit statements to a jury. And if they do, does it
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go ahead and look on her cell phone and see if there's any evidence about her, tampering with the jury? Oh, that's right. She destroyed her cell phones.
Yeah, it's Candy Crush.
At this point, we know that it's the Green decision, and you have to show that impact on the jury. Thank you.
Actually, why the hell wasn't that brought up? Wonder if they wouldn't.
I don't think they got that far.
Weren't able to.
Yeah.
I mean, she's destroyed God knows how many phones.
Okay. I can't take anymore, you guys. I gotta be done. I gotta go hang out with my child and be happy
I understand.
again.
I don't blame you.
That's okay. All right. So here's the
Bye.
thing.
Thank you.
Bye.
Nice seeing you
Okay.
here.
See you. So is that all of the press conferences done or not?
I don't know
We're waiting for someone. So who have we heard from?
We
haven't heard from the. Yeah.
Have we heard from the state?
Yeah. No, we have not yet.
We haven't heard from the state. Okay, cool. All right,
no.
because I want to give everyone a chance to go over to Sean's at 6 p.m.
Yes.
So we have a little tiny bit of time, so we can still have a look at the state's one if it is coming up. I
Surprised
suppose
they're not coming out.
Yeah, I'm going to go, guys, because I'm not interested in listening to Creighton Waters. But
That's fair enough. That's fair
interesting
enough.
day. I did get to listen to a couple hours of the stream while I was riding my motorcycle around. So you guys did a great job.
Well, thank you very much. Much
Appreciate it.
appreciated.
All right, we'll talk soon.
We'll do much more on this. Thank
See
you
you,
very
bro.
much.
See you later.
Thank you for being
Take
here.
care.
Bye. You too. Cool. Alrighty. What I did want to just discuss for a second though, whilst we're waiting for that, is what are we going to do with Becky mails now? Because we have a ton of Becky mails to go through. And
Well, now you know everything.
well, I mean, they're still fun. Like they are still a ton of fun. We do still have a lot of fun doing the dramatic readings, and we're not even up to the part yet where where she finds out that there is the motion for retrial. So we're not even up to September yet. So
I guess we could skip to the highlights.
Yeah, we could. I mean, we're enjoying it, but yeah, we could go to September where she finds out that Jim and Dick have gotten up on the steps there and told everybody, done their press conference, and she has to go into hiding, and Neil has to do the press tour. That would be kind of fun to just see what the emails start saying around then.
I like the ones after. I like the one.
one.
Yeah, I like the ones where she talks about having to she got a new cell phone.
Yeah. So we could skip forth to there. But the reason I ask is more because, like Eric Bland was just saying, and I don't really like to comment on what he does generally, but like he was just saying, Justice Toal gave a little bit of a foreshadowing of what could be in store for Ms. Becky. And I don't know. I don't know if it's just going to go away now.
I mean, the state just argued that her actions didn't influence the verdict. How can they now argue that it did?
Okay. There's the state, as in Crichton Waters, etc., and then there's SLED.
That's
right. So I don't know. Are they two different things?
Yeah, the SLED's
What do you mean, Hella, exactly?
Okay,
as far as
so there's the Attorney General.
Yeah.
And there's
there's SLED. Yeah. Okay.
There's SLED. Are they different? Or are they all the same?
They're basically they all I don't know exactly how SLED is set up, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's actually here we can
the police, I guess, and then
sometimes those are set up as part of an attorney general's office, but let's hear.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean, it might be an independent law enforcement agency, but at the end of the day, they are still when it goes to trial, they are a part of the state. So
I do know
does that answer your question?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because-
Yeah, they conduct investigations as directed by the governor and attorney general. So
okay,
the attorney general does have oversight of them.
I do know the phone was in SLED's custody for several days before they announced it was factory reset.
Or even found.
Or
right?
found. Yeah, found.
Yeah.
You're right, found.
Yeah, but they had it, but they just didn't say anything about it. Which I suppose they don't have to say they had it. Like it's they don't have to
No,
say
but
it.
at this
Right?
point, there's so much taint to South Carolina and the SLED and the justice system. You need to be crystal clear at this point. You need to. You can't have any whiff of impropriety, and it's just more and more and more of this shit keeps happening.
It does seem like the state is trying to protect her.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Well,
this is what's
of
concerning
course.
to me.
Otherwise, it blows up their case.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my question. It's like, what's the point? Why bother going down this line anymore? Like, why even bother talking about Becky anymore? Unless it's just for fun, which it is kind of fun. It's pretty fun. Why bother talking about it anymore? Because they're just protecting her. And exactly what Dick Harpootlian was saying when he was examining her, he was saying, like, you met with them, didn't you, for hours about your testimony today, right? And she danced around her answer. But isn't that wrong? Like, why is she a state witness?
Well, she was called by the state, so she is a state witness. And they, I guess, do get to.
Well, I thought they were court witnesses today.
They're court witnesses. She's a court
Yeah,
witness.
so they're
They
witnesses.
should all be
Yeah, she's
court
a witness
witnesses.
called by the court, but yeah, I mean, they have an interest in protecting her and making sure the judgment is final.
Yeah, I mean, it's sus, but I guess that's kind of normal.
No, that's an argument. That's the argument governments and court, the state and the courts will make all the time. Judgments need to be final. And, even sometimes it's not going to be accurate or just or fair, but we still need to have finality in a judgment.
Yeah.
They'll say that without blinking.
Yeah.
And they'll say, look, it sucks, but we have to protect it.
Exactly, because the burden was on the defense, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The burden was on the defense. It was the other way around this time. So the only people who could really call witnesses themselves were the defense. Isn't that true?
Yeah, but in a post-conviction relief setting, it's different what you can do at that point. And the court, they gave a list of witnesses they wanted called, and the court called them. So that's why, I mean, the people that wanted called got called for the most part.
Right. Okay.
So,
well, they weren't going to be. Like,
yeah,
he wanted, he last, 2 weeks ago, he had a list, and they were like, she was like, no,
yeah,
none of them. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, so that's my point. We're back to Becky, right? Back to Becky.
Yes.
So Becky was supposedly under investigation, and it sounds to me like not really. It sounds to me like really what's actually happening is she's just been having these meetings with SLED, and it's more about Alex, and it's more about getting her prepped for this so that this happens, so that the retrial doesn't happen, so that she can testify and be prepared so that he does not get his retrial.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Maybe not. But I don't know. I would bet some money that nothing happens to her.
Yeah, ultimately.
Probably not. I mean, they want this brushed under the rug.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has not got his retrial because of her jury tampering. So,
well, I mean, Alex doesn't, but SLED does.
What do you mean?
I mean, Alex doesn't want this brushed under the rug. Obviously, he wants a new trial, but SLED and everyone else wants to protect Becky and just ignore it and pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. So therefore, for her to be prosecuted for jury tampering, she has to have jury tampered.
Yeah.
And they don't want her to have been found to have jury tampered because that means he gets a new trial.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Right. So,
Pretty
yes,
much.
exactly. Yes, exactly. So therefore, why would she be prosecuted for jury tampering?
Yeah.
When, yes, exactly. So therefore, nothing's going to happen to her.
I would be shocked.
Be shocked. So she's going to be fine. She's going to get away with all this. It'll be fine. Yeah. So we can have fun and go through our emails and make fun of what's happened. But she's going to walk away from this fine, and I think she knows it.
Maybe not her son, but
I don't know about the son. I don't know about the son.
Okay. Her son was literally arrested for fucking wiretapping SLED and officials about the investigation into his mother, about tampering with the jury. This is all consciousness of guilt.
Yeah. Yeah. It is, but I don't know. I don't know.
I didn't potentially skipped until she testified.
Who?
Becky. And then I really thought he had a chance, a good chance.
We all thought, the whole lot of us were like, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Did you actually think it was going to happen, Sean?
I thought it was too.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah. We all did. I can't believe we were all like so close to coming.
No. Well,
No, don't.
No, but basically the appeal, the record is about as good as it could have been for an appeal without being granted. So I don't know. I mean, Sean and McKinley and others aren't too optimistic. I'm a little optimistic.
I like to think so, but it's.
I know appeals are
courts.
for losers.
Like I said, courts are risk adverse, and they don't like being. It's uncharted territory is even scarier for them.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So-
Yep. All right. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to redirect over to your stream, Sean.
Yeah, day 12 of
and-
Michelle Triconis.
Indeed, I'm going to make sure I've got the right one. Okay.
Yeah, so it's
you had already written in chat that it starts at 6 p.m.
And if you guys haven't been watching it, yeah, she's not very convincing at telling the police she was not involved in this covering up the murder.
Yeah.
She's not very good at it,
Well, the judge made the decision that no, he does not get a new trial.
Yeah.
but that doesn't rule out the appellate courts.
Yeah.
Get this. She had it written out, right? I guarantee it was so. She had it so pre-written.
Oh no, not that's gonna be. It's gonna be like she had a basic set of facts written down, but she's gonna supplement it with a lot of facts and law. Like that wasn't the full written opinion. That was just basically she read off a preamble.
Yeah.
No, there's a full written opinion.
There'll be a full written one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
there
That's
will.
nothing. So
Yeah, there will be one. But I don't know. What do you think, Sean? I think she had decided before this whole thing started.
I think she did initially going into it, but I think she's like her reactions show like when Becky started talking, she's like, "Wait, what the hell did you do? What the hell's going on?" Like, I think she would like to have a lot more choice words for Becky, but
I feel like if
she knew more about it than I thought she would. She'd read the book.
Oh yeah, she definitely read the book. She was
I feel
ready
like
to go.
if she knew what she knows now, she would have come at this very differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't know Becky was like. Wait, I don't think. I don't even think Poon expected that to go as well as it did.
Yeah. No.
No. They were both smiling. Jim and him were both smiling, and even Alex cracked smiles and stuff.
Yeah.
Throughout the afternoon, it was quite nice to see him all happy for once.
Yeah, I mean it's
I haven't
just
seen him happy like that for a while.
It's absolutely
and then it just turned infuriating.
But yeah,
that the change in emotions in all of us was quite something to note. I'm going to make a clip of the whole thing. It will be. It was quite the dramatic turn. All right. Thank you all so much. Thank you everyone who's been here throughout the day. Thank you to You, Darlie, for being the most wonderful co-host ever. Thank you, Sean, for being
Hit
here.
save on the redirect, right?
Of course, I hit save on the redirect. I ain't a boomer. Not a boomer. Thank you to Mrs. Future Mrs. Sean 2.0,
Oh, yes.
potentially criminal.
She was
2.0.
amazing.
Dina, you're fantastic. You're a gun with a spanner or whatever it's called, wrench.
Yeah, you were awesome today. And Lil
awesome.
Pill as well was awesome this morning.
Lil Pill, I just gave a wrench to today, and I knew she'd be amazing, and she's fantastic. Thank you to all of my mods, Jung, Stray, everybody, you're fantastic. And all the other people who've been on the panel. Thank you to Branka for popping in. You're fantastic. Thank you to Mo for being here with me and keeping me by my side all morning. And thank you to McKinley also. David, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for popping in. You didn't actually come on stream, but for all the help that you've given, helping with set this up and for doing the raid. Really appreciate that. Everybody who's contributed to this, making this happen, appreciate it. I thought I'd be up for 2 more nights, and I'm not, which is fantastic for me. The only really sad thing is this retrial is not happening, but I actually didn't expect it to. But it was pretty exciting to witness. I get to watch the Crumblies tomorrow, so that's cool. Yeah, and I don't know what we're doing tomorrow because I was expecting to be doing this. But I hope you're all subscribed and got the notification bells on because if you do, we'll be doing something, won't we, Darlie? Darlie is going to be running.
Hella, I
don't know
gotta
if tomorrow
step
or
out.
Wednesday.
So
Yes, of course.
have a nice night, guys.
Thank you so much for being
You
here.
step out
Yep.
and everyone will be there in a moment. Yep.
I don't know tomorrow.
It'll be tomorrow or the day after, but you'll be
Probably
running
Wednesday.
the Texas
Daddy Dom.
versus Darren Lopez rewatch, which is a really, really spicy trial about 2 lovers who get back together in their mid-years and send ridiculously spicy texts to one another, and there's lots of dramatic readings by the lovely Darlie and Bill Hammer. Right, so I'm going to let you all go. Make sure you say EU raid when you get over to Potentially Criminals stream. It's Trachona Stay 12, I believe. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's been fantastic. See you guys on the other side.